perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Becoming a member of jury of NDTV was a totally different challenge altogether.
When you recognize contribution to society, these stories are inspiration for everyone who views them.
The NDTV Indian of the Year is an extremely important initiative.
nominees were just extraordinary.
All right, breaking news coming in at this point. The Lok Sabha Speaker met floor leaders in his chamber around half an hour back, and he met all the floor leaders of the Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. This meeting was for the smooth functioning of the parliament. There seems to be some breakthrough in that impasse in the parliament. The constitution debate will take place in the parliament. The constitution debate will take place in Lok Sabha on the 13th of December and 14th of December. The dates for Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are out. The debate will take place in Rajya Sabha on the 16th and 17th of December. This decision, remember, comes after Lok Sabha Speaker met the floor leaders. The Parliament, remember, has been adjourned for 6 straight days, and Congress wanted a constitution debate in the Parliament. In fact, my colleague Vasudha Venugopal joins us to get us more on this. Vasudha, finally, there seems to be some breakthrough as far as the functioning of the Parliament is concerned.
Absolutely, Usama. This, the meeting, that was held by the Speaker today with the full floor leaders has ended in some success of sorts with the deadlock, with the logjam breaking, and the Speaker in some ways agreeing to have a constitution debate, a debate around the constitution on the 13th and 14th in the Lok Sabha, and of course 16th and 17th in the Rajya Sabha. The Congress party wanted this debate to be held soon. In fact, they wanted it to be held in the next
We'll come back to you in just a short while from now. I'm currently joined by Aishwarya Jain. live from the Parliament. Aishwarya, this is a big significant breakthrough as far as the entire impasse is concerned in the Parliament.
Well, certainly it is the Lok Sabha Speaker who had called all the floor leaders of different political parties. In fact, we have been told 10 political leaders from different political parties attended this meeting, including the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju. Arjun Ram Meghwal was also present in this meeting, and the demand for having a constitution debate has been agreed both in Lok Sabha and now in Rajya Sabha as well. We've been told that on Saturday as well, the Parliament this time will be called as far as 14th of December is concerned. So 13th and 14th is the date which has been decided for the Lok Sabha to have a discussion around constitution. On 16th and 17th, it would be in the Rajya Sabha where there would be discussions on the constitution of India. It was a long pending demand, and therefore the reason perhaps we saw several sessions of the Parliament got adjourned. When we asked several opposition MPs who were at the part of the all-party meeting, the floor leaders meeting, in fact, which was called by the Lok Sabha Speaker Gaurav Gogoi from the Congress party, specifically stated that yes, it's a welcome step. The Parliament Lok Jam will end from tomorrow. We have agreed to the demands, but on the other side, we'll continue to raise the issues that we were raising since day one on the floor of the House as well. Those demands are valid for them, but this is a welcome step as far as the Parliament democracy is concerned. The Lok Sabha Speaker had admitted it, and finally, from tomorrow, we will see the functioning of the House as far as the Rakas and the Lok Jam that we saw for straight 5 days in the Constitution. Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju would be officially declaring it very in a short while from now. But a good news for all of those MPs who have been demanding for a very long time that Parliament should function, because there are several important legislative bills that needs to be tabled. There are several important matters concerning to their states as well that they wanted to raise in front of the Parliament on the House as well, and therefore the reason perhaps now it seems that the Lok Jam finally will end inside the Parliament for the very first time in the winter session.
But Aishwarya, also just give us a sense of how does the Congress party that has been adamant on having this debate, the constitution debate inside the Parliament, how do they plan to utilize the constitution debate in the Parliament, and what is their primary objective for this discussion?
Well, Osama, for a very long time, we have seen save the constitution versus celebrate the constitution debate. It is the Congress party who had been constantly saying that they are the savior of the constitution. In fact, we have seen several Congress MPs, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, holding that constitution book. Entire controversy was erupted when in Nagpur, when the Congress held an event where Rahul Gandhi held that particular book of constitution. The Bharatiya Janata Party alleged that it is the blank copy of constitution. There are several statements that are also being given by the Congress party. In fact, Rahul Gandhi recently went on to say that he can challenge that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had not even read the constitution book. He had not been following the constitution. In fact, the real followers of constitutions are the Congress party and the opposition bloc. And therefore, the reason perhaps the opposition party wanted to utilize and gain the momentum out of what the Bharatiya Janata Party in the government of India had done on 26th of November as far as the adoption of Constitution of India is concerned. It was decided by the government that this will not be a single day event, but throughout the year, the Constitution of India celebration will take place. And therefore, the reason the Congress also want to utilize it in the Parliament, while they wrote letter both to the Lok Sabha Speaker and Rajya Sabha Chairperson about having a discussion over the Constitution. And now, finally, when it has been agreed, we will see several MPs giving their views and on the idea of Constitution and how the ideas can be spread throughout the country of the Constitution as well.
Right, Aishwarya. In fact, Gaurav Gogoi, he has also, in fact, spoken after this entire meeting. Let's listen in to what Gaurav Gogoi has to say.
Thank you. Gaurav, go Surya ji. Surya. This side, come this side.
गौरव सर, क्या सेंसस चलेगी कल से?
हम तो आज से ही चलाना चाहते थे। हमसे आज से चलाना चाहते हैं। हम बार बार मांग कर रहे हैं कि संविधान के 50वीं जयंती पे चर्चा हो, और जब भी सरकार घोषित करेगी कि वो कब चर्चा लेंगे, तभी से हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हो जाएंगे।
तो 13 और 14 को चर्चा हो सकती है?
अभी हम सरकार के औपचारिक उसके लिए प्रसारण के लिए वेट कर रहे हैं।
जी, हमसे बात
पहले दिन से हम कह रहे थे कि विपक्ष,
हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया। संसद भवन से हिमांशु शेखर, NDTV इंडिया।
All right, apart from the Congress, how are the other opposition parties planning to participate in this debate, in the constitution debate? Are there any potential areas of disagreement or conflict? We'll have to wait and watch. Time now for a very short break. We'll go back to these shots. These are the shots that you can see on your screen. The Lok Sabha speaker there speaking to the members of the floor, having that discussion and coming to a conclusion that the constitution debate will take place. The breakthrough in the impasse in the parliament that has there has been a breakthrough. The constitution debate will take place in both the houses, in Lok Sabha as well as the Rajya Sabha. In Lok Sabha, in fact, the debate is going to take place on the 13th and 14th, while in Rajya Sabha it will take place on the 16th and 17th. All right, time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents NDTV Indian of the Year, powered by Raymond, co-powered by Gallant. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India. Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Becoming a member of jury of NDTV was a
All right, the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, he met with the leaders of the floor of Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha in his chamber to discuss smooth functioning of the parliament. There seems to be a breakthrough in that impasse in the parliament. The constitution debate that the Congress had been asking for, that will take place in the parliaments. The dates for both Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, as far as the constitution debate is concerned, is out. The debate is going to take place in Lok Sabha on the 13th and 14th of December, while in Rajya Sabha, it will take place on the 16th and the 17th of December. This decision, it came after the Lok Sabha Speaker met with the floor ladies. In fact, let's listen in to what Mr. Kiran Rijiju has to say.
ऑल पार्टी फ्लोर लीडर्स के साथ में मीटिंग हुई और कुछ दिनों से पार्लियामेंट में जो गतिरोध बना हुआ है उसको सबने चिंता व्यक्त किया है। हमने भी कहा है कि भारत के संसद में सब लोग चुने हुए जितने भी प्रतिनिधि हैं अपना बात रखने के लिए आते हैं और पार्लियामेंट इतना दिन तक नहीं चलना और जनता का पैसा नुकसान करना ये ठीक नहीं है। सब ने ये बात माना है और विपक्ष के ओर से भी कई डिमांड रखे हैं और जो बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में संविधान पे चर्चा होने का प्रस्ताव था उसको सरकार ने मंजूरी दिया है। हम लोग 13 और 14 फ्राइडे सैटरडे को संविधान पे चर्चा होगी। लोकसभा में पहले हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे। फ्राइडे है 13 तारीख और 14 सैटरडे पड़ता है, तो हम फ्राइडे को भी चर्चा करेंगे और सैटरडे को भी पूरा दिन बहस करेंगे। ये हमने एक तरीके से सबने मान लिया है। उसके बाद 16 और 17 को राज्यसभा में संविधान पर चर्चा होगा। इसके अलावा स्पीकर साहब ने भी कहा है कोई भी मुद्दा अगर उठाना चाहेगा तो उसका नियम होता है, अनुमति प्राप्त करने पर वो आप नोटिस दे सकते हैं, लेकिन पार्लियामेंट को हंगामा करके उसमें बाधित करना, पार्लियामेंट प्रोसीडिंग को रोकना ये ठीक नहीं है। ये ऐसा आज सबने माना है। चलो ये एक अच्छी बात है कि चर्चा कल से शुरू होने का सबने मान लिया है, मंजूरी दिया है। कल पहला बिल हम लोग चर्चा करके पारित करेंगे लोकसभा में भी और राज्यसभा में भी दूसरे जो लिस्टेड बिजनेस है हम उसको पारित करेंगे। मैं फिर से अपील करना चाहता हूँ, जितना भी अपोजिशन पार्टी के सांसद है, जितना भी अपोजिशन पार्टी के लीडर्स है, सबसे अनुरोध है कि जो आज एग्रीमेंट हुए हैं और पार्लियामेंट चलने के लिए तैयार हुए हैं, हम सब मिलकर के पार्लियामेंट को अच्छा से चलाएं। देश सुनना चाहता है, देखना चाहता है कि हमारा सांसद कैसे काम करते हैं। इसलिए कल से सुचारू रूप से पार्लियामेंट चलेगा, ऐसा एग्री हुआ है और ऐसा ही चलेगा, मुझे पूरा उम्मीद है। और सबसे अपील है कि हम जो रिमेनिंग हमारा शीतकालीन सत्र का जो समय हमारे पास है हम अच्छी तरह से उपयोग करें। जो भी चर्चा, जो भी विषय कोई भी पार्टी रखना चाहते हैं उसका नियम है और नियम के तहत उसको इजाज़त भी दिया जाता है। सरकार भी नियम से बांधा हुआ है, नियम से बाहर जा कर के कोई नहीं कर सकता है। तो इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि समाजवादी हो, कांग्रेस पार्टी, टीएमसी सब मुद्दे रखने चाहते हैं, वो अपना जो नोटिस देंगे और स्पीकर साहब उसमें विचार करेंगे या चेयरमैन राज्यसभा में विचार करेंगे। कल से चर्चा शुरू होगी, ये अच्छी बात है, और संविधान पर चर्चा होगा 13-14 लोकसभा में और 16-17 राज्यसभा में।
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju there speaking to the media, speaking about the breakthrough on that impasse in the Parliament. He said that discussion on the Constitution will take place in both the Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha, and he also in fact mentioned that there has been a consensus with the opposition that the Parliament will run smoothly from tomorrow.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents NDTV Indian of the Year, powered by Raymond, co-powered by Gallant. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. how to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Becoming a member of jury of NDTV was a totally different challenge altogether.
When you recognize contribution to society, these stories are inspiration for everyone who views them.
The NDTV Indian of the Year is an extremely important initiative.
Nominees were just extraordinary.
Each one of them is a rock star.
And the achievers in this field who are inspiration for the Indians in this country.
Big breakthrough amid Parliament logjam. Constitution debate to be held in the Parliament. Debate has been fixed for both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Suspense over who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra continues. Sources confirm there will be no Mahayuti meeting today as BJP appoints observers. Meanwhile, amidst Maha potboiler, not in race for any ministerial post, says Shinde's son amid the Deputy CM post. Buzz. BJP protests at India-Bangladesh border. Suvendu Adhikari leads the protest of the BJP. The top court today hearing the anti-pollution plea says there will be no relaxation in anti-pollution measures. Top court says NCR chief secretaries will have to appear on the next date. Farmers gather at Noida-Delhi border for Delhi Chalo March. Massive traffic jam has been reported on Delhi-Noida borders. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahal. We have some big breaking news now coming in. We're learning in a big breakthrough amid the Parliament logjam. The government has decided to conduct a debate on the constitution issue in both houses. We're learning now the debate will be held in Lok Sabha on 13th and 14th of December, while the constitution debate will be held in Rajya Sabha on 16th and 17th of December. As per information now coming in, we're learning that Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla had met the floor leaders after the parliament session was adjourned, and now all floor leaders have agreed to it. This was the main demand put up by the Congress. Well, the Congress has been demanding a debate to be held on the issue of constitution, and now we are learning after this meeting, it has been decided that both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha will hold discussions on the issue of on the debate on constitution. That is on 13th and 14th December. The debate will be held on Lok Sabha, and in Rajya Sabha it will be on 16th and 17th December. Listen in to what Kiran Rijiju said.
जो बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में संविधान पे चर्चा होने का प्रस्ताव था, उसको सरकार ने मंजूरी दिया है. हम लोग 13 और 14 फ्राइडे सैटरडे को संविधान पे चर्चा होगी. लोकसभा में पहले हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे. फ्राइडे है 13 तारीख और 14 सैटरडे पड़ता है, तो हम फ्राइडे को भी चर्चा करेंगे और सैटरडे को भी पूरा दिन बहस करेंगे. ये हमने एक तरीके से सबने मान लिया है. उसके बाद 16 और 17 को राज्यसभा में संविधान पर चर्चा होगा.
गौरव सर, क्या सेंसद चलेगी कल से?
हम तो आज से ही चलाना चाहते थे. हमसे आज से चलाना चाहते हैं. हम बार बार मांग कर रहे हैं कि संविधान के 50वीं जयंती पे चर्चा हो, और जब भी सरकार घोषित करेगी कि वो कब चर्चा लेंगे, तभी से हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हो जाएंगे.
तो 13 और 14 को चर्चा हो सकती है?
अभी हम सरकार के औपचारिक उसके लिए प्रसारण के लिए वेट कर रहे हैं.
जी.
It's been decided to run the house from tomorrow properly, and then the discussion on the Constitution of India will be held on 13th and 14th. Maybe 14th or 13th or 16th.
In Lok Sabha only?
In Lok Sabha. They are going to hold a meeting in there also. Rajya Sabha also they are going to conduct.
Both were agreed for the run the...
On this, yeah. Everybody agreed to that.
लोकसभा स्पीकर की सभी दलों के बड़े नेताओं के साथ, फ्लोर लीडर्स के साथ मीटिंग हुई है, क्या तय किया गया बैठक?
कल से हाउस को काम होगा, पूरा काम होगा। स्पीकर साहब ने रिक्वेस्ट किया, सब पार्टी में एग्री किया और 13 और 14 में वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के लेके डिस्कशन होगा। वो जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन डे था 75 ईयर्स, उनको लेके डिस्कशन होगा।
तो समाजवादी पार्टी संभल का मुद्दा उठाना चाहते थे आप?
काल संभल के मुद्दा में उन लोग को बोलने देंगे 2-3-4 मिनट, हम लोग को भी बांग्लादेश में बोलने देंगे स्पीकर साहब।
तो कल से हाउस चलेगा,
होपफुली।
Well, my colleague Aishwarya is also now joining us on the broadcast. He's been reporting the proceedings of the parliament. And well, Aishwarya, it's a big development that has taken place now. The Congress has been asking for a debate on constitution to be conducted, and the government so far has been saying that it is very much willing to do so. Finally, now dates have been announced as well. The parliament has not been able to function for 6 consecutive days, and this comes as a big breakthrough.
Well, certainly, and to end the logjam that was seen for the straight 6 days, it is the Lok Sabha Speaker who called this all-important meeting of the floor leaders of Lok Sabha. We've been told that from 10 different political parties, the leaders and the deputy leaders attended it, and it has been agreed upon the demand of several opposition MPs who wanted debate around the constitution. Remember, there was a letter that was written by the opposition MPs, both to the Lok Sabha Speaker and to the Rajya Sabha Chairperson, that there should be a constructive debate on the Constitution, and they want to also present their views forward as to what they think around the Constitution. And it was today decided that on 13th and 14th of December in Lok Sabha, this debate will commence. The discussion will go around it, and on 16th and 17th of December in Rajya Sabha, this debate on constitution will take place. So certainly from tomorrow onwards, we can see some work in the Lok Sabha as logjam will end. All the opposition political leaders have also agreed upon it. Remember, the government had been stating from day one that they want a constructive parliament. They want discussions to be done because important legislative bills are to be tabled, which needs to be passed in this session only, which includes important bills like the disaster management bill, the banking amendment bill, the
Absolutely. Aishwarya, I'll just come back to you. We have these visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi arriving at the Parliament House, Balayogi Auditorium in Parliament House, where the screening of the Sabarmati report, the film, is being held. Well, Prime Minister Modi is going to be watching the film along with other leaders of the NDA. Well, top NDA leaders have arrived for the screening of the film. Well, Prime Minister Modi in those visuals, as you can see, he's also arrived at the Balayogi Auditorium in which the screening of the Sabarmati report will be held. Well, the film stars Vikrant Massey and is based on the tragic burning of the Sabarmati Express train near Godhra in Gujarat in 2002 and the events leading up to it. Well, Prime Minister Modi is attending the screening of this recently released film. The film has gained significant attention also, with Prime Minister Modi publicly also praising the film's efforts to reveal the truth. Well, my colleague Aishwarya is still with us on the broadcast here. Aishwarya, well, Prime Minister Modi has publicly praised the film earlier on X also, and latest visuals now coming in of the Prime Minister along with other NDA leaders also arriving at the Parliament House to watch the film.
Well, certainly, and we just saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi entering the Balayogi Auditorium, where the screening of the Sabarmati report will start at around 4:15. Now, all the NDA leaders, including top union ministers, also accompanying Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Interestingly, the star cast is also present inside the Parliament complex. Vikrant Massey has also arrived, who interestingly today only announced his retirement. And today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be watching his movie Sabarmati report, which is based on the incident of the Godhra riots. There had been several union ministers in the past who had endorsed this movie, who had stated that the facts had been present had been rightly presented in this movie. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda, all had earlier watched these movies at different timeline. But today it is a special occasion. It's the Prime Minister Narendra Modi who had been the main character around this particular movie, and Prime Minister member in his social media post on X earlier stated that the producers and the directors had dig deep into the facts, and the right portrayal had been present. A lot of people had been challenging the kind of portrayal that had been showcased. In fact, the truth cannot be denied is something that Home Minister Amit Shah also had stated in the past as well. And now we can see these visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Jagjit Singh, and the NDA allies also, who had been invited to watch this movie with the star cast of the Sabarmati Report, who is also present inside the Parliament complex. We'll be watching this movie, of course. It's a special occasion as it has been stated.
Prime Minister Modi also earlier had, in his tweet, had said, a fake narrative can persist only for a limited period of time. The truth always wins in the end. The truth always comes out. Well, of course, he was referring to the allegations that were made earlier by the Congress party and other opposition leaders when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. But yes, he said that now, these visuals as they come in, he is also going to watch this film. He said with this film, the fake narrative that was created by the Congress and the other opposition parties who've been trying to peddle these lies, this is all going to be demolished. The truth is always going to come out. That's what he had said. But the film also, interestingly, Aishwarya, has been made tax-free in many states. I think it's in UP, MP, Rajasthan also. That's what we are learning in Odisha also. The film has been made tax-free.
Well, all of those states which are BJP governed had been, they had earlier announced that this movie had been tax-free. It was first Uttar Pradesh who decided this, and later it was Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Odisha as well. And certainly it's, all the top cabinet ministers who had earlier watched at different timelines. We have seen, these leaders going to watch this movie. In fact, there was a lot of screenings that were available for general public as well. They were invited to see this movie as a message that certainly the top leadership want to spread of the Bharatiya Janata Party, that the truth should be reflected, and the negative propaganda that was spread throughout the years of this incident, that should stop. And Supreme Court also giving clean chit to then Chief Minister Narendra Modi of Gujarat and Home Minister Amit Shah of Gujarat clearly had stated and had finally concluded that they had no role. And when the clean chit had arrived, this movie came out. As I mentioned, very interestingly, Vikrant Messi, today the actor announced his retirement on social media platform Instagram, and he is here inside the parliament. We'll be watching his own movie with Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. So very interesting to see what will be his reaction after coming out from Balayogi.
Well, yes. Well, the film has garnered praise from a lot of people, from many political figures also. Of course, the Prime Minister and also BJP MPs, Chief Ministers also of BJP-ruled states are saying that this film is going to bring out the truth about Godhra, what happened then, and how fake narratives by the opposition was being peddled then and continues to be done so. Well, of course, as my colleague Aishwarya has been referring to Vikrant Messi, he has announced his retirement today. Well, that has been a shocking decision. That's something that has surprised a lot of people. He is also there in those visuals. We'll just be playing out. Vikrant Messi has already arrived for the screening of the film. Prime Minister Modi, along with other leaders of the NDA, also being seen with him, who are going to be watching the screening of this film. Well, it's very much important, very much significant, given the fact that Prime Minister Modi, his party, have been continuously saying that there is a sort of negative propaganda that is being peddled by the opposition regarding the events that led up to the Godhra riots. Well, all right, we have visuals now coming in of Vikrant Massey also. He is the star of the film, and he's been receiving a lot of praise from the Prime Minister also. Well, remember, Vikrant Massey has just recently announced he's going to be taking a break from movies. However, what has led to this decision, nobody really knows. He said that he is taking a break, and whether it's going to be a permanent departure from the movies or not, that of course remains to be seen. But he had put out a post today saying that he is announcing his retirement. But along with that, those visuals of Prime Minister Modi, as you can see there, Prime Minister Modi attending the screening of the Sabarmati report in the Balayogi auditorium in Parliament today. Well, those are latest visuals coming in. Other NDA leaders, we believe, have also arrived for the screening of the Sabarmati Express. Earlier, in a post on X, Prime Minister Modi, while sharing the trailer of the film, also had said that it's good that the truth is coming out, that too in a way common people can see it. A fake narrative can persist only for a limited period of time. Eventually, the facts will always come out. Well, remember, the film brings attention to the 2002 Godhra incident, and also it has been declared tax-free in several states. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal also now joining us on the broadcast here. Vasudha, it's quite significant. Well, Prime Minister Modi earlier also had tweeted that this was a fake narrative that was created against him, against his party, and that's going to be busted. Common people are also going to see the truth behind what really happened in 2002, and those are latest visuals of Prime Minister Modi arriving at the Parliament House.
Absolutely, Kitty. Today, the Prime Minister will see this movie, Sabarmati Express, along with his cabinet colleagues. In fact, he has invited all the MPs of NDA to also watch the movie along with him. This is all happening in the Parliament, which makes it all the more symbolic. Remember, the 2002 riots that happened in Gujarat, the Hindu-Muslim riots, have been very instrumental. They've played a pivotal role in the Prime Minister's own career. He has often talked about it, and in fact, in Gujarat, he had actually taken a resolve that, he will protect 5 crore Gujaratis, although this riot, the blemish of that was stuck on him for years, especially with the opposition taking it off and on, and and also he was also denied permission to go to Western countries like the United States of America. A lot of setback that Narendra Modi faced as the Chief Minister of Gujarat because of the 2002 riots. But remember that he has always believed, and his supporters and everybody along with him in the BJP believed that he was not someone who's responsible for this. It happened because 59 people were charged to death in the Sabarmati Express in the Godhra station, and that led to the riots that took place across the state. Of course, several Muslims died. So clearly, this movie basically talks about two different narratives that were on in media. One basically that talked about what really happened on ground, and the other that hid allegedly what really happened. So this film in some ways is very close to Narendra Modi's heart and the Prime Minister's heart, and of course he will be watching it today along with the Home Minister and several other cabinet colleagues, and this is also an endorsement of the kind of narrative and truth that he wants the country that has voted for him thrice consecutively to believe about him.
Well, absolutely. Well, the BJP has said that the people of the country have the right to know the truth of the work that has been done to create animosity in the society. Well, a lot of praise coming in from chief ministers of BJP-ruled states, BJP leaders, and Prime Minister Modi himself praising the film in a tweet earlier. Now he's here at the Balayogi auditorium in the Parliament House to watch the screening of the film along with Vikrant Massey, who's the star of the film. All right, thank you so much, Vasudha, for getting us all those details there. We'll go back to Vasudha and get more details as they come in on this big story that we're tracking. Meanwhile, shifting our focus now to Maharashtra, as suspense over the next Maharashtra Chief Minister still continues. In the latest, sources have confirmed to NDTV that there would be no Mahayuti meeting today. Well, also we are learning as per sources that Sena has denied reports that they cancelled the meeting, and they are now waiting for the BJP schedule the meeting. Meanwhile, BJP has already appointed observers for Maharashtra. Vijay Rupani, Nirmala Sitharaman have been appointed as observers for Maharashtra. They will be heading to Mumbai and are going to choose the legislature head, preside over the choosing of the legislator head. That is what we are learning at the moment. Latest that's coming in from Maharashtra. Listen into reactions that we have.
A government will be formed in the next few days. There is just some fine-tuning between all allies. All allies will work together, form a strong government, a stable government, and ensure that Mumbai and Maharashtra go forward. I would say Shinde Sahab, from what I have seen, believes in coalition dharma. He will uphold coalition dharma, and we will work together with all allies. The aim is to deliver justice to the people of Maharashtra, not to do politics for a seat.
Mahayuti meeting once again cancelled. As far as the reasons are concerned, we are being told by Sena officials, Sena leaders, that it is the BJP that's supposed to call for that meeting, but they haven't. So therefore, not entirely certain when this meeting will take place, because this is going to be an important meeting. It has to, it's a discussion between Eknath Shinde as well as Devendra Fadnavis, and of course Ajit Pawar also in the equation, whereby our Chief Minister's name will have to be decided, and several negotiations will have to happen as far as portfolios are concerned. This is of course comes after meeting with Amit Shah. But more importantly, BJP's legislative party meeting will take place any time from now. It could be either tomorrow or day after. Of course, central observers have been appointed. Nirmala Sitharaman and Vijay Rupani have been appointed as central observers, who will be making their way to Mumbai, will be overseeing the legislative party meeting that is set to take place in a day or two. And in most likelihood, Devendra Fadnavis will be appointed as the legislative party head, after which perhaps an announcement of Chief Minister's face will happen. So inordinate delay as far as government formation is concerned. BJP there stating that 5th of December is when the oath-taking ceremony will happen. But who is going to take oath? Is it just the Chief Minister? Who will be the Chief Minister? What about Deputy CMs? What about other key portfolios? No official announcement on that yet. Eknath Shinde, of course, playing hardball. He, of course, was in his hometown. He fell sick. He's back to Mumbai. And now, of course, he continues to maintain that there are no disputes or differences, as far as the entire alliance equation is concerned, and that he will abide by what the BJP decides. But what will Eknath Shinde really get in this bargain? Deputy Chief Ministership post is something that his son Shrikant Shinde says he doesn't want, or he's not accepted, and that he's not even interested in a central ministerial berth. So in that case, will Eknath Shinde get some of the key portfolios, including home or finance? That remains to be seen. So yes, key meeting scheduled to take place in the next few days before the oath-taking ceremony.
All right, so the meeting is not scheduled for today. It's going to be held in the coming few days. We'll get you more on that as developments take place. It's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents NDTV Indian of the Year, powered by Raymond, co-powered by Gallant. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Becoming a member of jury of NDTV was a totally different challenge altogether.
When you recognize contribution to society, these stories are inspiration for everyone who views them.
The NDTV Indian of the Year is an extremely important initiative.
Nominees were just extraordinary.
Each one of them is a rock star.
And the achievers in this field who are inspiration for the Indians in this country have been chosen for this place.
Welcome back after the break. Amid agitations in West Bengal over the arrest of ISKCON monks and the alleged attacks on minorities in Bangladesh, BJP leaders, including West Bengal LOP Suvendu Adhikari, protested near Petropol International Border in West Bengal's North 24, Parganas district today. Bengal BJP General Secretary Agnimitra Paul had earlier said that the interim government in Bangladesh had allowed the attacks on Hindus and it has to face the consequences for it. Millions of Hindus in India will not sit silent, and today these protests were carried out by the BJP. Suvendu Adhikari also today said that the commercial operation was closed for 24 hours because of the blockade, and it will continue starting 6 a.m. today. They should stop damaging temples, otherwise there is going to be a massive agitation.
Our program and movement are continuing. It's not a movement. It's a fight for existence of the Hindus in Bangladesh. It's a radical government, extremist government, anti-Hindu government. For that reason, they are trying to destroy the temples and illegal detention of the Hindu monk and saints.
Well, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also expressed her concern about the situation in Bangladesh. She has appealed for peace in Bengal and has said that West Bengal government will support the decision taken by the Modi government regarding the situation in Bangladesh. Well, Mamata Banerjee has also called for the intervention of PM Modi in the Bangladesh crisis. She has emphasized the need for peace and stability in the region and has suggested that the UN should intervene to resolve the crisis.
Well, this is largely about the situation in Bangladesh and the continuing attacks on the minority community, which is mainly the Hindi community in Bangladesh. Now, speaking on the floor of the Legislative Assembly in West Bengal, here in Kolkata, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee made some very important points. And amongst those points is, of course, she said that, the Prime Minister must intervene in this, and if there is protocol, the External Affairs Minister can do so. Obviously, referring to the situation in Bangladesh and the continuing attacks on minorities, including the targeting of ISKCON. Now, obviously, she also said that she's spoken to the ISKCON head here twice. But apart from that, the most important takeaway from that comment on the floor of the Assembly, because she said this is an external affairs matter. This is something that the state government can't do anything or they can't say anything. But she said that she wants the Prime Minister to take up this matter with the UN so that a UN peacekeeping force can be sent to Bangladesh, because right now what we are seeing in Bangladesh is lawlessness and continuing attacks on minorities, especially the Hindu community. She also said that we have people there, we have families there, we have loved ones there, we have properties there, and if it's if there's a question of security, we can bring them back, and if needed, we will share one roti. Obviously, making a point there, saying that if there is a need to bring people, we can do that. If there is this kind of continuing targeted attacks on the minority community in Bangladesh, the Hindu community in Bangladesh, and this she was specifically referring to Indians when she was talking about these attacks. Remember, yesterday we had reported about how one Indian gentleman was attacked, or how 63 ISKCON priests from Bangladesh were not allowed to come here. So all of this is happening in the context of Bangladesh, and this is a very, very important comment, because this has been made in the floor of the Legislative Assembly. The Chief Minister of West Bengal demanding the intervention of the Prime Minister, seeking a UN peacekeeping force in Bangladesh to stop what's going on. What's going on is lawlessness and targeted attacks on minorities, the Hindu community in Bangladesh. So it's a very, very important development that's taken place in the West Bengal Assembly, with Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee demanding UN peacekeeping forces in Bangladesh.
When it comes to the safety of minority community in Bangladesh, there are two challenges. One, that when this law and order situation started worsening there back in August and July, when the student protest was building up, even back then Mamata Banerjee had given a statement saying that we can give shelter to those who are knocking the doors of India's border. And back then MEA had criticized her, saying that the Bangladeshi government was not very happy with these comments, and it can also spoil our relationship with Bangladesh. And Bangladesh had also registered a diplomatic protest, sending a diplomatic note to Indian External Affairs Ministry regarding that comments. But now when she's asking to sort of help those minorities in Bangladesh, Indian government has made it very clear that the safety of minorities back in Bangladesh is the sole responsibility of the government there, the government led by the advisor Mr. Muhammad Yunus. Beyond that, it has been repeatedly asked the External Affairs Ministry that whether there is any contingency plan if the situation worsens further, because in the last 72 hours we have seen the arrest of ISKCON monk there. Other priests have also been arrested. There has been protests going on by the minority community, and yet the attacks continue on the places of worship as well as on the community members in Bangladesh. But the Indian government sticks with its statement that beyond a point, beyond diplomatic consultation with the Bangladeshi government, the Indian High Commissioner in Dhaka has been in touch with the government there, with the Bangladesh government, but there is no such provision as of now to get those people from there or to sort of intervene in a way that you can bring those people back here in India. And that is exactly what the kind of intervention perhaps Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister, is expecting from the Indian government.
Well, we have some big update now coming in. Farmers had gathered at the Delhi-Noida border as part of the Delhi Chalo March today, demanding enhanced compensation and loan waivers. We are now learning that the farmers have agreed to move to Dalit Prerna Sthal. Now, the traffic has eased, traffic movement has resumed as the police has now removed barricades near Dalit Prerna Sthal in Noida. Farmers under different farmer organizations have been protesting over their demands and they were not allowed to enter Delhi. We are now learning the protest has been shifted to the Prerna Sthal now, and this after the authorities have been able to convince the farmers to end their protest or to move to a different location. Well, we are learning now the farmers' protest is still going on, but the roads are now clear, and they have been now shifted to the Dalit Prerna Sthal. This after discussions with the authorities, leaders of farmer organizations decided to vacate the roads and move to a different location.
महामाया फ्लाईओवर पर रोक रखे हैं, किसान आगे जाना चाहते हैं क्योंकि समाधान जब दिल्ली से ही होगा भाई सभी को दिल्ली चले। 64% मुआवजा मिला, उसका 64% दिया जाए पूरे मुआवजे का। पुलिस का रोकने का काम है, पुलिस अपना रोकने का काम करेगी, किसान चलने का काम करेंगे। राजधानी दिल्ली है, सारे कानून दिल्ली में बने और कहाँ पे करें, सांकरा में करें।
Right now we're outside the Rashtriya Dalit Prerna Sthal where the farmers' protest is still ongoing. Several of the farmer leaders have gathered here. Let's just go straight to them. Sir, क्या नाम है आपका?
सुधीर चौहान।
सर, हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि आप लोग के बहुत सारे ऐसे लीडर्स हैं जिन्होंने आप लोगों को कहा है कि प्रेरणा स्थल के अंदर बैठने के लिए जब तक अथॉरिटी से बातचीत चल रही है, लेकिन फिर भी आप लोग बाहर खड़े हैं, ऐसा क्यों है?
अभी प्रॉपर तरीके से बात नहीं हुई है, बात हो रही है, जैसे आदेश होगा तो अंदर बैठ जाएंगे। अभी तो क्लियर हुआ नहीं है अभी तक। हाँ,
आपका नाम क्या है सर?
मेरा नाम कंवरपाल प्रधान, प्रदेश अध्यक्ष भारतीय किसान परिषद।
सर, आपके जितने भी लीडर्स हैं सब लोग अभी अथॉरिटी के साथ बातचीत में लगे हुए हैं और हम देख रहे हैं कि अभी पुलिस की तरफ से कहा गया है कि आप लोग इस रास्ते को खाली कर दें, लेकिन फिर भी यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है।
अभी उनकी मीटिंग चल रही है, जैसे ही हमारे बड़े लोगों का, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्षों का आदेश हो जाएगा हम तुरंत रोड छोड़ देंगे।
आपका नाम क्या है सर?
राहुल चौहान नाम है मेरा।
सर, लगातार प्रोटेस्ट चल रही है, हम देख रहे हैं पुलिस जो है वो सबसे रिक्वेस्ट कर रही है कि इस सड़क को खाली कर दी जाए ताकि जो यहाँ पर ट्रैफिक व्यवस्था है वो सही तरीके से चल पाए।
हम लोगों की पीड़ा है मैम, इसलिए हम सड़क पे बैठे हैं। हमारी पीड़ा का कुछ समाधान हो जाएगा, हम लोग सड़क छोड़ देंगे। ये आज के लिए बैठे हैं, हमारी पीड़ा का समाधान होना चाहिए, तभी हम यहाँ से हटेंगे जब हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी हमें ऑर्डर करेंगे।
The leaders of their organization have been in talks with the Noida authority and have, in fact, while the talks are going on, the Noida police has urged the farmers to clear the road and also to, make way for the traffic. We'll show you some visuals from around this whole protest. You can clearly see what kind of a traffic situation can be seen on this road. This is the road that connects to Noida sector 18 to Film City and also to Chilla border. But what currently we are seeing is that the farmers have been protesting here since several hours now. Because of this, the traffic pressure on other roads have been affected. Also, what we are seeing is that the farmers, several of the farmers are right now sitting inside the Rashtriya Dalit Prerna Sthal. They have said that, and they have in fact announced that if their demands are not fulfilled, they will continue to march towards Delhi. Right now also what we are seeing is that the police is urging for all of these farmers to clear this road so that they can make way for this traffic. With camera person Rohit, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV.
All right, in some more news now, the Supreme Court refused to relax the GRAP 4 measures aimed at reducing pollution in Delhi NCR. The court emphasized that there will be no relaxation in anti-pollution measures and has scheduled the next hearing for Thursday. Well, the Supreme Court has also directed the chief secretaries of NCR states to appear on the next date, highlighting the need for better coordination among stakeholders to address the pollution crisis. Well, the court's decision comes amidst concerns over the lack of coordination among stakeholders, including government agencies, NGOs and private organizations, that has hindered effective pollution control measures in the region. The bench has said that it intends to find a long-term solution to the crisis. Well, my colleague Sunil Prabhu gets more on that.
When the CAQM was trying to make a case for, bringing down the measures from GRAP 4, the emergency provisions to either GRAP 3 or GRAP 2, but the Supreme Court says unless we see a downward trend, and the CAQM kept saying that we'll have to depend on meteorological conditions. This will carry on till January or so. So it's in that context that the Supreme Court, first of all, was hearing the court commissioners, where they had, appalling stories, shocking stories, to say the least. The fact that, MCD toll people have actually formed a WhatsApp group to actually, point out where court commissioners are going. The SHO and the other police officials have been, in fact, one of them have been asked, it is summoned to the Supreme Court for the next hearing to give a reply about the behavior and the way they are performing in terms of, going ahead with their duty. Each one is passing the buck, and that's why the Supreme Court came tough on them, saying that now the CAQM should really monitor this entire situation. They have even said that the Delhi police will have to give armed guards for the court commissioners to discharge their duties, those who want to do so. And it's in this context that the Supreme Court, really putting up its hands in terms of these emergency provisions, saying we are only doing interim orders, getting upset with the council. And saying that, you can't be just, we can't continue like this. We can't take matters to our completely. The whole administration can't be run by us. Otherwise, we will be only doing this. And we'll have to ask the Chief Justice of India only to allow us to, pass directions on a day-to-day basis. That's not possible.
All right, important observations that have been made in the court today regarding the matter. The matter is next going to be heard on Thursday. We'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court also today reiterated that bail is the norm and jail is the exception. The top court emphasized that the merits of a case should not be discussed at the bail stage and that the focus needs to be on whether the accused is likely to flee or tamper with evidence. Remember, earlier also the Apex Court had made similar observations while granting relief to Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren's aide Prem Prakash in an illegal mining related case registered by the ED. And today, once again, the Supreme Court has cleared, saying that the bail is the norm in cases and jail should be the exception for all. We have more news now that we're tracking at this point in time coming in from the Supreme Court again. The Supreme Court expressed surprise at the fact that Senthil Balaji was appointed as minister in Tamil Nadu soon after he was granted bail in the money laundering case related to Cash for Jobs scam. Well, the court also said that this must stop. Anybody will be bound to think that witnesses will now be under pressure because of your position as a senior cabinet minister. The court said, what is this going on? Those were the remarks made by the judges today while hearing the matter. My colleague Sam is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Sam, important observation, important remarks that were made by the court today. Any reaction so far that has come in from the DMK? What happens next?
So far, the DMK has been refraining from responding to this, saying it's a legal matter and Senthil Balaji's lawyer would respond at the appropriate time at the court, Kitty. But giving a little backdrop, this case pertains to Senthil Balaji's term as Minister of Transport under the earlier AIADMK regime when late Ms. Jayalalitha was the Chief Minister between 2011 and 2016. The allegation is that he had received large sums of money promising government jobs, and someone who had lost money without being offered a job had moved the court, and it was in that context. Later, the Enforcement Directorate too had filed alleged money laundering by Senthil Balaji with proceeds from that scam, and he was behind bars for more than a year, large time without a minister without portfolio, and then he was forced to resign after multiple times the Madras High Court had refused to grant him bail. Now, after the Supreme Court recently granted him bail, in 3 days' time, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had reinstated him, and it's in this context the petitioner says the witnesses could be under pressure as the investigation is still underway. Earlier, the team, Senthil Balaji, his legal team had said that stage has crossed. All the documents in terms of the money trail, whatever the ED and the other investigators had wanted, everything has been processed, and now there is no question of tampering of evidence or influencing witnesses. It's in this context the Supreme Court has now asked his team to respond. We'll have to wait and watch. But this had raised a larger moral question. Although he has not been convicted in this case, can the Chief Minister retain him in the cabinet, particularly when the investigation is still underway? That's a larger question. But they argue that unless one is found guilty by a court, there are many instances, even in the Union Cabinet, they say there are many people who are facing cases, but they continue to be ministers irrespective of that.
Absolutely.
Till a court convicts, no one should be presumed guilty, they argue.
Absolutely. It's quite serious with the top court raising questions over this. Well, we'll be waiting for a comment from the DMK on that, whether Chief Minister Stalin is also going to respond to that or not, is going to make a, any statement on this very issue with the top court now involved here. Well, the top court is questioning the reappointment of Senthil Balaji as Tamil Nadu minister right after he was granted bail by the court in this case, asking as to what is going on in Tamil Nadu, referring to the matter here. All right, thank you so much, Sam, for getting us all those details there. It's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents NDTV Indian of the Year, powered by Raymond, co-powered by Gallant. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV.
Welcome back after the break. Tirupati MP Madila Gurumurthy has written to Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs Kiran Rijiju proposing the idea of conducting 2 parliament sessions every year in South India. Well, the MP wrote in his letter, and I quote, "This proposal is rooted in the broader goal of strengthening national integration while addressing the practical challenges faced by lawmakers during the extreme weather conditions in Delhi, particularly in winter and summer." Well, that's the letter that he had written to the Union Minister Kiran Rijiju. We've also spoken to Madila Gurumurthy, listened in to what he has to say, and also the Congress and BJP reactions to it.
Well, joining with me is Madila Gurumurthy, YSRCP MP. Sir, you wrote a letter to Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju and asked about having 2 parliament sessions in South India as well. What's your demand and why is that demand so?
It is a very long pending issue. Since 1958, it's a run. But we know these weather conditions in Delhi. So, winter season and summer season, better climatic conditions in South Indian part. So, why don't we conduct parliament sessions in those days? Why don't we give priority to South Indian southern states also? That's why I wrote the letter.
Letter has also ignited a debate around having 2 capitals of this country. Of course, in the history, we have seen Shimla being a winter capital. But how do you respond to such a debate of having North and South divide?
If the government of India announced that, it will give more happy for us. Even Mughals, Britishers, everybody maintain 2 capitals.
But then this will have a lot of infrastructure facility, a lot of burden on the government as far as the funds are concerned.
Not that much, na. If this building they constructed within 900 crores, na, that will not that much such financial crunch. Little amount will be enough for that.
Probably in Andhra Pradesh, if the committee accepts.
The committee accepts whichever state in southern part, we are happy.
Lastly, sir, what is the process going behind this? You have written a letter to Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister.
Yes, I wrote letter to Parliamentary Affairs Minister and Prime Minister also.
Well, joining with me is Congress MP Karthi Chidambaram. Sir, there has been a letter that has been written by one of the MPs from Tirupati, YSRCP MP. He has written a letter to Prime Minister and Kiran Rijiju as well. He has stated that there should be 2 sessions at least of Parliament in southern part of this country.
I agree with that. I think Mr. Gurumurthy has raised a very valid point. I endorse it. I've endorsed it in my social media page as well. I think that we must take the business of government of India to other parts of India. It can't be so Delhi-centric. Many states have 2 assemblies. That way, I think at least 1 session, if not 2, should be held in another state. We don't need to build a new parliament. I think one of the largest state assemblies itself can be refashioned or could be accommodated to have a parliamentary session. It will also take the activity of the government of India, the buzz of the government of India, to another part of the country, and it will bring the government closer to the people. I really think 1 session should be held in another state in a revolving manner.
This has also ignited a debate around 2 capital theory of this country.
I don't know whether we need to have another capital city, but we can definitely decentralize India. India is just not New Delhi. I think larger departments of the government of India can be situated elsewhere. I've been propagating this in Tamil Nadu as well. I said, why should everything happen in the city of Chennai? I think Trichy is a much more logical place. Many government departments can be headquartered in Trichy. That way, I also believe that every ministry need not be in Delhi. Some ministries can be in other parts of the country. So so there is greater access, and there is also brings closer to the people of India. All ministries need not be situated only in the capital city.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Karthi Chidambaram, Congress MP, speaking to NDTV. Joining with me is BJP MP from Mysore, Mr. Yudhvir. Sir, Tirupati MP from YSRCP had written a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He had stated that there should be 2 sessions annually of the Parliament that should be in the southern part of the country. He had stated that because of the extreme weather conditions in summers and winters, there should be a logical solution to have 2 sessions, and he also stated that this will help to integrate India and for better efficiency. There should be 2 sessions as well. How do you see such demands of a YSRCP MP?
Well, obviously, in the interest of a democratic setup, we welcome all suggestions. But I think in this particular one, the exercise will be very tedious. Moving a capital all the way down to the south and then moving the entire machinery that is there, that is the parliament machinery, the infrastructure, etc., will be a very cumbersome exercise. And given all of these factors, I think we should definitely not entertain such proposals. And while integration and building towards one country and jointly towards Bharatiya aspirations is a very noble ideal, I think that can be done within the existing framework itself. I think such proposals, while we encourage continued debates and talks on it, I think they have to be rejected.
All right, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Keep watching NDTV.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents NDTV Indian of the Year, powered by Raymond, co-powered by Gallant. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news. not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.
Big breakthrough amid the logjam in the Parliament. Constitution debate set to take place in the Parliament. The debate dates have been fixed for both Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Prime Minister watches the movie Sabarmati Report. Remember, Sabarmati Report is based on the Godhra train tragedy. The suspense over who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra continues. Sources confirm that there is going to be no meeting of the Mahayuti alliance today as BJP appoints observers. Meanwhile, amidst Maharashtra boiler, not in race for any ministerial post, says Shinde's son amid the deputy CM pulse. BJP protests at the India-Bangladesh border. Shubhendu Adhikari leads BJP MLA protest. Supreme Court says there will be no relaxation in the GRAP 4 measures. Top Court says that the NCR Chief Secretary is to appear on the next date of hearing. Farmers assemble at the Noida-Delhi border for Dilli Chalo March. Massive traffic jam as Delhi-Noida borders get choked. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. In a big breakthrough amid the entire logjam in the Parliament, the government has now decided to conduct debates on the Constitution in both the houses. That debate will take place in Lok Sabha on the 13th and the 14th of December, while the Constitution debate will take place in Rajya Sabha on the 16th and the 17th of December. Remember, the Lok Sabha Speaker, Om Birla, he in fact met the floor leaders and all the leaders there agreed upon conducting smooth conduction of the houses, both the houses inside the Parliament. Let's listen in to some of the reactions that have come in.
जो बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में संविधान पे चर्चा होने का प्रस्ताव था उसको सरकार ने मंजूरी दिया है। हम लोग 13 और 14 फ्राइडे सैटरडे को संविधान पे चर्चा होगी। लोकसभा में पहले हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे। फ्राइडे है 13 तारीख और 14 सैटरडे पड़ता है, तो हम फ्राइडे को भी चर्चा करेंगे और सैटरडे को भी पूरा दिन बहस करेंगे। ये हमने एक तरीके से सबने मान लिया है। उसके बाद 16 और 17 को राज्यसभा में संविधान पर चर्चा होगा।
It has been decided to run the house from tomorrow properly, and then the discussion on the Constitution of India will be held on 13th and 14th. maybe 14 or 13 on 16.
In Lok Sabha only.
In Lok Sabha, they are going to hold the meeting in there also. Rajya Sabha also they are going to conduct.
Both were agree for the run the.
On this, everybody agreed to that.
लोकसभा स्पीकर की सभी दलों के बड़े नेताओं के साथ, फ्लोर लीडर्स के साथ मीटिंग हुई है, क्या तय किया गया बैठक?
कल से हाउस को काम होगा, पूरा काम होगा। स्पीकर साहब ने रिक्वेस्ट किया, सब पार्टी में एग्री किया और 13 और 14 में वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के लेके डिस्कशन होगा। वो जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन डे था 75 ईयर्स उनको लेके डिस्कशन होगा।
तो समाजवादी पार्टी संभल का मुद्दा उठाना चाहते थे आप?
काल संभल के मुद्दा में उन लोग को बोलने देंगे 2-3-4 मिनट, हम लोग को भी बांग्लादेश में बोलने देंगे स्पीकर साहब।
तो कल से हाउस चलेगा
होपफुली।
संविधान के साथ जिस तरीके से खिलवाड़ किया जा रहा है बीजेपी की सरकार की ओर से, चाहे आरक्षण के सवाल पे हो रहा है, चाहे धर्मनिरपेक्षता के सवाल पर हो रहा है, चाहे तमाम तरीके का जो संविधान को तोड़ने मरोड़ने का षड्यंत्र चल रहा है, बेहतर हो कि संविधान पे चर्चा हो, सारी बातें खुलकर लोगों के बीच आएं।
And my colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, there is finally some breakthrough as far as that logjam in the parliament is concerned. Can we expect a smooth running of the parliament from tomorrow?
Well, definitely, and this came only after at least 10 political leaders from different political parties, some were the chief whip, some were deputy whip of their respective political parties who attended this meeting at Om Birla's chambers. It was a floor-leading meeting that was called by Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla amid the ruckus, amid the disruptions that we have seen for the straight 6 days of the winter session of Parliament. And it was agreed upon by most of the leaders that there would be a discussion that was demanded by several opposition MPs regarding the Constitution of India. It was agreed by the Lok Sabha as well. Remember, in the Business Advisory Committee meeting that was held a few days back for the Rajya Sabha, it was agreed there as well that Constitution debate can be done, but dates were not out. And in this meeting, it was decided unanimously by all that on 13th and 14th of December in Lok Sabha, the Constitution debate will take place, and on 16th or 17th of December, it will be in Rajya Sabha where the Constitution debate will take place. The government was in a view that they want a house to function, and therefore the reason perhaps to end this logjam, it is very important for these floor leaders to come on the same page. It is also agreed by the Lok Sabha Speaker that for Samajwadi Party, the Sambal issue could be raised in a 0 hour. They can raise this issue. They will be given at least 3 or 4 minutes of time period to speak. For Trinamool Congress, they raised the issue of Bangladesh as they were also given time for at least 3 or 4 minutes during the 0 hour, as they can raise that matter as well. But certainly, most of the leaders have stated that from tomorrow the House will function. The opposition was divided on this issue, but now they all have come to a same page after the meeting that was called by Lok Sabha Speaker amid the entire logjam situation.
Right. Speaking specifically about the opposition and Congress and its allies, how do the opposition parties, Aishwarya, plan to participate in this debate? And is there or are there any potential areas of disagreement or conflicts?
Well, most of the opposition MPs have stated that they also want to share their views and ideas about Constitution. The government, remember, had celebrated the adoption of Constitution Day on November 26th, to which the opposition MPs want the leader of opposition from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha to participate as the speaker for that event as well, where President Draupadi Murmu gave a 15 minutes of address. But because of the time constraint during that particular event, in fact, Prime Minister also was not given a chance to speak. And therefore, the reason perhaps it was a demand of opposition MPs to put forward their views, and a constructive debate should take place inside the parliament. Now, each and every political party will be given an appropriate time for 2 days. Their leaders will select who will be the speakers for it, and the time will be given, allotted time will be given to them, both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, and they will be given permission to speak. Now, of course, it's a long debate that we have seen between the Congress party and the Bharatiya Janata party. The Congress had been saying that they follow the constitution, while they also oppose the Bharatiya Janata party by saying that they just do a photo opportunity as far as constitution is concerned, and they literally not follow the ideas of Baba Sahab Ambedkar. It's a debate that still goes on. BJP has stated that it is their party who had started celebrating the constitution only after 2015. Prime Minister of our country had started their celebration inside the parliament. Till back before 2015, Congress never celebrated the kind of constitution that the Bharatiya Janata party started. So yes, there would be conflicts, there would be a debate that will go around, but we all expect a healthy debate and a constructive parliament to start from tomorrow.
Right. Aishwarya, stay with us. Because another big story that we are tracking at this moment, the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, he has arrived to watch the movie The Sabarmati Report, which is based on the Godhra train tragedy. The film's storyline revolves around the burning of a coach in the Sabarmati Express near the Godhra station and the subsequent Godhra riots. Now, top BJP leaders, they are also in attendance showing their support for the film. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, had earlier backed the film, stating that fake narrative can persist only for a limited time and that it's good that the truth is now coming out. And Aishwarya is still there with us. Aishwarya, just break it down for us. How crucial, how important and significant is this entire screening of the movie?
Well, after a very long time, we are witnessing the entire cabinet and the top NDA leaders watching the movie together, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi also in attendance. And we have seen how the star cast of the Sabarmati Report also is attending this screening at a Balayogi auditorium inside the Parliament complex, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi also attending this screening. Remember, this film starring Vikrant Messi is based on the tragic burning of the S6 coach of the Sabarmati Express, and it has been endorsed in the past by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on social media platform. He has praised the film supports to reveal the truth as well. Remember, in a response, Prime Minister Narendra Modi tweeted earlier and stated that it is good that the truth is finally coming out, and that too, way common people can see it. There was a fake narrative that was spread for a very long time, but the facts will always come out, is something that Prime Minister stated. Remember, several BJP states had already made this movie tax-free, including Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Odisha, Haryana, Gujarat, and Rajasthan. And the film had also garnered praise from numerous political figures, including the BJP MP, who are the part of who are from the Bollywood fraternity as well. And certainly, it's very important. It's been almost 1 hour that Prime Minister inside the Balayogi auditorium, where we are also reporting from, and the entire cabinet is watching this movie. It would be very interesting to see how Vikrant Messi reacts to it, because today, interestingly, he had announced his retirement from his innings as an actor, and it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi today who's watching this screening of his movie, and certainly Vikrant Messi is also present over here at Balayogi Auditorium, where the screening is underway. How the entire cabinet reacts to it and how Vikrant Messi reacts to the movie is something that would be very interesting to see.
Right. Aishwarya Jan, thank you very much for getting us all the latest from the Parliament on those stories. Now, as the suspense over next Maharashtra Chief Minister still continues, in the latest, sources have confirmed that there would be no Mahayuti meeting today. Sena has denied reports that they cancelled the meeting and are waiting for BJP to schedule that meeting. Meanwhile, BJP has appointed observers for Maharashtra. Vijay Rupani and Nirmala Sitharaman, they have been appointed as observers there.
The government will be formed in the next few days. There is just some fine-tuning between all allies. All allies will work together form a strong government, a stable government, and ensure that Mumbai and Maharashtra go forward. I would say Shinde Sahab, from what I've seen, believes in coalition dharma. He will uphold coalition dharma, and we will work together with all allies. The aim is to deliver justice to the people of Maharashtra, not to do politics for a seat.
All right, my colleague Sujata joins us to get us more on what is happening in Maharashtra, the latest developments there. Sujata, firstly, what are the key factors contributing to the entire delay in announcing the next Maharashtra Chief Minister, and how are these issues being addressed? And also, from what we understand, Ajit Pawar is reportedly flying to Delhi to meet the Home Minister. Just break it down for us.
Well, certainly, and to start with, if we look at the timeline of, who's going to be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra, it starts with not a conspiracy though, but the question still persists. And today, if we see Ajit Pawar is reportedly flying to Delhi to meet the Prime Minister as well as Amit Shah there. And also, if we see that today Eknath Shinde, though he's at his residence in Thane, and yet he reportedly still feels unwell with a throat infection, which is why he's unable to attend the Mahayuti meeting that was supposed to be happen today. So at one point, we see that it is the Mahayuti who is completely showing its unity together, but yet somewhere who's going to be the next CM remains a bigger question here. Though the BJP has already announced the dates of the swearing-in ceremony, which is supposed to be happening on the 5th of December at Azad Maidan, and yet we see that today the central observers have been appointed, and what we learn next is that on the 4th of December, there's going to be a meeting of the elected MLAs of the BJP at their office, which is in Vidhan Bhavan, where it is likely that Devendra Fadnavis will be elected as the group leader of the BJP, after which on the 5th at around 5 p.m. the swearing-in ceremony will take place. So this is going to be the series of events, but if we talk about the key factors, of course it is the Ladki Bahin Yojana, which started with stating that it was the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, then because of whom they were able to win so many seats, and now secondly it is now the allocation of seats that are still remaining a bigger question here. So of course many factors contributing to when exactly will this entire process resolve. At present it is the meeting of the elected MLAs of the BJP, which is to be happening on the 4th, after which it is likely that before that there will be a meeting of the leaders of the Mahayuti, in which it will be decided, and thereafter the final name of who is going to be the next Chief Minister will also be announced. So of course a few days remaining for the swearing-in ceremony. However, still the name of the Chief Minister has not been announced. What sources reportedly says that Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde could reportedly be the two Deputy Chief Ministers of Maharashtra, whereas the portfolios allocation is still a big foray of discussion which remains with the Mahayuti, and who gets what is what will be discussed in a meeting that will be held of the Mahayuti leaders soon.
Sujata, as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned, has there been any reaction from the Shiv Sena and other Mahayuti allies reacting to the BJP's decision to appoint observers, and what are their expectations from this development?
Well, so Vijay Rupani and Nirmala Sitharaman were elected as the central observers for the BJP. Now, we know that ever since the election results were declared, it was the Shiv Sena leaders who were clear-cut of their opinion that Eknath Shinde should be made the next Chief Minister. However, after Eknath Shinde coming out and speaking, and not that too, not in a meeting though, but in a press conference that he addressed, he clearly stated that he no more wishes to take the decision of becoming the Chief Minister, and there's no sort of, a non-cooperation between the entire UT, and at present it will be the Prime Minister as well as Amit Shah who will be taking the decision of who becomes the next Chief Minister. Now that the central observers have been appointed, they have been appointed to make sure that the group leader of the BJP is elected at the earliest, so that the remaining process for the formation of the government could be completed too. Now, as far as Shiv Sena is concerned, we know that the leaders there are clearly not coming out and though giving statements about who should be the next Chief Minister, or either it is the BJP who is going to get the Chief Minister post, but yet we see that Eknath Shinde too had informed his leaders to ensure that no such statements that show any sort of discontent amongst the party workers or the leaders of the Shiv Sena should be put out in the media, and though not give a sense of non-unity amongst the alliance. So at this point it is the leaders, that is Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar, who have restricted their leaders from giving any such of statement showing unhappiness, and also at the same time we see that the BJP leaders clearly clearly, showing that it was them who expected in the start that because BJP won 132 seats, they were clear that it could be the BJP who would get the chief ministerial post. So at this point, preparations are underway. Chandrasekhar Bawankule had come out and he has announced that the swearing-in ceremony will take place. Now, 2 central observers have been appointed. Now, what remains is an entire meeting of the elected 132 MLAs, after which there will be a meeting of the Mahayuti leaders, and accordingly, the chief minister face will be announced thereafter.
All right, Sujata Dwivedi, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. Now, after the farmers assembled to protest on the Delhi-Noida border, that logjam has been resolved. The traffic has resumed on the Noida border, Noida-Delhi border. The farmers, at the moment, they have left the protest site. In fact, the farmers have left the site after the Delhi Chalo march. Traffic has resumed at the Delhi-Noida border. The police says that normalcy has been restored at the border. The farmers, in the meanwhile, have assured that their demands will be met, and barricades that were earlier put up, they have been taken down after the logjam at Noida border.
After hours of protesting at the Mahamaya flyover, the Noida authority has finally made a breakthrough with the leaders of the farmer organizations. The authority has taken 7 days and have said to the farmers that after 7 days they will come up with a solution. The farmers have given them an ultimatum of 7 days and have said that if the authority does not come up with a solid solution, they will once again resume this march, and they will march towards Delhi. Right now we are showing you the visuals from outside the Rashtriya Dalit Prerna Sthal. The traffic movement has been resumed at this particular road, which was shut down because of the ongoing protest. There's a heavy security deployment here. Police officials from the Uttar Pradesh has been deployed here inside of this Rashtriya Dalit Prerna Sthal. The farmers have taken their whole protest and have now been sitting inside here and protesting, and they have said that they have given in fact an ultimatum of 7 days to the authority to come up with a solution. Otherwise they will once again resume their march and will in fact take this whole protest to the parliament. With camera person Rohit Vishwakarma, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV. We are being joined by भारतीय किसान परिषद लीडर मिस्टर सुखबीर खलीफा. सर, हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि लगातार आप लोग की अथॉरिटी के साथ बातचीत चल रही है. उसके बाद आप लोगों ने तय किया है कि आप लोग को राष्ट्रीय प्रेरणा स्थल के अंदर बैठ के धरना प्रदर्शन करोगे. क्या कुछ अपडेट है
अभी यही तय हुआ है कि 7 दिन के अंदर सचिव स्तर की वार्ता करा के ये समाधान कराएंगे. हमारा बात को आगे बढ़ाएंगे. तो कमेटी ने यही निर्णय करा है कि अभी दिल्ली कूच ना करके, ना पीछे हट के हम यहीं डटेंगे, यहीं रुकेंगे, यहीं धरना प्रदर्शन करेंगे. अगर ये पॉजिटिव नहीं होते हैं, बहकाने काम करेंगे, तो रोड हमसे दूर नहीं है, हम रोड से दूर नहीं है, दिल्ली हमसे दूर नहीं है और हम दिल्ली से दूर नहीं है.
यानी कि आप लोगों ने 7 दिन का अल्टीमेटम दिया अथॉरिटी को.
बिल्कुल यही रहेंगे, यही डटेंगे, धरना प्रदर्शन यही करेंगे, दिन रात का करेंगे. जब तक हमें हमारा 10% प्लॉट नहीं मिलेगा, आबादी का निस्तारण नहीं होगा, जब तक हमें नए कानून के हिसाब से हमें सारे बेनिफिट नहीं मिलेंगे, हम पीछे नहीं हटेंगे, यहीं डटेंगे.
इसके अलावा आपके जितने भी यहाँ पर किसान संगठन से जुड़े लोग हैं, वो अलग अलग जगहों पर हमने देखा था सड़क पर प्रोटेस्ट करे थे. क्या वो सब लोग अंदर चले आएंगे यहाँ पे?
अब सभी आ गए हैं, कोई बाहर नहीं रहेगा. लोगों को थोड़ा सा लगता है कि भाई हमें दिल्ली जाना चाहिए था, परंतु जो हमारे नेता हैं, जो शीर्ष क्रम है, उसकी बात जैसी चर्चा होगी, जैसी व्यवस्था बनाएंगे, उस तरह हमको काम करना होता है. तो इसलिए हम बैठे हैं और बैठ के हम लोगों को बता रहे हैं कि हमारी क्या बातचीत है, हमारा मकसद क्या है, हम क्या चाहते हैं, कैसे कैसे करना चाहते हैं. लोगों को परेशान भी नहीं करना है, अपना काम भी कराना है.
The Supreme Court has refused to relax the GRAP 4 measures aimed at reducing pollution in Delhi and the National Capital Region. The court emphasized that there will be no relaxation in anti-pollution measures and has scheduled the next hearing for Thursday. The Supreme Court also directed the chief secretaries of the National Capital Region to appear on the next date, highlighting the need for better coordination amongst stakeholders in order to address the pollution crisis. The court's decision, it comes amidst concerns over the lack of coordination among stakeholders, including government agencies, NGOs and private organizations, which has hindered effective pollution control measures in the region. The bench, it said that it intends to find a long-term solution to this crisis. The court has also taken strong note of the complete failure in stopping entry of trucks to Delhi in accordance with the restrictions in place under GRAP 4.
When the CAQM was trying to make a case for, bringing down the measures from GRAP 4, the emergency provisions to either GRAP 3 or GRAP 2, but the Supreme Court says unless we see a downward trend, and the CAQM kept saying that we'll have to depend on meteorological conditions. This will carry on till January or so. So it's in that context that the Supreme Court, first of all, was hearing the court commissioners, where they had, appalling stories, shocking stories, to say the least. The fact that, MCD toll people have actually formed a WhatsApp group to actually, point out where court commissioners are going. The SHO and the other police officials have been, in fact, one of them have been asked, it is summoned to the Supreme Court for the next hearing to give a reply about the behavior and the way they are performing in terms of, going ahead with their duty. Each one is passing the buck, and that's why the Supreme Court came tough on them, saying that now the CAQM should really monitor this entire situation. They have even said that the Delhi police will have to give armed guards for the court commissioners to discharge their duties, those who want to do so. And it's in this context that the Supreme Court, really putting up its hands in terms of these emergency provisions, saying we are only doing interim orders, getting upset with the council. And saying that, you can't be just, we can't continue like this. We can't take matters to our completely. The whole administration can't be run by us. Otherwise, we will be only doing this. And we'll have to ask the Chief Justice of India only to allow us to, pass directions on a day-to-day basis. That's not possible.
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents NDTV Indian of the Year, powered by Raymond, co-powered by Gallant. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Becoming a member of jury of NDTV was a totally different challenge altogether.
When you recognize contribution to society, these stories are inspiration for everyone who views them.
The NDTV Indian of the Year is an extremely important initiative.
Nominees were just extraordinary.
Each one of them is a rock star.
And the achievers in this field who are inspiration for the Indians in this country have been chosen for this prestigious award.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our
Welcome back. Amid agitations in West Bengal over the arrest of ISKCON monks and the alleged attacks on minority Hindus in Bangladesh, the BJP leaders, including West Bengal leader of opposition Shubhendu Adhikari, he protested near the international border in West Bengal's North 24 Parganas district today. BJP's Bengal General Secretary Agnimitra Paul said that the interim government in Bangladesh has allowed attacks on Hindus. It has to face the consequences. Millions of Hindus in India will not sit silent. Shubhendu Adhikari, in the meanwhile, he said that our commercial operation is closed for 24 hours. A blockade is going on. This will go on for 24 hours starting 6 a.m. tomorrow. They should stop damaging temples. Otherwise, there will be a massive agitation, is what Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari has said. Let's listen in to what exactly he has said.
Our program and movement are continuing. It's not a movement. It's a fight for existence of the Hindus in Bangladesh. It's a radical government, extremist government, anti-Hindu government. For that reason, they are trying to destroy the temples and illegal detention of the Hindu monk and saints.
And my colleague Saurabh Gupta joins us to get us more on this. Saurabh, we heard what Shubhendu Adhikari just said. Specific demands, what are the specific demands of the BJP MLAs and how do they plan to escalate their agitation?
Well, the agitations, of course, are taking place in India while atrocities against the minority community, attacks on the minority community continue to take place in Bangladesh. And largely the assurances of the interim government that it believes in communal harmony and protection of minorities is something that has been said on paper, but the reality on the ground is something that's really different from what those statements mean. And in that context, of course, in India there have been several protests, the BJP leading the protests, but this has also led to Mamata Banerjee commenting on the issue. And today, of course, Mamata Banerjee said, why is the BJP protesting in West Bengal when in Delhi, where they have a government and where the External Affairs Ministry, which has jurisdiction over this issue, the union government, they are not saying anything. What is the point of the BJP's protest here in Bengal is what Mamata Banerjee said. She also went on a step further and in the assembly said that when these troubles initially started, they tried getting their people here. In fact, she mentioned, some journalists. She also mentioned some people, an MP of a politician of a political party. All of them tried to come, but she said the BSF didn't allow it. The union government didn't allow it, despite messages being sent from here over what was happening across the border and the persecution of minorities. Now, this is something that's been a political bone of contention. However, the Trinamool has reiterated its position that it will stand by whatever decision the union government takes on this issue, but it's also questioning the BJP's protests in Bengal, saying, why don't they take it to the central government, which has jurisdiction over this issue?
All right, Saurabh, stay with us because the Chief Minister there, Mamata Banerjee, she has expressed her concerns about the situation in Bangladesh. She has in fact appealed for peace in Bengal and has stated that the West Bengal government will support the decision taken by the Modi government at the centre. She has also, in fact, called for the intervention of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the crisis, the ongoing Bangladesh crisis. She has emphasized the need for peace and stability. She has also suggested that the United Nations should intervene to resolve this entire crisis there. And Saurabh, still there with us. Saurabh, Mamata, in the meanwhile, has put the onus on the centre, saying that Prime Minister should intervene. This is quite an interesting situation that is developing there in West Bengal specifically.
Absolutely, and I think the big takeaway from the Chief Minister's statement in the Legislative Assembly is the call for the Prime Minister to intervene. Not only intervene in terms of specific manner, like approaching the UN to deploy UN peacekeeping forces in Bangladesh to protect minorities. Now, this is something that, of course, we've heard for the first time, and it's a very, very serious demand and something that really makes it, takes it to another level, given the fact that till now it was about calls from India, to put more pressure on the Bangladesh interim government. But now we're talking about the UN getting involved, demands for a UN peacekeeping force in Bangladesh. And remember, India is no stranger to peacekeeping forces. We've had, past experience of peacekeeping forces going to neighboring countries. And, in the 90s, of course, in Sri Lanka. So it's not something that doesn't have precedent. So that's one of the things that perhaps, that the Trinamool is saying that, look, perhaps it's time to get the UN involved, get a UN peacekeeping force into Bangladesh to protect minorities who are facing constant attacks from radical forces in that country.
All right, Saurabh Gupta, thank you very much for getting us all the latest from West Bengal and on the ongoing situation, the crisis in Bangladesh and the latest developments there. In fact, breaking news coming in at this point. The Indian government has in fact condemned the recent breach of security at the Bangladesh Assistant High Commissioner's office in Agartala in Tripura. This incident of a breach took place in Agartala, where government is now set to enhance the security of the Bangladesh diplomats' properties. India says that the incident of breach in Agartala is highly regrettable. The protesters, remember, broke into the Assistant High Commissioner's office. These protests were taking place in Tripura against the monk's arrest in Dhaka. In response to this incident, this entire incident, the government has now announced plans to enhance the security of the diplomats' properties across India. And my colleague Ratndeep Chaudhary joins us to get us more on this. Ratndeep, break it down for us. What exactly has the government done in terms of enhancing the security of the Bangladeshi diplomats' properties here in India?
That's right. In fact, today in Tripura's capital, Agartala, there was a massive protest by some of the Hindu groups who have been protesting against the alleged atrocities against Hindu minorities in Bangladesh. This protest have been largely triggered after some monks of ISKCON were arrested in Bangladesh, and in fact today near the Bangladesh Assistant High Commission office in Tripura's capital, Agartala, there was this protest, and then once this a group of the protesters who were there, they actually tried to breach into breach the security cordon and get into the Assistant High Commission's office. And in fact, we are playing out those visuals which are there. And after that, a massive security arrangement has been put in place there. In fact, other missions of Bangladesh in India, the security has been beefed up. Even in Guwahati and Calcutta, security has been beefed up because there have been protests going on for the past 1 week across different parts of northeast India, particularly Assam and Tripura, with regards to the situation in Bangladesh, and more so after the arrest of the ISKCON monks.
All right, Ratndeep Chaudhary, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that breaking story. The government has now decided to enhance the security of the properties of the Bangladeshi diplomats here in India. The Supreme Court has reiterated that bail is the norm and jail is the exception. The top court emphasized that the merits of a case should not be discussed at the bail stage and that the focus should be on whether the accused is likely to flee or tamper with evidence. The Supreme Court has backed bail over jail. The top court has in fact reiterated that bail is the norm and that there should be no discussion on the merits at the bail stage. This is Supreme Court's reminder to the High Court, a significant observation there by the top court where the Supreme Court said that the High Court cannot decide on culpability at the bail stage. Supreme Court, remember, was hearing a plea against the High Court order.
It has now become a complete and a continuous trend, not only in the High Court, but even in some cases in the Supreme Court, where they have made certain remarks which have become extremely difficult for the case to carry on. So having said that, definitely this is a fresh reminder to judicial officers, to judges as well, that to keep to your domain, just look at the bail application and whether he is a flight risk or whether he's culpable to flee the city or not. You won't be able to administer justice and not get into the merits and demerits of a criminal case that is implied in this. So it's in that context that the Supreme Court has reminded the High Court judge about not getting into the specifics of the case, but just look whether he or she is eligible for bail.
The Supreme Court expressed surprise at the fact that Senthil Balaji was appointed as minister in Tamil Nadu soon after he was granted bail in the money laundering case that is related to the cash for jobs scam. The court said that anybody will be bound to think that witnesses will now be under pressure because of your position as a senior cabinet minister. The case, remember, involves kickbacks for jobs in the Metropolitan Transport Corporation of Chennai and Tamil Nadu State Corporation when Mr. Balaji was the transport minister. On September 29, Balaji took the oath as minister, assuming charge of electricity, non-conventional energy and excise portfolios in Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's cabinet.
So far, the DMK has been refraining from responding to this, saying it's a legal matter and Senthil Balaji's lawyer would respond at the appropriate time at the court, Kitty. But giving a little backdrop, this case pertains to Senthil Balaji's term as Minister of Transport under the earlier AIADMK regime when late Miss Jayalalitha was the Chief Minister between 2011 and 2016. The allegation is that he had received large sums of money promising government jobs, and someone who had lost money without being offered a job had moved the court, and it was in that context. Later, the Enforcement Directorate too had filed alleged money laundering by Senthil Balaji with proceeds from that scam, and he was behind bars for more than a year, large time without a minister without portfolio, and then he was forced to resign after multiple times the Madras High Court had refused to grant him bail. Now, after the Supreme Court recently granted him bail, in 3 days' time, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had reinstated him, and it's in this context the petitioner says the witnesses could be under pressure as the investigation is still underway. Earlier, the team, Senthil Balaji, his legal team had said that stage has crossed. All the documents in terms of the money trail, whatever the ED and the other investigators had wanted, everything has been processed, and now there is no question of tampering of evidence or influencing witnesses. It's in this context the Supreme Court has now asked his team to respond. We'll have to wait and watch. But this had raised a larger moral question. Although he has not been convicted in this case, can the Chief Minister retain him in the cabinet, particularly when the investigation is still underway? That's a larger question. But they argue that unless one is found guilty by a court, there are many instances, even in the Union Cabinet, they say there are many people who are facing cases, but they continue to be ministers irrespective of that. Till a court convicts, no one should be presumed guilty, they argue.
Prima facie, they said that one day, we give you bail, the next day you become a minister. That's going to really send the wrong message and the wrong signal. So it's in that backdrop, I think the Supreme Court was trying to, send a point across that, while bail is being granted, it doesn't mean that even though you might be accusing about political vendetta and this might be an old case or whatever, the fact of the matter is that, there is a rule of law and everybody is above it, has to fall within that, the parameters. It's not that Senthil Balaji can, be given these powers and, a message to the witnesses that it's all, it will carry on as usual, and business as usual, and that, there can be pressure. So we'll wait and see. They haven't really taken a call on this completely, but definitely they have cast their aspersions and doubts about his appointment.
In a big breakthrough amid the logjam in the parliament, the government has now decided to conduct debates on the constitution in both the houses. Lok Sabha will see a debate on 13th and 14th of December. The constitution debate will take place in Rajya Sabha on the 16th and 17th of December. All floor leaders agreed to this.
जो बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में संविधान पे चर्चा होने का प्रस्ताव था, उसको सरकार ने मंजूरी दिया है। हम लोग 13 और 14 फ्राइडे सैटरडे को संविधान पे चर्चा होगी। लोकसभा में पहले हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे। फ्राइडे है 13 तारीख और 14 सैटरडे पड़ता है, तो हम फ्राइडे को भी चर्चा करेंगे और सैटरडे को भी पूरा दिन बहस करेंगे। ये हमने एक तरीके से सबने मान लिया है। उसके बाद 16 और 17 को राज्यसभा में संविधान पर चर्चा होगा।
गौरव सर, क्या सेंसद चलेगी कल से?
हम तो आज से ही चलाना चाहते थे। हमसे आज से चलाना चाहते हैं। हम बार बार मांग कर रहे हैं कि संविधान के 50वीं जयंती पे चर्चा हो, और जब भी सरकार घोषित करेगी कि वो कब चर्चा लेंगे, तभी से हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हो जाएगी।
तो 13 और 14 को चर्चा हो सकती है?
अभी हम सरकार के औपचारिक उसके लिए प्रसारण के लिए वेट कर रहे हैं।
जी।
It has been decided to run the house from tomorrow properly, and then the discussion on the Constitution of India will be held on 13th and 14th. Maybe 14th or 13th on 16th.
In Lok Sabha only?
In Lok Sabha. They are going to hold a meeting in there also. Rajya Sabha also they are going to conduct.
Both were agree for the run the...
on this, yeah. Everybody agreed to that.
लोकसभा स्पीकर की सभी दलों के बड़े नेताओं के साथ, फ्लोर लीडर्स के साथ मीटिंग हुई है। क्या तय किया गया बैठक?
कल से हाउस
को काम होगा, पूरा काम होगा। स्पीकर साहब ने रिक्वेस्ट किया सब पार्टी को, सब पार्टी में एग्री किया और 13 और 14 में वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के लेके डिस्कशन होगा। जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन डे था 75 ईयर्स उनको लेके डिस्कशन होगा।
तो समाजवादी पार्टी संभल का मुद्दा उठाना चाहते थे आप?
काल संभल के मुद्दा में उन लोग को बोलने देंगे 2-3-4 मिनट, हम लोग को भी बांग्लादेश में बोलने देंगे स्पीकर साहब।
तो कल से हाउस चलेगा
होपफुली।
संविधान के साथ जिस तरीके से खिलवाड़ किया जा रहा है बीजेपी की सरकार की ओर से, चाहे आरक्षण के सवाल पे हो रहा है, चाहे धर्मनिरपेक्षता के सवाल पर हो रहा है, चाहे तमाम तरीके का जो संविधान को तोड़ने मरोड़ने का षड्यंत्र चल रहा है, बेहतर हो कि संविधान पे चर्चा हो, सारी बातें खुलकर लोगों के बीच आएं।
As the suspense over next Maharashtra Chief Minister continues, BJP Legislative Party meeting is now set to take place on the 4th of December. The Maharashtra MLAs, they will meet to elect the legislative party leaders, Vijay Rupani and Nirmala Sitharaman. They will be presiding over this particular meeting. Meanwhile, the BJP has appointed these two, that is Vijay Rupani and Nirmala Sitharaman, as observers for Maharashtra.
The government will be formed in the next few days. There is just some fine-tuning between all allies. All allies will work together, form a strong government, a stable government, and ensure that Mumbai and Maharashtra go forward. I would say Shinde Sahab, from what I have seen, believes in coalition dharma. He will uphold coalition dharma, and we will work together with all allies. The aim is to deliver justice to the people of Maharashtra, not to do politics for a seat.
And after hours of blockade on the Delhi-Noida border due to the farmers' protest, the traffic has now resumed on the Noida border. The protesters have left the site. They have left the site after their Delhi Chalo march. Traffic has now resumed at the Delhi-Noida border. The police says that normalcy has been restored at the border. The farmers have, in the meanwhile, been assured that their demands will be met. Barricades that were earlier put up were now taken down after the logjam at Noida border.
After hours of protesting at the Mahamaya flyover, the Noida authority has finally made a breakthrough with the leaders of the farmer organizations. The authority has taken 7 days and have said to the farmers that after 7 days they will come up with a solution. The farmers have given them an ultimatum of 7 days and have said that if the authority does not come up with a solid solution, they will once again resume this march, and they will march towards Delhi. Right now we are showing you the visuals from outside the Rashtriya Dalit Prerna Sthal. The traffic movement has been resumed at this particular road, which was shut down because of the ongoing protest. There's a heavy security deployment here. Police officials from the Uttar Pradesh has been deployed here inside of this Rashtriya Dalit Prerna Sthal. The farmers have taken their whole protest and have now been sitting inside here and protesting, and they have said that they have given in fact an ultimatum of 7 days to the authority to come up with a solution. Otherwise they will once again resume their march and will in fact take this whole protest to the parliament. With camera person Rohit Vishwakarma, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV. We are being joined by भारतीय किसान परिषद लीडर मिस्टर सुखबीर खलीफा। सर, हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि लगातार आप लोग की अथॉरिटी के साथ बातचीत चल रही है। उसके बाद आप लोगों ने तय किया है कि आप लोग को राष्ट्रीय प्रेरणा स्थल के अंदर बैठ के धरना प्रदर्शन करोगे। क्या कुछ अपडेट है
अभी यही तय हुआ है कि 7 दिन के अंदर सचिव स्तर की वार्ता करा के ये समाधान कराएंगे। हमारा बात को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। तो कमेटी ने यही निर्णय करा है कि अभी दिल्ली कूच ना करके, ना पीछे हट के, हम यहीं डटेंगे, यहीं रुकेंगे, यहीं धरना प्रदर्शन करेंगे। अगर ये पॉजिटिव नहीं होते हैं, बहकाने काम करेंगे, तो रोड हमसे दूर नहीं है, हम रोड से दूर नहीं है, दिल्ली हमसे दूर नहीं है और हम दिल्ली से दूर नहीं है।
यानी कि आप लोगों ने 7 दिन का अल्टीमेटम दिया अथॉरिटी को?
बिल्कुल, यही रहेंगे, यही डटेंगे, धरना प्रदर्शन यही करेंगे, दिन रात का करेंगे, जब तक हमें हमारा 10% प्लॉट नहीं मिलेगा, आबादी का निस्तारण नहीं होगा, जब तक हमें नए कानून के हिसाब से हमें सारे बेनिफिट नहीं मिलेंगे, हम पीछे नहीं हटेंगे, यहीं डटेंगे।
इसके अलावा आपके जितने भी यहाँ पर किसान संगठन से जुड़े लोग हैं, वो अलग अलग जगहों पर हमने देखा था सड़क पर प्रोटेस्ट करे थे। क्या वो सब लोग अंदर चले आएंगे यहाँ पे?
अब सभी आ गए हैं, कोई बाहर नहीं रहेगा। लोगों को थोड़ा सा लगता है कि भाई हमें दिल्ली जाना चाहिए था, परंतु जो हमारे नेता हैं, जो शीर्ष क्रम है, उसकी बाद जैसी चर्चा होगी, जैसी व्यवस्था बनाएंगे, उस तरह हमको काम करना होता है। तो इसलिए हम बैठे हैं और बैठ के हम लोगों को बता रहे हैं कि हमारी क्या बातचीत है, हमारा मकसद क्या है, हम क्या चाहते हैं, कैसे कैसे करना चाहते हैं। लोगों को परेशान भी नहीं करना है, अपना काम भी कराना है।
That's all we have for you. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Big breakthrough in the Parliament impasse. Constitution debate to take place in both the houses of the Parliament. Prime Minister watches Sabarmati report. Sabarmati report, remember, is based on the Godhra train tragedy. The suspense over who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra continues. Sources confirm no Mahayuti meeting taking place today. BJP protest at the India-Bangladesh border. Shubhendu Adhikari leads the BJP MLA protest.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the State of Governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, Your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Becoming a member of jury of NDTV was a totally different challenge altogether.
When you recognize contribution to society, these stories are inspiration for everyone who views them.
The NDTV Indian of the Year is an extremely important initiative.
Nominees were just extraordinary.
Each one of them is a rock star.
And the achievers in this field who are inspiration for the Indians in this country have been chosen for this prestigious award.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action.
Hello, good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Ladies and gentlemen, time for news break on the broadcast. Let's quickly start with the headlines at top of 6. Breakthrough in Parliament, impasse, constitution debate in Parliament next week. Maha suspense continues on Chief Minister. BJP Legislative Party meeting now on December 4th. MLAs meeting to elect Legislative Party leader. Prime Minister watches Sabarmati report based on Godhra train tragedy when Prime Minister Modi was the Chief Minister. Supreme Court says no relaxation in anti-pollution measures. NCR Chief Secretaries to appear on the next hearing. Let's start with the top focus here on the broadcast. Maharashtra suspense, political suspense continues, ladies and gentlemen, as the BJP is yet to name the Chief Minister. The Mahayuti is yet to name the Chief Minister. In fact, it was Eknath Shinde who was at his village for a couple of days, came back, though he said that I am the common man and people want me back as a Chief Minister. But then he also said that he will accept whatever the BJP decides, whatever the Prime Minister and Home Minister decide. Now, interestingly, ladies and gentlemen, the Bharatiya Janata Party has shifted their Legislative Party meeting to December 4th. The allies are, in fact, the Maha MLAs meeting is going to be on December 4th when the BJP MLAs are going to meet and they are then going to decide their Legislative Party leader. Now, Eknath Shinde has already been elected as Shiv Sena's Legislative Party leader. Ajit Pawar has been elected as the Legislative Party leader for the NCP. It's the BJP which is the largest chunk of this Mahayuti, 133 on their own. It is yet to decide who is going to be their Legislative Party leader. Now, Vijay Rupani and Nirmala Sitharaman are going to preside over this meeting of the Maharashtra MLAs. They have been appointed as the observers by the central leadership. So the big question still remains,
whether Eknath Shinde, is he driving a very hard bargain behind curtains? And for the BJP, is it Devendra Fadnavis final, or can there be a surprise within the BJP as well on the name of the Chief Minister? My colleague Sujata now joins us with more details at this moment. Sujata, many were calling Eknath Shinde, driving a very hard bargain. On one hand, he says that I'm the common man and people want me back as the Chief Minister. On the other, he speaks about his commitment to the Prime Minister and the Home Minister. Now, meeting on 4th, what surprise the BJP has in store? What is the problem? Where is it stuck?
Well, certainly, and if we speak about who's going to be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra, the question still persists because no official announcement has been given by the BJP or the Mahayuti so far. However, it was earlier, there were speculations being made that it was Devendra Fadnavis who could become the Chief Minister. However, the same name still is being counted upon. However, 2 DCMs or not is also on the cards for now, because it is clearly being stated that it could be Ajit Pawar as the next Deputy Chief Minister, as well as Eknath Shinde, who could be offered the same post at par. So, whereas Eknath Shinde has clearly denied any sort of bargaining from his end for the post of the Chief Minister, and he stated that whatever decision is being done by Narendra Modi as well as Amit Shah will be the final one, and also that he worked during his tenure as a common man, and that is what he calls the abbreviation of CM as. So, at present, it is Eknath Shinde clearly not vouching upon for the post of the Chief Minister, and also at the same time him counting upon his work as the Chief Minister is being seen as a duality by the leader. However, for now it is on the 4th of December where the meeting of the elected MLAs of the BJP will be held at their office in Vidhan Bhavan, from wherein there will be a leader of the group that will be picked up, and it is likely that Devendra Fadnavis could be elected as the leader of the BJP in Maharashtra, and also after which it is likely that the Chief Minister's face will be announced thereafter. And on the 5th at 5 p.m. at Azad Maidan, the swearing-in ceremony will be done for the Chief Ministers as well as the Deputy Chief Ministers. So a lot in store for the Maharashtra's politics upcoming in the 3 days. But what remains to be seen is that will really the Mahayuti walk together in unity, or with it will it be something else like we saw back in 2019?
Tell me one thing very quickly. Is there another set of meetings with the central leadership of the BJP also in store for Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar? Is there, somebody trying from the central leadership, maybe a meeting with Prime Minister or the Home Minister to try and sort this issue out?
Well, sources state today that Ajit Pawar has left for Delhi, where he'll be meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well as Amit Shah. And thereafter, today was supposed to be a meeting held of the Mahayuti leaders, but Eknath Shinde again reportedly stated that he's sick with a throat infection and he cannot attend the meeting. So today, Ajit Pawar in Delhi meeting the top leadership, after which it is likely that Devendra Fadnavis too could head to Delhi to meet the top leadership there. So, of course, the high command angle still has not been ruled out, and there are yet a set of talks that is remaining within the Mahayuti leaders with the top leaders in Delhi.
Thank you for joining us with all those details at this moment. Sujata joining us from Mumbai to give us an overview of what's happening as far as Maharashtra is concerned, which is still awaiting, after a massive victory, still awaiting the formation of the government in the state of Maharashtra. Remember, there is still squabbling going on for the top job there. Now, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, and coming back to Delhi, where the parliament session is on. Finally, there is some consensus between the Treasury and the opposition benches when it comes to the parliament. A lengthy discussion with the floor managers of Lok Sabha. And you can see these visuals where the speaker, in fact, met the floor managers of various political parties. And then it has been decided, they have agreed upon, the government has agreed upon a debate on the Constitution. Because remember, when the government decided to celebrate the Constitution Day, the whole argument was the government side, we are celebrating Constitution, versus the opposition which said that they are trying to save the Constitution. Now, celebrating versus saving the Constitution debate will actually now take place in both the houses of the parliament. The constitution debate on the constitution will take place on 13th and the 14th of December in Lok Sabha, and 16th and 17th December in the Rajya Sabha.
जो बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में संविधान पे चर्चा होने का प्रस्ताव था उसको सरकार ने मंजूरी दिया है। हम लोग 13 और 14 फ्राइडे सैटरडे को संविधान पे चर्चा होगी। लोकसभा में पहले हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे। फ्राइडे है 13 तारीख और 14 सैटरडे पड़ता है, तो हम फ्राइडे को भी चर्चा करेंगे और सैटरडे को भी पूरा दिन बहस करेंगे। ये हमने एक तरीके से सबने मान लिया है। उसके बाद 16 और 17 को राज्यसभा में संविधान पर चर्चा होगा।
It has been decided to run the house from tomorrow properly, and then the discussion on the Constitution of India will be held on 13th and 14th. Maybe 14th or 13th and 16th.
In Lok Sabha only?
In Lok Sabha. They are going to hold a meeting in there also. Rajya Sabha also they are going to attend.
Both were agree for the run the...
on this, everybody agreed to that.
लोकसभा स्पीकर की सभी दलों के बड़े नेताओं के साथ, फ्लोर लीडर्स के साथ मीटिंग हुई है। क्या तय किया गया बैठक?
कल से हाउस को काम होगा, पूरा काम होगा। स्पीकर साहब ने रिक्वेस्ट किया, सब पार्टी में एग्री किया और 13th और 14th में वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के लेके डिस्कशन होगा। वो जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन डे था 75 ईयर्स उनको लेके डिस्कशन होगा।
तो समाजवादी पार्टी संभल का मुद्दा उठाना चाहते हैं?
हाँ, काल संभल के मुद्दा में उन लोग को बोलने देंगे 2-3-4 मिनट। हम लोग को भी बांग्लादेश में बोलने देंगे स्पीकर साहब।
तो कल से हाउस चलेगा
होपफुली।
संविधान के साथ जिस तरीके से खिलवाड़ किया जा रहा है बीजेपी की सरकार की ओर से, चाहे आरक्षण के सवाल पे हो रहा है, चाहे धर्मनिरपेक्षता के सवाल पर हो रहा है, चाहे तमाम तरीके का जो संविधान को तोड़ने मरोड़ने का षड्यंत्र चल रहा है, बेहतर हो कि संविधान पे चर्चा हो, सारी बातें खुलकर लोगों के बीच आएं।
All right, moving on now. In fact, a controversial movie, at least some are calling it, that Sabarmati report was today, in fact, the center of attention for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Prime Minister arrived to watch the movie Sabarmati Report, which is based on the Godhra train tragedy. The film storyline revolves around the burning of the S6 coach of the Sabarmati Express near Godhra station in Gujarat and the subsequent riots in the state. Now, at that point of time, Prime Minister Modi was the chief minister of the state. Top BJP leaders were also in attendance, showing their support to the film. Prime Minister had earlier backed the film, stating that fake narrative can persist only for a limited time, and it's good that the truth is coming out. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal now joins us with more details on this. Vasudha, now this is an endorsement of from the Prime Minister. We have seen in past also few movies being in fact endorsed by the BJP and the Prime Minister himself, which the opposition in fact which BJP calls it the true picture, while the opposition calls them propaganda movies.
Absolutely, Ankit. And if you look at 2002 riots that happened in Gujarat, and also the the Godhra incident, the tragic burning of 59 people in the Sabarmati Express that happened at Godhra station, both these incidents have in some ways played a pivotal role in the Prime Minister's own political career, the shaping of his own ideology and politics, and the way he has projected himself, and the way people also see him, not just in India but also globally. If you remember, even while the SIT had given him a clean chit, he was banned from traveling to certain countries like the United States of America. There was a lot of social political capital that was attached to what happened in 2002. It was a section of the society, a section of media actually saw this as a failure of the chief minister in controlling the riots, but he has always believed, and his supporters and the state of Gujarat, which has voted him continuously, have always taken a different view, that he was demonized, he was vilified. And this movie in some ways also brings that out, which is why the Prime Minister says that this is endorsement of the truth which he has lived and which in some ways has come to Delhi with him. So this is in some ways mainstreaming of what he projects as his reality, his truth, something that I think a large section of the country also understands and agrees with, because he's now been the Prime Minister of the country for 3 consecutive terms. In some ways this probably is very symbolic of him to watch a movie like this and endorsed this, and he's watching this with his cabinet colleagues and with his NDA partners. In some ways, it's a full circle for him. Something that really brought him to the mainstream politics, and in some ways, he's watching the same movie now.
Thank you for joining us with all those details, Vasudha, on this story. In fact, giving us an overview of the significance of Prime Minister watching it, and also, in fact, how this has played such a crucial role in Prime Minister's, political career as well. These are some live shots which are coming in fact, at this moment of the movie screening getting over, and we are seeing the BJP leaders, in fact, coming out at this moment. We are expected to see, we'll see the Prime Minister as well, some stars of the movie as well at this moment. If you were traveling from Gurgaon or Delhi towards Noida, or from Noida towards Delhi, the first half of this day, at least till 3 or 4 o'clock, was a big headache. It was a terrible, in fact, time that commuters faced on the roads. The farmers were back on the streets. In fact, the farmers were demanding, along with the better compensation for their crops and also for their land. There were many demands that the farmers had come to, and the UP police had put up barricades at a lot of places, and you can see here how the barricades were broken. The UP police failed to, in fact, stop these farmers, but the logjam, what we are being told now, has been resolved between the farmers and the authorities. The traffic diversions, the blockages has now been, in fact, lifted, and the traffic towards Noida and from Noida at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, has been open. The protesters have left the site of the protest, and the traffic has resumed at the Delhi-Noida border. The police said that the normalcy is restored at the border, and the farmers assured that their demands, in fact, have been assured their demands will be met. Listen into some reactions.
डीसीपीस्ट अपूर्वा गुप्ता जी हैं। मैम, क्या वहाँ से इनपुट मिला है? क्या किसान मान गए हैं? कब तक बैठे रहेंगे?
जैसा कि आप ऑलरेडी जानते हैं, वहाँ पे अभी किसान बैठ गए हैं, पर उनके लीडर्स के साथ कंटिन्यूसली यूपी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की बातें चल रही हैं। अभी हम सिचुएशन मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, एंड जो भी डेवलपमेंट होगा उसके बेसिस पे हम आगे की कार्रवाई डिसाइड करेंगे।
मैम, जैसे कि किसान वहाँ बैठे हैं, अपना प्रदर्शन करते रहेंगे और मुख्य सचिव से बात करेंगे जो बातें निकल कर आ रही है, तो मैम, क्योंकि ये दिल्ली का यहाँ जाने का रास्ता है, यहाँ किस प्रकार की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था, क्या अभी भी यहाँ प्रतिबंध लगा रहेगा जैसे हम आज देख रहे थे, या कुछ ढील दी जाएगी, और ऐसी जो व्यवस्था है वो कब तक रहने की उम्मीद है मैडम?
जैसा कि आपने देखा होगा, हमने यहाँ पे कोई प्रतिबंध वगैरह नहीं लगाया था। कंटिन्यूसली दोनों कैरेजवेज दिल्ली नोएडा बॉर्डर के चल रहे थे, एंड ट्रैफिक को जितना ज़्यादा स्मूथ और कंसिस्टेंट हम रख सकते थे, हमने पूरी कोशिश की है। और अभी भी जैसा आप देख रहे हैं, पीक आवर्स शुरू हो गए हैं, बट ट्रैफिक आराम से स्मूथली चल रहा है। तो ट्रैफिक डिस्ट्रप्शन टू द बेस्ट एक्सटेंट पॉसिबल हमने अवॉइड किया है, एंड वी आर ट्राइंग टू इंश्योर कि जनरल पब्लिक को किसी भी तरीके की इनकन्वीनियंस इस चीज़ से ना हो।
मैम, आखिरी सवाल ये है कि जैसे कि हम ये बार बार देख रहे हैं कि जब वहाँ बैठे हैं तो कभी भी ऐसा हो सकता है कि वो कोशिश करें इधर जाने की, तो उसको लेकर क्या यहाँ पे आम दिनों की अपेक्षा डिप्लॉयमेंट रहेगी जवानों की, या जैसे आम दिनों में रहते हैं वैसे ही रहेगी?
जी, हम यहाँ पे अपना बंदोबस्त तो रखेंगे डेफिनेटली, जब तक कि पूरी सिचुएशन डिफ्यूज़ नहीं हो जाती है, एंड एज आई सेड, वी आर वॉचिंग व्हाट इज़ हैपनिंग देयर, एंड अकॉर्डिंगली वी विल डिसाइड।
After hours of protesting at the Mahamaya flyover, the Noida authority has finally made a breakthrough with the leaders of the farmer organizations. The authority has taken 7 days and have said to the farmers that after 7 days they will come up with a solution. The farmers have given them an ultimatum of 7 days and have said that if the authority does not come up with a solid solution, they will once again resume this march, and they will march towards Delhi. Right now we are showing you the visuals from outside the Rashtriya Dalit Prerna Sthal. The traffic movement has been resumed at this particular road, which was shut down because of the ongoing protest. There's a heavy security deployment here. Police officials from the Uttar Pradesh has been deployed here inside of this Rashtriya Dalit Prerna Sthal. The farmers have taken their whole protest and have now been sitting inside here and protesting, and they have said that they have given, in fact, an ultimatum of 7 days to the authority to come up with a solution. Otherwise MPs, they will once again resume their march and will in fact take this whole protest to the parliament. With camera person Rohit Vishwakarma, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV. We are being joined by भारतीय किसान परिषद लीडर मिस्टर सुखबीर खलीफा। सर, हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि लगातार आप लोग की अथॉरिटी के साथ बातचीत चल रही है, उसके बाद आप लोगों ने तय किया है कि आप लोग को राष्ट्रीय प्रेरणा स्थल के अंदर बैठ के धरना प्रदर्शन करोगे। क्या कुछ अपडेट है
अभी यही तय हुआ है कि 7 दिन के अंदर सचिव स्तर की वार्ता करा के ये समाधान कराएंगे, हमारा बात को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। तो कमेटी ने यही निर्णय करा है कि अभी दिल्ली कूच ना करके, ना पीछे हट के, हम यहीं डटेंगे, यहीं रुकेंगे, यहीं धरना प्रदर्शन करेंगे। अगर ये पॉजिटिव नहीं होते हैं, बहकाने काम करेंगे, तो रोड हमसे दूर नहीं है, हम रोड से दूर नहीं है, दिल्ली हमसे दूर नहीं है और हम दिल्ली से दूर नहीं है।
यानी कि आप लोगों ने 7 दिन का अल्टीमेटम दिया अथॉरिटी को?
बिल्कुल, यही रहेंगे, यही डटेंगे, धरना प्रदर्शन यही करेंगे, दिन रात का करेंगे, जब तक हमें हमारा 10% प्लॉट नहीं मिलेगा, आबादी का निस्तारण नहीं होगा, जब तक हमें नए कानून के हिसाब से हमें सारे बेनिफिट नहीं मिलेंगे, हम पीछे नहीं हटेंगे, यहीं डटेंगे।
इसके अलावा आपके जितने भी यहाँ पर किसान संगठन से जुड़े लोग हैं, वो अलग अलग जगहों पर हमने देखा था सड़क पर प्रोटेस्ट करे थे, क्या वो सब लोग अंदर चले आएंगे यहाँ पे?
अब सभी आ गए हैं, कोई बाहर नहीं रहेगा। लोगों को थोड़ा सा लगता है कि भाई हमें दिल्ली जाना चाहिए था, परंतु जो हमारे नेता हैं, जो शीर्ष क्रम है, उसकी बात जैसी चर्चा होगी, जैसी व्यवस्था बनाएंगे, उस तरह हमको काम करना होता है। तो इसलिए हम बैठे हैं और बैठ के हम लोगों को बता रहे हैं कि हमारी क्या बातचीत है, हमारा मकसद क्या है, हम क्या चाहते हैं, कैसे कैसे करना चाहते हैं। लोगों को परेशान भी नहीं करना है, अपना काम भी कराना है।
All right, with that we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
कैशबैक है स्लो, करते नहीं इम्प्रेस, लाइफ हुई इजी, कितना कुछ फ्री, ओनली विद सिंगल आईडी। ये भी फ्री, वो भी फ्री, कितना कुछ फ्री, ओनली विद सिंगल आईडी। गेट फ्री विद सिंगल आईडी। कितने सारे ऐप्स हैं मुझसे जुड़े, ब्रांड्स मेरे पास है सबसे बड़े। Only with single ID. Get it free with single ID.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Becoming a member of jury of NDTV was a totally different challenge altogether.
When you recognize contribution.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. At this moment, in fact, let's get you the latest from IIT Madras, where experts are working to rescue a family of 7 trapped in a landslide. In fact, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu has informed. Now, 7,876 people have been evacuated and housed in 147 camps in 3 districts of Tamil Nadu. Now, 2 people reportedly have died, in fact, in this landslide. At least 1.29 lakh hectares of paddy crop is under water, and the Chief Minister has visited the cyclone-affected areas of Viluppuram district. The Chief Minister said that this is unprecedented rainfall in 4 districts, and which are Viluppuram, Kadalur, Kalakurchi and Tiruvannamalai. No power supply in major areas of these areas, and quick restoration when waters recede. Now, this is the latest. In fact, 493 NDRF and SDRF personnel at this moment have been pressed into action. 637 firefighters have also been deployed.
பேச விடலையே அலோ பண்ணலையே அங்கே முறைப்படி எங்களுடைய கடமை எவ்வளோ சேதாரம் ஏற்பட்டிருக்கு, எவ்வளோ நிவாரணப் பணிகள் ஈடுபட்டிருக்கிறோம் நாங்கள் தெரியும் உங்களுக்கு. அது மக்கள் எவ்வளவு பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறாங்க, விவசாயத்தை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் எப்படிப்பட்ட சூழ்நிலை ஏற்பட்டிருக்கு, தண்ணியில் மூழ்கி இருக்குது, அதெல்லாம் கணக்கெடுத்து நிச்சயமாக அனுப்பிச்சி வைப்போம். அது எங்களுடைய கடமை, அது செய்ய வேண்டியது அவங்களுடைய கடமை. ஆனால் செய்ய ஒவ்வொருத்தையும் அவங்க மறுத்துட்டு தான் இருக்கிறாங்க. இருந்தாலும் அதையும் மீறி நாங்கள் செஞ்சுட்டு தான் இருக்கிறோம். பார்ப்போம்.
Let's go across to my colleague Sam Daniel, who is joining us with more details on this story. Sam, first tell our viewers what's the latest situation in these areas and what is the government in fact doing at this moment?
Ankit, to begin with, the rescue work is underway by the NDRF to try and save the 7-member family trapped in a landslide in Tiruvannamalai that received extremely heavy rainfall, 22 centimeters, and 5 children and a couple remain trapped. And we understand as we speak, the rescue teams have found 2 dead. The details of whose bodies these are at the moment no clarity, but search is underway to rescue the 5 others. This happened on the foothill of a hillock called the Annamalayar Hillock in Tiruvannamalai, when a boulder came rolling down, collapsing a small house on the foothills. And the rescue work is still underway. The larger picture, Kadalur, Tiruvannamalai, Viluppuram and Kallakurichi districts are the worst hit, besides of course Puducherry. And this became aggravated after the discharge from Sathanur Dam led to a spate in river Tenpannayaru that passes through Kadalur and Viluppuram districts. Around 10,000 homes are in water. In other words, water has entered around 10,000 homes along the banks of this river, both in Kadalur and in Viluppuram districts. And in major parts of these 2 districts, there's no power supply. As and when waters recede, authorities are quickly restoring power supply. In Krishnagiri district, again, a dozen vehicles, for example, HO vehicles, Mahindra vehicles like tempo travelers, they were all parked near the bus stand. When a lake breached, all these things were washed into that particular kind of a low-lying area there. The other worrying area is Puducherry, where again yesterday 49 centimeters rain was received in 24 hours, and again waters entered several thousand homes there. The army was called in for rescue. There the rescue operation is over, but now the focus has shifted to restoration of power supply. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has said in Tamil Nadu, around 900 workers from the neighbouring districts have been brought into Viluppuram district to restore power supply soon. The crop damage is also enormous. At least 1.7 lakh hectares are underwater, and the Tamil Nadu government is planning to write a letter to the central government to ask them to send a team for assessment so that the centre can give some aid for restoration and relief. But the larger picture, it may take a long while to have a clear assessment of the damage to property. At the moment, at least 3 people have died, 2 in Chennai and 1 in Tiruvannamalai so far. But this evening we may have a larger picture in terms of restoration, in terms of how long would it take to get back to some level of normalcy.
Sam, thank you for joining us with all those details. Our prayers there with the people, those who are suffering, in fact, at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on now, the government of India has enhanced the security of Bangladesh diplomats and their properties. In fact, India has said that the incident of breach in Agartala is highly regrettable. In Agartala, where people were protesting against the arrest of the ISKCON monk in Bangladesh, protesters broke into the High Commissioner's office, and these protests were taking place in Tripura, against the arrest of the Hindu monk there in Bangladesh. Now, the government has said that they are increasing the security of the bureaucrats in Bangladesh. Let me go across to my colleague Ratnadeep, who is also joining us with more details. Ratnadeep, for the government, I mean, of course, this becomes a high priority. Yes, people are angry, but that does not mean that, law can be taken in their own hands and security of foreign diplomats be questioned.
That's right. In fact, this afternoon, this massive protest took place outside the Assistant High Commission's office in Tripura's capital, Agartala. Remember, Agartala is the nearest state capital to any Indian state that Bangladesh has, and therefore this was a massive protest by Hindu groups. A group of their members, their leaders, actually went inside to submit a memorandum. Until that point of time, it was a peaceful protest. There were security put in place for this protest. However, soon another group tried to actually break into the premises of the Assistant High Commissioner's office. In fact, the security was breached. The gate, they broke open the gate. They went up to the flagpole where the national flag of Bangladesh is hosted, and then there were more security who stopped them from getting inside. But there was a commotion which took place. That's what we are given to understand by police sources. Tripura police at this moment is investigating this case. However, now security around that particular office of the Assistant High Commissioner of Bangladesh has been actually beefed up, and in fact the security at the Bangladesh mission in Guwahati, or that form, or that in fact other missions have also been beefed up, given the fact that now there are protests, massive protests taking place. Only yesterday there was a massive protest in the Indo-Bangladesh border in southern Assam, Sutarkandi, where again a group of protesters actually tried to breach the police barricade and walk towards the border.
Right.
That's why the police had to use force, had to bait in charge. So therefore aggressive protests are now increasing. Previously there were sporadic protests happening in these bordering states of Tripura, Assam or West Bengal, but now the protests are becoming more aggressive, it has intensified, and therefore the security of establishments, properties and missions of Bangladesh, like the Deputy High Commission office or the Assistant High Commissioner office in Northeast, and the offices in Kolkata have been beefed up.
Thank you, Ratnadeep, for joining us with all those details. Staying with this story itself and the repercussions that are taking place in India because of the situation which is prevailing in Bangladesh, ladies and gentlemen. Amid the agitations in West Bengal over the arrest of ISKCON monk and alleged attacks on the Hindu minority in Bangladesh, the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders, including West Bengal LOP Shubhendu Adhikari, protested near the near the international border in West Bengal's North 24 Pargana district. Bengal BJP General Secretary Agramita Paul said the interim government in Bangladesh has allowed attacks on Hindus. It has to face the consequences. Millions of Hindus in India will not sit silent.
Our program and movement are continuing. It's not a movement. It's a fight for existence of the Hindus in Bangladesh. It's a radical government, extremist government, anti-Hindu government. For that reason, they are trying to destroy the temples and illegal detention of the Hindu monk and saints.
Meanwhile, the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has also expressed her concerns over the situation which is prevailing in the state of Bangladesh. She has appealed to the government of India and has said that they will support whatever decision the government of India takes on this issue. She has also called for intervention of Prime Minister Modi in the Bangladesh crisis. Mamata Banerjee emphasized on the need of the stability in the region. Let me go across, in fact, at this moment to my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who is joining us with more details at this moment. Saurabh, Mamata Banerjee once again reiterating her support to the government of India and calling for urgent intervention by Prime Minister Modi himself.
But two very important points, and Mamata Banerjee has made it clear that today, while she was speaking, essentially on the Waqf amendment and the Assembly resolution on it that the West Bengal government has brought, she mentioned Bangladesh on two occasions. In the first occasion, of course, she spoke about how Bangladesh is a situation that the West Bengal government, Mamata Banerjee, is worried about. The plight of those who are suffering these atrocities, mainly the minority community, the Hindu community in Bangladesh. Now, in that context, what we are seeing is that the Chief Minister made two very specific points. One is, of course, seeking the intervention of the Prime Minister, saying he should take it up, and then going as far as to suggest getting in touch with the United Nations, sending a UN peacekeeping force to Bangladesh to maintain peace and prevent atrocities on the minority community there, which is the Hindu community. So this is, of course, a very important step that an important sort of message that Mamata Banerjee is giving out. In fact, she has said that minorities, irrespective of the country that they are in, or the minority group that they are, should not be targeted, and she stands against targeting of minorities irrespective of the country. So that is one thing that she said. And of course, she's also pointed out this whole UN intervention. This is, of course, a very serious development where Mamata Banerjee has sought the intervention of the UN. Also, in the later half of the day, when she once again spoke in the assembly, again on the Waqf amendment, she also mentioned that, initially when this crisis began, when Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister, fled the country, at that time, she, anticipating that there would be trouble for some of the minorities, had tried to get some people. She said the BSF was not, under them, and therefore they couldn't. And she mentioned some journalists. She mentioned, a member of parliament. But obviously, this was something that didn't happen because the borders are, of course, closed. And this is something that Mamata Banerjee mentioned. So it's a very interesting development.
Interesting big development, and of course it impacts the politics, the domestic politics in the state of West Bengal as well, and hence you see Mamata Banerjee reacting to it very, very sharply, and so is the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is upping the ante with all these daily protests which are taking place. Saurabh, thank you for joining us at this moment. With that, we are slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Becoming a member of jury of NDTV was a totally different challenge altogether.
When you recognize contribution to society, these stories are inspiration for everyone who views them.
The NDTV Indian of the Year is an extremely important initiative.
Nominees were just extraordinary.
Each one of them is a rock star.
And the achievers in this field who are inspiration for the Indians in this country have been chosen for this prestigious award.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Supreme Court continues to be tough on the air pollution measures in the national capital. There was hearing today and the court refused to, in fact, downgrade the GRAP system from 4 to 3. The Supreme Court refused to relax the GRAP 4 measures aimed at reducing pollution in Delhi NCR. The court emphasized there will be no relaxation in anti-pollution measures and has scheduled the next hearing for Thursday. The Supreme Court also directed the chief secretaries of NCR states to appear on the next date, highlighting the need for better coordination among the stakeholders to address the pollution crisis. The court's decision comes amidst concerns over the lack of coordination among stakeholders, including government agencies, NGOs and private organizations, which has in fact hindered effective pollution control measures in the region. The bench said it intends to find a long-term solution for this crisis. The court has taken a strong note of the complete failure in stopping entry of the trucks in Delhi in accordance with the restrictions which have been put in place on GRAP 4.
When the CAQM was trying to make a case for bringing down the measures from GRAP 4, the emergency provisions to either GRAP 3 or GRAP 2, but the Supreme Court says unless we see a downward trend, and the CAQM kept saying that we'll have to depend on meteorological conditions. This will carry on till January or so. So it's in that context that the Supreme Court, first of all, was hearing the court commissioners. Where they had, appalling stories, shocking stories, to say the least. The fact that, MCD toll people have actually formed a WhatsApp group to actually, point out where court commissioners are going. The SHO and the other police officials have been, in fact, one of them have been asked, it is summoned to the Supreme Court for the next hearing to give a reply about the behavior and the way they are performing in terms of, going ahead with their duty. Each one is passing the buck, and that's why the Supreme Court came tough on them, saying that now the CAQM should really monitor this entire situation. They've even said that the Delhi police will have to give armed guards for the court commissioners to discharge their their duties, those who want to do so. And it's in this context that the Supreme Court, really putting up its hands in terms of these emergency provisions, saying we are only doing interim orders, getting upset with the council. And saying that, you can't be just, we can't continue like this. We can't take matters to our completely. The whole administration can't be run by us. Otherwise, we will be only doing this. We'll have to ask the Chief Justice of India only to allow us to, pass directions on a day-to-day basis. That's not possible.
Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has once again reiterated bail is the norm and jail is the exception. The top court emphasized the merits of a case should not be discussed at the bail stage, and the focus should be on whether the accused is likely to flee or tamper with evidence. The court has once again backed bail over jail and has said that no discussions on the merit of the case should be taken place when hearing a bail matter. This is a very significant observation by the Supreme Court.
It has now become a complete and a continuous trend, not only in the High Court, but even in some cases in the Supreme Court, where they have made certain remarks which have become extremely difficult for the case to carry on. So having said that, definitely this is a fresh reminder to judicial officers, to judges as well, that to keep to your domain, just look at the bail application and whether he is a flight risk or whether he's culpable to flee the city or not. You won't be able to administer justice, and not get into the merits and demerits of a criminal case that is implied in this. So it's in that context that the Supreme Court has reminded the High Court judge about not getting into the specifics of the case, but just look whether he or she is eligible for bail.
Staying with the Supreme Court now, in fact, the Supreme Court today expressed absolute surprise on Senthil Balaji, the member of the DMK, who was appointed a minister just as soon as he got the bail from the top court. In fact, the court said that bail one day and minister the next day. This is going to create pressure on the on the witnesses, because now he is in an influential position. Remember, the court had given him a bail. Reappointment of Senthil Balaji limits the inquiry. Now, these are very, very important observations that the Supreme Court has made in this case. The court had given granted bail to Senthil Balaji in a money laundering case of the Enforcement Directorate, but the court has now expressed surprise on how quickly he was reinstated as the minister in the government of Tamil Nadu. Let's go across to our colleague Sam Daniel for more.
DMK has been refraining from responding to this, saying it's a legal matter and Senthil Balaji's lawyer would respond at the appropriate time at the court. But giving a little backdrop, this case pertains to Senthil Balaji's term as Minister of Transport under the earlier AIADMK regime, when late Ms. Jayalalitha was the Chief Minister between 2011 and 2016. The allegation is that he had received large sums of money promising government jobs, and someone who had lost money without being offered a job had moved the court. And it was in that context, later, the Enforcement Directorate too had filed alleged money laundering by Senthil Balaji with proceeds from that scam, and he was behind bars for more than a year, large time without a minister without portfolio, and then he was forced to resign after multiple times the Madras High Court had refused to grant him bail. Now, after the Supreme Court recently granted him bail, in 3 days' time, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had reinstated him, and it's in this context the petitioner says the witnesses could be under pressure as the investigation is still underway. Earlier, the team, Senthil Balaji, his legal team, had said that stage has crossed. All the documents in terms of the money trail, whatever the ED and the other investigators had wanted, everything has been processed, and now there is no question of tampering of evidence or influencing witnesses. It's in this context the Supreme Court has now asked his team to respond. We'll have to wait and watch. But this had raised a larger moral question. Although he has not been convicted in this case, can the Chief Minister retain him in the cabinet, particularly when the investigation is still underway? That's a larger question. But they argue that unless one is found guilty by a court, there are many instances, even in the Union cabinet, they say there are many people who are who facing cases, but they continue to be ministers irrespective of that. Till a court convicts, no one should be presumed guilty, they argue.
Prima facie, they said that one day, we give you bail, the next day you become a minister. That's going to really send the wrong message and the wrong signal. So it's in that backdrop, I think the Supreme Court was trying to, send a point across that, while bail is being granted, it doesn't mean that even though you might be accusing about political vendetta and this might be an old case or whatever, the fact of the matter is that, there is a rule of law and everybody is above it, has to fall within that, the parameters. It's not that Senthil Balaji can, be given these powers and, a message to the witnesses that it's all, it will carry on as usual and business as usual and that, there can be pressure. So we'll wait and see. They haven't really taken a call on this completely, but definitely they have cast their aspersions and doubts about his appointment.
That's all the time that we have in this edition. News and updates will continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. how to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Becoming a member of jury of NDTV was a totally different challenge altogether.
When you recognize contribution to society, these stories are inspiration for everyone who views them.
The NDTV Indian of the Year is an extremely important initiative.
Nominees were just extraordinary.
Each one of them is a rock star.
And the achievers in this field who are inspiration for the Indians in this country have been chosen for this prestigious award.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents NDTV Indian of the Year, powered by Raymond, co-powered by Gallant. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Lots lined up on the show this evening, including a special panel on the Supreme Court's tough questions on the controversial Tamil Nadu Minister Senthil Balaji's reinstatement. But first, let's take you through the headlines. We're tracking this up. Unprecedented rainfall batters 4 northern districts of Tamil Nadu. 2 out of 7 members of a family found dead after being trapped in a landslide in the Thiruvannamalai district. Rescue efforts on the help of experts from IIT Madras. The government concedes a debate on the constitution to end the deadlock in parliament. The debate, expected to be stormy, will take place next week. The Apex Court says no relaxation of anti-pollution measures in the National Capital Region, asks chief secretaries of states part of the NCR to appear before it. Traffic begins to move at the Noida-Delhi border as farmers leave the protest site after a day of logjam. Well, the top focus this evening is on the aftermath of Cyclone Fingal that brought heavy rain to north coastal Tamil Nadu 2 of the 7 people feared trapped in the Tiruvannamalai landslides have now been reported dead, as a desperate rescue effort is now still underway to rescue the remaining 5. It's been reported that a boulder rolled on to the place where the family was, and rescue efforts are on to clear the earth over the people who are trapped there. Unprecedented rainfall was received in the 4 northern districts of Kadalur, Viluppuram, Tiruvannamalai and Kallakurichi yesterday as a result of the cyclone. NDRF and state disaster response teams have been deployed in 3 districts of Tamil Nadu, restoring power supply and ensuring relief measures to nearly 8,000 people in around 150 camps across these districts is the top focus of the administration. Also, rescue of that family trapped in the mudslide is a key concern. The rains have reduced, but relief and rehabilitation work of those in a is a huge task before the state government, which has sought assistance from the centre. Rains in Bengaluru and other parts of Karnataka as well that are bordering Tamil Nadu, and the administration in this side of the border, that's in Karnataka, have been taking up measures as a precautionary effort as well.
பேச விடலையே, அலோ பண்ணலையே. நாங்கள் முறைப்படி எங்களுடைய கடமை எவ்வளோ சேதாரம் ஏற்பட்டிருக்கு, எவ்வளோ நிவாரணப் பணிகள் ஈடுபட்டிருக்கிறோம் நாங்கள் தெரியும் உங்களுக்கு. அது மக்கள் எவ்வளவு பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறாங்க, விவசாயத்தை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் எப்படிப்பட்ட சூழ்நிலை ஏற்பட்டிருக்கு, தண்ணியில் மூழ்கிருக்கு, அதெல்லாம் கணக்கெடுத்து நிச்சயமாக அனுப்பிச்சி வைப்போம். அது எங்களுடைய கடமை, அது செய்ய வேண்டியது அவங்களுடைய கடமை. ஆனால் செய்ய ஒவ்வொருதையும் அவங்க மறுத்துட்டு தான் இருக்கிறாங்க. இருந்தாலும் அதையும் மீறி நாங்கள் செஞ்சுட்டு தான் இருக்கிறோம். பார்ப்போம்.
Sam Daniel now joins us from Chennai, as well as Pratibha Raman from Bengaluru. First to you, Sam Daniel. Give us a quick update of that rescue effort that's on in Tiruvannamalai.
Rescue work by NDRF Viraraghav with assistance from IIT Madras experts underway. We understand 2 bodies have been identified, but still they have not lost hope. They are trying to rescue. This tragedy happened on the foothills of the Annamalayar hillock, from where a boulder had rolled and fell on the small house where the family lived. 5 of them are little children and a couple. And this happened yesterday, but heavy rains delayed rescue work. But although IIT Madras expert teams were rushed, it's still underway, and authorities say they're still waiting, and ambulances are ready just in case if they require immediate medical assistance. And the larger picture, of course, is Tiruvannamalai received 22 centimeters rain following the protracted landfall by cyclone Ujjal. And although the rain has stopped now, in interior parts of these districts, authorities say rain continues, and that continues to be a challenge. In neighbouring Kadalur, water has entered around 10,000 homes after discharge from the Sathanur dam there. And the discharge that flows into river Tenpannayar is now in spate. Even the district collectorate has got waters inside the complex now. But authorities say the discharge has now been reduced considerably. By tonight, they say things should be under control. Electricity has been largely restored, but people living in low-lying pockets in this chronic low-lying pocket, they are undergoing lots of trouble. No electricity. Many have moved to cyclone relief centers, around 7,000 across Tamil Nadu. The same case in Viluppuram district and also in Krishnagiri district. In Viluppuram again, this river passes through, and many areas are still inundated. People wading through knee-deep to waist-deep waters. But since rains have stopped largely and the discharge from the reservoir is coming down, authorities hope they can quickly focus on restoration of power supply, supply of relief materials, and rebuilding in terms of the lost infrastructure in these areas.
Right, Sam, very, very briefly, could you just give us the key challenge in terms of rehabilitation? Of course, the rescue efforts, as you mentioned, are still on in Tiruvannamalai, but rehabilitation of those who've been displaced would be an enormous challenge for the state authorities at the moment.
At the moment, there's no clarity in terms of what kind of loss has this cyclone has wreaked. But one thing is clear, close to 2 lakh hectares of crop loss is there, because all these tracts of land, farmlands have come under water. But in terms of other losses, we'll have to wait for the assessment by authorities, for which it may take at least a week's time.
Right, thanks very much there, Sam Daniel. Pratibha Raman, of course, rain worries in Karnataka as well, in some of the districts bordering Tamil Nadu, including in Bengaluru as well, where it's been raining through the day today.
Well, most affected are South Interior Karnataka as well as coastal districts of Karnataka. There, a yellow alert that has already been issued in parts of Bengaluru rural, Hassan, as well as neighbouring districts like Mandya, Mysuru as well. While an orange alert has been issued in the coastal districts of Karnataka. Schools and colleges have remained closed in districts like Kolar and other parts of Karnataka, while an order has been issued to shut down schools and colleges in the coastal districts of Karnataka tomorrow. Talking of Bengaluru in particular, 6 to 11 centimeter rainfall that has been recorded, and incessant rainfall that has been witnessed ever since Sunday evening. The IMD has predicted these rains to continue until Wednesday. However, there is some respite now, but then navigating through Bengaluru roads is definitely going to be a huge task, mainly because of the traffic jams caused by these incessant rains. Back to you, Veera.
Right. Thanks very much there, Pratibha Raman and Sam Daniel, giving us the latest on the rain situation. But now to our political focus of the day. While hearing a plea seeking the recall of the judgment granting bail to Tamil Nadu Minister Sendil Balaji, a two-judge bench of the Apex Court posed a tough question over why the minister was reinstated to office as soon as he got bail. Justice Abhay Oka, one of the judges hearing the case, observed, and I quote, "We grant bail and the next day you go and become minister. Anybody will be bound to be under the impression that now with your position as a senior cabinet minister, witnesses will be under pressure. What is going on?" Unquote. The bench did not recall the bail judgment and posted the matter to the 13th of December. Sendil Balaji, who is Tamil Nadu's Minister for Electricity, Prohibition and Excise, was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case, spent over 400 days, remember, in jail before being released on bail last September. He was accorded a rousing welcome on his release, and the DMK chief M.K. Stalin and Chief Minister of the state had backed Balaji to the hilt and reinstated him soon after his release. In fact, remember, even after his arrest, the Stalin government did not remove him from the cabinet for several months. Sendil Balaji shifted from the AIDMK to the DMK and considered an extremely influential politician with connections across Tamil Nadu's political divide in the western region of the state. So why is Sendil Balaji so important, and is there an answer to the question posed by the Apex Court? Joining me this evening, Harish Mohammed Ibrahim, who has taken a pro-DMK stand on this issue. Unfortunately, the DMK refused to join the conversation this evening because they say that all their party workers and spokespersons are busy with the rain situation in Tamil Nadu. That was the response they gave us when we asked them to join the debate. Narayan Tirupati of the Tamil Nadu BJP joins us, as well as political analyst Suman C. Raman. Harish, my first question to you: what would be the response to the Supreme Court's question, which is a tough one, saying why just after bail should a minister be reinstated? Why not wait till the end of the case? What should the DMK be saying to this?
No, I'm not on any official capability as a DMK spokesperson participated in your debate, and number one. And number two, anyone until there is a proven of guilty, they are about to go ahead with whatever the process and proceedings are as per the constitution's mandated for any elected government for that matter. And number three, unless Sendil Balaji is there inside the jail as a minister in position for almost 400 plus odd days, the ED was not able to file a submission before the Apex Court proving his charges as guilty. And they can't even file a charge sheet for whatever the crime he was supposed to be committed, which was the allegations by the ED. And even when there was a DVAC case, that was not proven beyond doubt for him to make sure to be under impression that he is a culprit or he should be proven guilty. Until that, the state government has all the liberty to take whoever they want to be under their cabinet. And there is no other point. Even now, the Apex Court has formed an observation stating that, but they have not even made sure to give the relief for the ministers from the declining the bail, etc. So once the bail has been granted, we are pretty much sure that there is no prima facie evidence for the matter to be sub judice. And now, when the matter has been disposed between the Honorable Supreme Court, the entire state government machineries can make sure them to be inducted into the government. And he is one of the strongest political leader when it comes to Congo Belt, and even the party needs him for their political backing, for their political rally when the upcoming 2026 elections are on board.
Okay.
So there is no other point. Even number one. Wait 1 second. If you want to go ahead and take this as a precedent, there are so much of other precedents where even within the matter of within hour, the entire cabinet has been reshuffled when the ministers came out of the bail. Previous minister came out of the bail, even there is a BJP ruling state, even there is an ADMK government which even sworn in, the entire cabinet has been sworn in. Even the chief minister have been sworn in. So there is no precedent that this is the only thing happening only in Tamil Nadu, that too with the DMK government.
You are making three very important points. One is that this is not unprecedented. It's happened before. And I'm taking these points across to Narayan Tirupati while clarifying categorically, even at the introduction, I said you are not the DMK spokesperson, but you've taken a pro-DMK stand on this issue as a political analyst. Narayan Tirupati, 3 points being made. One, there is a precedent for this. Two, the DMK has categorically said that this is a political vendetta case against Sendil Balaji, and Enforcement Directorate is being used as a tool of the central government. And three, he has been given bail. It's the prerogative of the Chief Minister to take him back into the cabinet. What is the problem? Please respond to those points raised by Harish.
Number one, before 5 years, somebody said that Sendil Balaji is a fraud, is a cheat, he is a corrupt person, a land grabber, he is an extortionist. The words came from Mr. M.K. Stalin, the then opposition leader, before 5 years. Number two, my friend was saying that this case, charge sheet were not filed, but charge sheets have been filed. We should know that because he was a minister, he is a power, he will influence. The court refused to give bail. We need to understand this. So he can't say that ED has failed to even file the charge sheet. No. And number three is that, you see, I don't blame Sendil Balaji becoming a minister because it is, as he rightly said, it is the chief minister who should now come and say that the Supreme Court has observed this, given an observation. If he is a responsible and a good administrator, if he is a responsible chief minister and a citizen, I think it is the duty of Mr. N.K. Stalin, the chief minister of Tamil Nadu, to dismiss Sendil Balaji immediately. That is what we demand. And this should have been done by him. The court very rightly said that the moment we gave you the bail, and immediately next day you are becoming the minister, cabinet minister, as a senior cabinet minister with a plump portfolio, like, as you rightly said, electricity and prohibition. And how come definitely everyone will think that he will influence? And he is an ATM. You asked me, why is that he has been given a minister? He is an ATM for DMK. That is why he has been given a portfolio, a minister.
Okay. Okay, you've made these points, you've made these repeatedly over the last few years. Sumant Raman, how do we draw a conclusion on this? On the one side, the Chief Minister has the prerogative to take someone who is not convicted into his cabinet. On the other side, and the more important side, is the moral question of, is somebody facing a case as serious as this, should they be brought back into the cabinet? How do we draw the line?
Irrespective of political party, there is no moral question. There is no question of having any. It used to be there in the good old days. That's gone. So I think we can ignore the moral question part of it. The point really is two things. One, the very fact that Mr. Sendil Balaji is not even 6-7 years old in the DMK. So the dependence on Mr. Sendil Balaji as some kind of pillar of the party is something that irks many of the DMK leaders themselves. And to see the Chief Minister giving him the kind of importance that is not given to those who have spent 30 and 40 years working for the party is something that rankles them. Having said that, can he influence witnesses? See, this is a very, very strange case. The ED filed their charge sheet first. Then Subsequently, the charges were framed against him on money laundering cases. Subsequently, in August this year, again, charges were framed. And he went to the court saying that, until the bail plea is disposed of, this should be delayed. That was not accepted. So I think that there are a few issues here. Is he in a position to influence witnesses? And the answer is yes. Has the entire trial been completely concluded and is it in a state of appeal in a higher court? No. So I think that there is a difference between similar cases which have been quoted earlier and this particular case where the matter he has not been convicted as yet. So this is not a case where he's been, hypothetically, had he been convicted and the matter had come on appeal, then you're not going to again have the witnesses being re-examined and so on unless a retrial is ordered. This is not in that state. So therefore, it is incumbent to ensure that witnesses are not tampered with. But, the government does not seem to, the basic impression being created is this 75-year-old party will sort of collapse if Mr. Sendil Balaji is not in the cabinet, which is a very sad state of affairs. And I think that it is not proper on the part of the Chief Minister to continue to, almost defend him to a point where, look, Veera, these charges were brought by Mr. Stalin.
No, Sumant, when you're making that point, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Wait.
You're making an important point. I just want to quickly ask you this question. What underlines the importance of Sendil Balaji for the DMK? Give me an answer in 30 seconds because I have very little time and I want to get the other two guests in this.
The public perception is he is a money bag for the party and he is the one who is helping the party fund and the portfolio is given to him. Look, there are people who are 30 and 40 years senior to Mr. Sendil Balaji in the party. He gets control of TASMAC, the liquor enterprise of the state government, and he gets control of electricity. These are two of the biggest cash cows for any government, leave alone the DMK government, every government. And that is the reason why he is believed to be extremely important and why the Chief Minister cannot sacrifice him because of the fact that he may know too much.
Okay, I'm running completely out of time, but I need to get Narayan Tirupati as well as Harish into this. Narayan Tirupati, one side is the importance of this minister to the DMK. On the other side is the political allegation that this is a political vendetta case against him to corner the DMK. Now, with the DMK saying that, obviously the DMK says that because it's a political vendetta case, we have the moral right to keep him in cabinet. Your quick response to it.
No. See, this accusation was given by Mr. Stalin. That's what I said. He said he's a cheat. And the cheating has happened when he was a minister. He has taken money. He has accepted it in the court. He has accepted. They have accepted.
Sir, there are many politicians who have come from one side to the other.
No, it is not like that. It is not like that. See, this is a very different case, as Suman said. In this issue, they have accepted that the bribe was taken and bribe was given. And then they have submitted the court that we have returned back whatever bribe we have taken. That is the guilt. We need to understand. He said, my friend said that he was not proved guilty. He has proved himself guilty. And that is this case. And the charge sheet has been filed. And they have
he has given an affidavit saying that money has been returned.
That is the case. That is the case.
Harish, give me a final. I'm giving you the final word, Harish. Could the DMK not have waited till the case is over? What was the hurry to get him back into the cabinet? Very quick response, last word to you. Isn't the DMK on the fault on this one?
No, number one, it is a politically vendetta movement. Number two, even when the BJP is a washing machine government, when they are in one party, they have been a culprit, and when they come to switch over to BJP, they are completely clean shit. So that is not the case over here. The PMLA case and the FEMA violation case and the ED case has not even been given any kind of shit in the apex court. So the apex court have granted the bail without there is no prima facie evidence which has been filed by the ED. Even on the FEMA violation, even on the PMLA violation, there is not even a single charge has been framed against him. So that is the reason. That is the reason it is politically vendetta. Even the ED, they are saying that it is a money bag. He is a money bag.
Has he given a statement?
No, you made your point. Both of you have made your points.
The entire machinery is.
Has he given a statement saying money has been returned?
Apologize. for cutting this short, but both of you have made your points emphatically, from that political face-off in Tamil Nadu now to the battle within the BJP in Karnataka. The aggressive Basanagowda Patil Yatnal, BJP's MLA from Bijapur, has been issued a show-cause notice by the party for his comments questioning the party state president B.Y. Vijayendra and his father B.S. Yediyurappa. Yatnal had publicly taken on Yediyurappa in the past and is known to be close to a faction in the party, and his latest criticism of B.Y. Vijayendra came after the party's rout in the by-polls where it lost all 3 seats. Vijayendra had even gone to Delhi and met with the party high command, and the show-cause notice was issued after those meetings. A defiant Yatnal, though, says he will respond.
ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಅವರ ಅಪ್ಪನ ಸಹಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಫೈಲ್ಗಳು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾನ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಅಧಿಕೃತವಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲ್ದಾಗ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಥವಾ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಪಕ್ಷ ನಿರ್ಣಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ವಂಶವಾದ, ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ, ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಹಿಂದುತ್ವದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಬೇಡ.
ಈ ನಡವಳಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಅಥವಾ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವರು ಬಯೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವರೇನೋ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಎತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳೀತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಭ್ರಮೆನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಅದು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಕೂಡ ಇಡೀ ಶಾಪವನ್ನು ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಇತಿಶ್ರೀ ಹಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಯಾರ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತರಬೇಕು ಅದು ತಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
Well, that's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with Top Rank.
Get it free with single ID. Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Becoming a member of jury of NDTV was a totally different challenge altogether.
When you recognize contribution to society, these stories are inspiration for everyone who views them.
The NDTV Indian of the Year
is an extremely important initiative.
Nominees were just extraordinary.
Each one of them is a rock star.
And the achievers in this field who are inspiration for the Indians in this country have been chosen for this prestigious award.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents NDTV Indian of the Year, powered by Raymond, co-powered by Gallant. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Even as the suspense over who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra continues more than a week after the declaration of the results of the assembly polls, BJP has appointed Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani as central observers of the BJP, who will preside over party's MLA meeting and also choose the party's leader. Now, this is a step forward in the announcement of the Chief Minister's phase, but the deadlock over cabinet portfolios remains. Eknath Shinde, the caretaker Chief Minister, has been at the center of the storm. He has been asserting that it was under his 2.5 years that the state saw unprecedented development. The two Mahayuti partners, be it the Shinde or for that matter the Shinde faction or for that matter the NCP, feel that if they have the two posts, it will be smooth functioning for the government, and the rival Maha Vikas Aghadi could be relegated to a corner. Now, there are important portfolios that are being discussed, specifically home, PWD, urban development, but this is also a story of assurances that were given, promises that were made, the Maratha factor, the future of the state, who can govern it properly and who just needs to be accommodated so that nobody feels resentful. Remember, the Shinde Sena also have 7 MPs who are very important for the BJP at the central level. But remember that it's the BJP that has emerged as the single largest party with 132 MLAs, while the Shiv Sena and the NCP are settled with 57 and 41 seats respectively. So is it going to be a BJP CM, which looks like it is going to be, but is it going to be Devendra Fadnavis? That also seems quite certain. So where is the glitch? Will Eknath Shinde be the Deputy Chief Minister? That's where the glitch is. And what will be the shape of the final Maharashtra cabinet? We will discuss all of this. But first, let's listen in to what Milind Deora, Shiv Sena MP, said today.
The government will be formed in the next few days. There is just some fine-tuning between all allies. All allies will work together, form a strong government, a stable government, and ensure that Mumbai and Maharashtra go forward. I would say Shinde Sahab, from what I have seen, believes in coalition dharma. He will uphold coalition dharma, and we will work together with all allies. The aim is to deliver justice to the people of Maharashtra, not to do politics for a seat.
My colleague Radhika joins us with more details on this. Radhika, tell us, what is the process that's going to be followed? I know this is all protocol, but Nirmala Sitharaman and of course Vijay Rupani will travel to Mumbai, and of course there'll be a meeting of BJP legislators, there'll be a party leader who will be chosen, and of course that name will be announced, and that would be the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. So what are the camps feeling about this, considering that NCP and Shiv Sena already have held these meetings, and it's the BJP that has finally decided to hold this meeting now? Where is all of this heading, and by when can we expect an answer?
That's right. Delay in Maharashtra government formation is only continuing. Deadlock, as you said, is intensifying. And of course, hard negotiations are happening at this point. And as you rightly pointed out, yes, legislative party meeting is something that we were waiting for, which the NCP and Sena had conducted, and they had appointed their leaders. But BJP's legislative party meeting is something that was pending, which is scheduled to take place on 4th of December. Central observers have been appointed. They will be making their way to Mumbai. They will preside over the meetings, after which, of course, the leader will be appointed. And in most likelihood, as you pointed out, it will be Devendra Fadnavis who will be, the leader of the legislative party of the BJP, which in a way also points to the fact that he could be the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. But as of now, no official announcement on that yet. Is there going to be a surprise phase? Not entirely certain. But there are a lot of differences that need to be ironed out among the allies, which is why the announcement is pending. We know that a Mahayuti meeting was scheduled last week. That got postponed. It was supposed to happen today. Once again postponed. Eknath Shinde fell sick in between. He went to his hometown, returned. And today, of course, he was not in Mumbai. He was in his residence in Thane. We believe that he attended some virtual meetings as well. Ajit Pawar is in Delhi, perhaps to meet Amit Shah, perhaps will play a mediator's role. But at this point, of course, we are hearing that while Eknath Shinde openly has said that he will abide by what the BJP does, he will support BJP's decisions, we are also given to understand that he's playing hardball in terms of negotiations of some key portfolios. Will he accept Deputy Chief Ministership post? Not sure. His son Shrikant Shinde came out in the open and said he has not accepted, nor is he interested in Deputy CM post, and he's not interested in a ministerial berth at the centre either. So what will Eknath Shinde get in this bargain? Because he is in a way sacrificing Chief Minister's post. He doesn't have that kind of bargaining power in any case as far as CM's post is concerned. Will he get home and finance, which he is vying for, is what we are hearing. Will he accept Deputy Chief Ministership post? What are the key portfolios Shinde Sena will get? All that remains to be seen, which is why, as Milind Deora has pointed out, there is some fine-tuning that has to happen, after which perhaps a formal announcement will take place. So yes, legislative party meeting first, and then perhaps a formal announcement of who the Chief Minister face will be, and also Deputy CMs. And then, of course, as scheduled on December 5 is when the oath-taking ceremony will happen. who is going to take oath? Is apart from the CM, is it going to be Devendra Fadnavis as the CM? What about deputy CMs? Which are the key portfolios? Which are the ministers that will perhaps take oath on December 5? All that may perhaps be clear only after that meeting on December 4th among the BJP leaders.
Right. Thank you, Radhika, for giving us those details. We also have Shazia Elmi, spokesperson BJP. We have Susi Ben Shah, spokesperson Shiv Sena. We have Kapil Madan, who is an advocate Supreme Court. And we also have Amitabh Tiwari, political strategist. Thank you all of you for joining us on this broadcast. To you, Shazia, first, it was a landslide victory, Shazia. So clearly, it was never meant to be that easy. But did you expect that this would take this much time? Because clearly the BJP is being very mindful about sentiments here, being very mindful about emotions here. But this is also politics. So it is not going to let go of the CM's position. But at the same time, it looks like the party wants to ensure that nobody feels upset, isn't it?
Well, yes, as you said, BJP is extremely mindful. We have to take care of all considerations and all that people feel, any sort of misgivings or doubts or adjustments or serious considerations or factors that are in play at this point of time must all be addressed. And yes, as your reporter very ably told us, and she did a great job, I must say, Radhika, told us that we will very soon have a leader of the party. We will decide, and I think it's a matter of hours that we will know exactly who will be the face leading this great victory, and nothing takes away from the victory, so to speak. I must say that. So if all goes fine, within a day or two, you will have a name, and you will also have all the names for the deputy CM as well as the key portfolios over which I'm sure. And you know, some of it, when you look at politics, when you look at three big parties coming together, there would be, it is like a rassakashi, some tug of war, people wanting more. I'm sure my friend Susie would want her leader to be there. I would want my leader to be there. I would want, so this happens, so this is very natural, and nobody can disregard that or be dismissive of it. Yes, we have to take care of all of those. So it is not an easy task, but I'm sure Nirmala ji and Vijay ji will be looking at who will be the leader of the legislative party, and very soon we'll have a name in place.
Right. Susi Ben, to you, ma'am, like after the Lok Sabha elections 2024 results came out, Eknath Shinde, Shiv Sena had a better strike rate, not just, vis-a-vis Uddhav Thackeray, but also vis-a-vis the BJP. So clearly there's a role that he has played. He was also the face of the welfare scheme. He also brought in a scheme for farmers. And he was also this common man's chief minister who threw the doors of Varsha open. So clearly there's a lot of not just utility attached to him, but also political capital that I think the Mahayuti benefited from. But now in the last few days, if you look at it, his body language has been, he has shown a moral high ground when it comes to, he says, when it comes to saying that he will be okay with anything that the Prime Minister or the Home Minister, decides. Tell us, what is the feeling and sentiment in the Shiv Sena camp, given that it is more or less becoming clear that he may not be the Chief Minister, and now there's a lot of negotiation on the plum-heavy portfolios that's happening.
No, very good evening to all of you, and regards to all our my esteemed panelists. The only thing that I would like to say is that, as you rightly said, our Eknath Raoji was the face of the Mahayuti government for the past 2.5 years. We are a very emotional, hard-working cadre. So what we want, what we expect is only Sanman, dignity. Whatever is done maintaining the dignity of the most popular Maratha leader and the most popular CM, Eknath Raoji, who is emerged as the most popular leader. He is the man, he is the face behind he's emerged as the favorite Ladka Bhav. Of course, Deva Bhav also is there, and so is Ajit Dada. But he was the face of all the welfare schemes of Maharashtra in the last.
Right. Let me, we will try connecting with Susiben now. Kapil Madan, a party needs at least 29 MLAs to get the leader of opposition's post. And I was looking at how the opposition has also been reacting to this delay, saying that, this is not befitting of an alliance which has won a landslide. But then if you look at the MVA, no party in the MVA has the required numbers to claim the leader of opposition. So that itself is quite an embarrassing state to be in, isn't it?
Yes, so there cannot be any doubt about it. How poorly the opposition has performed. They will not have a leader of opposition. It's an admitted position, and nobody can defend it. But if I just in contrast highlight what is happening in the incumbent Mahayuti. So we had a coalition government in Maharashtra by Mahayuti, wherein all these three parties were there. Mr. Eknath Shinde ji was the chief minister. It was an admitted position. Now the fact is that after winning, this election by this kind of a margin, and if despite that you are having delays in announcing your chief minister, it shows what? It shows that yes, all these three parties which came together and fought these elections are not at the same page. It also appears to me when you have a strong government already in the last assembly, now you have the same government. Why would you take so much of time to even decide who will be the chief minister? So, there cannot be any smoke without a fire. So there also differences are also visible now. So I think the government has to, really get the confidence of the people back that yes, whatever they actually chosen, they will get it. So there is no clarity, because if that was so, there was no reason or an occasion to let Mr. Shinde resign at the first place. They would have declared that it's a Mahayuti coalition that was ruling Maharashtra earlier. They contested it and then they won it. The fact is that despite that they are not able to announce their CM, shows that there are huge differences amongst these three political parties.
Right. Amitabh Tiwari, so we saw what really happened in the last few days. We saw Eknath Shinde actually, calling this meeting with Amit Shah quite positive, but then we saw him leaving for his village. He fell ill there, and then there's also a lot of speculation about the deliberations on who will get the home ministry, and of course, will he accept the position of deputy chief minister, having been the chief minister, although that is not really a problem because Devendra Fadnavis has also done the same. So clearly, what is it that you read? What are the political undertones in the body language and in the statements that Mr. Shinde has made in the last few days?
No, essentially, Mr. Shinde also believes that since he was the face of the campaign and he was leading the government, so any incumbent chief minister is naturally the CM designate if that party wins, correct? But here it's a complex issue because you have three big parties which are part of the alliance, and they have attained a majority of 3/4. They have got a very big mandate, and BJP is very close to the numbers on its own. In fact, it has MLAs who have won on Shiv Sena and NCP ticket, and if we add all those numbers, BJP itself is almost at half a majority. So now what is happening is that all the three partners or parties are now eyeing for key positions. There's a lot of speculation also, I think, which is not helping matters, because nothing is coming out clearly as a communication from the Mahayuti. Now we have a date and we have December 4th as the selection of the leader, but that's also come today, correct? And all of this speculation is just based on sources.
Right.
What is actually happening behind the scenes, no one is coming out and saying. Even after meeting Amit Shah ji, all those three leaders met. Right. Neither of them, all of them did not address the press together, and there was supposed to be a meeting which has not happened. So all of this is adding to the speculation, and we are eager to know who is going to be the chief minister. So the media also, right, there is a hype because the mandate is very big. People are waiting eagerly for the schemes and the promises to be implemented. So all of this is there. So now it seems that we have to wait for the 4th, wherein the leader of the BJP will be elected, and then all things will be clear. Who will be deputy CM from Shinde's party, who will be deputy CM from Ajit Pawar's party.
Yes.
Of course, there will be give and take, because if if Eknath Shindeji's party is
right
conceding to the CM post, then there will be bargaining for key ministries. And it is important also to give a message to the followers, supporters, and the voters.
Right.
These two parties are strong and they are required by the BJP. BJP also gives them importance. This messaging is also fairly important.
So the messaging and the optics, I think, are more important. Susie, when you wanted to come in here, and also let me ask you, you spoke about Samman and dignity. Yes. Would you think that it would be beneath Mr. Shinde to accept a position of the Deputy Chief Minister, although it doesn't really, because I just mentioned Devendra Fadnavis also, because while there are many speculations, there are also these, rumors that, he could be offered a position in the center, or for that matter, leader of opposition. So several things are going around. But what would mean dignity or Samman for you, ma'am? For specifically Mr. Shinde?
Let me tell my esteemed colleague, my lawyer friend, that there is no fire and therefore there is no smoke as well. So therefore we are firmly on the saddle and we are going to form the government on the 5th. And let me assure you, we will give a very clean governance based on peace, prosperity, development and progress. So be rest assured, we are there, very much there to govern for the people of Maharashtra. Now, as far as the dignity part is concerned, as he was the CM designate, and let us not forget that we have corporation elections coming in the next year, which are Mumbai, Thana, and many other Maha corporations in Maharashtra. And Eknath Raoji has vanquished our Shiv Sena has vanquished the so-called UBT Shiv Sena. We have kept him low. We have decimated them, and therefore, to keep him there, it is very, very important that Eknath Raoji's leadership is accepted and is given key portfolios so that we can govern properly and keep Shiv Sena at bay. Because we have emerged as the Shiv Sena, the rightful owners of the ideology of the Shiv Sena party. The Dhanusha Ban belongs to us, and therefore that is accepted even by PM Sir and Amit Shah ji. So we are very, very sure that the dignity, whether giving us the correct portfolio, it was last time also the Deputy Chief Minister was given the Home Ministry. So we do expect that the Home Ministry is given. For many, many years, urban development has been held by our Pramukh Neta, Eknath Raoji Shinde, so as MSRDC, PWD. So these are the few portfolios that we asked for. And as Milind Deora rightly said, fine-tuning, fine negotiation is the need of the hour, and it will be done within the next 48 hours.
Yes. Shazia, would you like to respond to that? Because that's a very clear answer by Susie Bain on what actually dignity would comprise. Tell us how much of this would actually be okay for the BJP?
Shazia,
so first of all, yes, exactly. So see, when I hear Susie, she's a tough negotiator. So, one has to listen to her with all alertness. I like Amitabh ji just said, there are three parties. All three have played a great role. It's been a stellar victory. There are so many expectations. Just like that, there are many other considerations. My opponent here, my friend opponent rather, Kapil was mentioning, there is something amiss. I mean, I'm sure there would be a lot to discuss, a lot to talk about, a lot to negotiate, and that's all right. That's absolutely all right. This is politics, and people would want the best deal for themselves and the leaders and their winners, whether it's Ajit Pawar ji or Eknath Shinde ji or Devendra Fadnavis ji. So it's all right. It's all right to go through, but it's better to go through with all of this now and then to go out there with absolutely no rancor in the ranks whatsoever, with a very clear mandate and a very strong leadership where everybody is assuaged and people feel content that nobody has been shortchanged at any level whatsoever, for which it's important to meet and ensure that everything is considered and there is fair play amongst all the parties.
Right. Kapil Madan, at least, these are two spokespersons from two different parties from the ruling alliance, actually, cordially agreeing, disagreeing on a debate. Do you think this was one thing that was missing in the MVA, alliance coalition in the Maharashtra right from the beginning?
So let me say one very interesting conclusion which I could make from what Shazia ji said and what the other spokesperson from the Shiv Sena said. So they are very, very clear. It will not be Mr. Eknath Shinde who will be the chief minister, and I thank you for them for revealing this being before the party made. So just a minute. Let me
How
complete.
did you get that?
Let me complete. No, that's my conclusion. Shazia, that's my conclusion. You may disagree. That's my
You're attributing it to me and Susie.
No. So that's my.
Don't.
Yeah, Shazia, just a minute. Just a minute. So Shazia is now getting a little anxious because she revealed before the party.
No, I'm not getting anxious at all.
I'm sure.
I'm saying, why are you getting anxious?
I'm sure,
Why
Shazia,
are you so?
said, I believe.
What is your locus in trying to reveal something that we have not revealed and attribute it to us?
Now let me come to my second point. When I heard the honorable spokesperson from Shiv Sena, she very categorically mentioned that the discussion would be around the portfolios. So what I could make, and that's how I base my conclusion, it is clear that they have Mr. Eknath Shinde ji has given up the chief ministerialship, and the only discussion which is now pending is about what.
Okay, Kapil, I'm completely out of time. I have to give the last word to Mr. Tiwari. Amitabh, there's also the sense that the BJP is very mindful of emotions. So that, the 7 MPs, I cover the parliament and I see the 7 MPs are extremely loyal to Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde. So is that also a sense that the national picture should not get disrupted with something that is happening in the state? Every MP for the BJP is also very important right now. Do you think that is also something that the BJP is very mindful of?
Yes, so it is a very interdependent relationship between Shiv Sena and BJP. Shiv Sena support is also very helpful at the national level, where BJP on its own does not have a majority. And also his utility is very important because he has, in a sense, weakened the position of Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray and emerged as the real Shiv Sena, and will be very helpful going forward in the BMC elections. Also emerging as the tallest Maratha leader, because even in Marathwada, if you see, the Mahayuti has done really very well. So all these things are under consideration, and BJP would not be want to seen as pushing too hard on the allies with whom together they have won this historic mandate. And I think in the next 2 to 3 days, things and discussions should fructify to everybody's satisfaction.
Right. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. The Maharashtra picture is now getting clearer, or in fact more confusing. We'll get to know. In fact, we'll have to wait for a few more days for the final picture to emerge, and also for us to know what the final shape of the Maharashtra cabinet would look like. Moving on to other important story, trouble mounts for Reliance as capital markets regulator SEBI orders the attachment of bank accounts as well as shares and mutual fund holdings of Reliance Big Entertainment to recover dues of rupees 26 crore. Earlier, on the 14th of November, SEBI had sent a notice to Reliance Big Entertainment Private Limited and asked the entity to pay dues within 15 days in a case pertaining to illegal diversion of funds in the matter of Reliance Home Finance Limited. The attachment notice came after Reliance Big Entertainment failed to pay the fine imposed on it by the markets watchdog. Well, time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Unprecedented rainfall batters 4 northern districts of Tamil Nadu. 7 members of a family trapped after landslide in Tiruvannamalai district. Rescue efforts on with the help of experts from IIT Madras. The government concedes a debate on the constitution to end the deadlock in parliament. The debate, expected to be stormy, will take place next week. Supreme Court says no relaxation of anti-pollution measures in the national capital. Asks chief secretaries of states, part of NCR, to appear before it. Traffic begins to move at the Noida-Delhi border as farmers leave protest site.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
Becoming a member of jury of NDTV was a totally different challenge altogether.
When you recognize contribution to society, these stories are inspiration for everyone who views them.
The NDTV Indian of the Year is an extremely important initiative.
Nominees were just extraordinary.
Each one of them is a rock star.
And the achievers in this field who are inspiration for the Indians in this country have been chosen for this prestigious award.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents NDTV Indian of the Year, powered by Raymond, co-powered by Gallant. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. Coming up ahead, will the impasse in Parliament, with it finally broken, will we see some work done in this winter session as the government agrees to a debate on the Constitution? Also, no word yet on who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. That announcement is expected soon. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. 9 days after sweeping the Maharashtra elections, the Mahayuti yet to announce who will be the chief minister. The BJP appoints central observers to oversee the process, as Eknath Shinde's son denies that he wants to be the deputy chief minister. After 6 days of a washout in Parliament, the government has agreed to a debate on the Constitution as demanded by the opposition. Will we finally see some work done in this winter session? Protests in West Bengal and Tripura over the arrests of priests and treatment of minorities in Bangladesh. But after an attack on the Assistant High Commissioner's office in Tripura, India says security will be increased. Heavy rain continues in parts of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry after Cyclone Fengal makes a landfall wreaking havoc. 2 people die in a landslide in Tiruvannamalai. The Chief Minister hits out, says DMK MPs are not being allowed to talk about the situation. The farmers' Dilli Chalo March chokes the border between Noida and Delhi today as massive security arrangement is made. Finally, authorities manage a breakthrough. Farmers gave a 7-day ultimatum to the centre to resolve their issues. A massive controversy in the US after President Joe Biden pardons his son Hunter Biden. This sparks a debate over setting a bad precedent. Donald Trump slams Biden, calls this a miscarriage of justice. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with union ministers and members of the cabinet, watched Sabarmati report today. The Prime Minister says, I commend the makers of the film for their effort. Well, our top story now, and it's been 9 days since the NDA or Mahayuti swept the Maharashtra elections, but even now no chief minister has been announced, indicating challenges between the alliance partners, BJP and the Shinde Shiv Sena. Today, the BJP named Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani as observers for a meeting of its newly elected MLAs in Maharashtra, at which the issue of the next chief minister may be settled. Devendra Fadnavis, two-time former chief minister, is widely seen as the front runner for the post. Eknath Shinde seemed to be playing hardball, even visiting his village in the midst of this, as we all awaited the announcement, but he is said to have come around. Another rumor doing the rounds is that his son might be made the deputy chief minister, something that Shrikant Shinde has denied. Well, let's go across to Radhika now for more. So Radhika, the next development as we await, that formal announcement of chief minister is this meeting of Maharashtra BJP MLAs at which the central observers will be there, and perhaps after that some kind of announcement, considering the BJP has said that the swearing in will be on the 5th.
That's right. That's what we are expecting. No official announcement yet on who the chief minister is going to be. But the BJP has scheduled its legislative party meeting on December 4th. Perhaps after that, there will be a formal announcement. Of course, Sena and NCP held its legislative party meeting, selected the leaders of legislative party of the respective parties as well. Now, the BJP is set to select its leader. In most likelihood, it will be Devendra Fadnavis, and in most likelihood, he could be the chief minister. But all that will become clear after that meeting on December 4th. Central observers have been appointed from Delhi. They will be making their way to Maharashtra, to Mumbai, preside over the meetings, will hold discussions, after which perhaps an official declaration may happen. Of course, BJP has scheduled the oath-taking ceremony on December 5, but a lot of differences need to be ironed out before that. Eknath Shinde was in his hometown. He's returned to Thane, to his residence. He continues to be unwell, is what we are hearing, but hard negotiations going on. Of course, Eknath Shinde continues to maintain that he is in support of what the BJP really decides, and there are no disputes or differences, but he certainly is playing hardball in terms of getting the prime portfolios. Looks like he wants home and finance, but will he get that? Since he sacrificed chief ministerial post, as he did not have that kind of negotiation power, will he accept deputy chief ministership post? Shrikant Shinde, his son, has of course
said that he's not interested in deputy CM post, he's not accepted it, and nor has he accepted any central ministerial berth. What will Eknath Shinde be left with? At this point, of course, the displeasure is not something very visible. They're not attacking each other. Allies are not being aggressive with each other. They're being mindful and respectful of each other, at least in the open. But there are bargaining, negotiations that are going on among the allies. Ajit Pawar is in Delhi, perhaps playing the middleman there in order to convince both the parties about give and take in terms of portfolio. So all this will become clear. There are certain, fine-tuning of discussions that have to happen in terms of ministerial berths and who will be the deputy chief minister. And most importantly, is it going to be Devendra Fadnavis who will be announced as the chief minister? So yes, legislative party meeting to happen on 4th of December, post which, of course, the oath-taking ceremony on December 5. But a lot of names need to be announced, especially the key name of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Things will become clear in the next 2 days. And in the next 2 days, there is going to be Mahayuti meeting as well that is expected among the leaders, where a lot of differences, we believe, could be cleared out and the disputes which are not visible at the moment will perhaps be cleared out, and then maybe an official announcement or press conference may happen.
All right. Thanks so much, Radhika, for joining us there with all the very latest. So we can expect some clarity finally on the moving on to news now from the centre, and finally the Parliament logjam has been broken. All Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha MPs have agreed to hold a debate on the Constitution next week. This comes days after chaotic sessions over the issue have taken place. The breakthrough came after an all-party meeting that was held today with Speaker Om Birla, which he called with all the floor leaders. Now the debate on the Constitution will be held on December 13th and 14th in the Lok Sabha, 16th and 17th in the Rajya Sabha. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju told reporters outside Parliament on the opposition raising other issues such as Sambal violence and Manipur. Mr. Rijiju said a decision will be taken in accordance with the rules. These issues have led to constant adjournments of the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha since the session began on November 25th. Some opposition parties, especially the Trinamool Congress, want Parliament to discuss a host of different issues, including unemployment and price rise.
जो बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में संविधान पे चर्चा होने का प्रस्ताव था, उसको सरकार ने मंजूरी दिया है। हम लोग 13 और 14 फ्राइडे सैटरडे को संविधान पे चर्चा होगी। लोकसभा में पहले हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे। फ्राइडे है 13 तारीख और 14 सैटरडे पड़ता है, तो हम फ्राइडे को भी चर्चा करेंगे और सैटरडे को भी पूरा दिन बहस करेंगे। ये हमने एक तरीके से सबने मान लिया है। उसके बाद 16 और 17 को राज्यसभा में संविधान पर चर्चा होगा।
It has been decided to run the house from tomorrow properly, and then the discussion on the Constitution of India will be held on 13th and 14th. Maybe 14th or 13th on 16th.
In Lok Sabha only?
In Lok Sabha. They are going to hold a meeting in there also. Rajya Sabha also they are going to conduct.
Both were agreed for the run the...
on this, everybody agreed to that.
In other news, Prime Minister Narendra Modi watched the movie The Sabarmati Report today evening, which is based on the Godhra train tragedy. The film's storyline revolves around the burning of a coach of the Sabarmati Express near Godhra station in Gujarat, and then the subsequent Godhra riots that took place in Gujarat. Now, top BJP leaders also attended, union ministers showing their support for the film. The Prime Minister had earlier backed the film, saying that fake narrative can persist only for a limited time, and that it's good that the truth is coming out. Actor Vikrant Masi, who stars in the film and who recently announced his retirement from films, was also present at the screening, as was Jitendra, whose daughter Ekta Kapoor was the producer of the movie.
आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ, तमाम कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर्स के साथ, सब थे, उन सब के साथ ये फिल्म देखने का एक अलग ही अनुभव था। शब्दों में शायद बयान नहीं कर पाऊंगा, क्योंकि अभी भी एक अलग ही नर्वसनेस है, और ये मेरे ख्याल से पर्सनली अगर आप मुझसे पूछें तो मेरी लाइफ का सबसे हाईएस्ट पॉइंट है मेरे करियर में, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ बैठ के फिल्म देखना।
सर, आज खुद प्रधानमंत्री के साथ आपने फिल्म देखी द साबरमती रिपोर्ट,
कैसा एक्सपीरियंस रहा और क्या कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी के साथ बहुत बातें हुई, मगर एक बात इम्पोर्टेंट ये हुई, मैंने कहा कि 50 साल मैंने फिल्म लाइन में काटे हैं और ये पहली बार है कि ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर के साथ मैं पिक्चर देख रहा हूँ, फर्स्ट टाइम हुआ। तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने कहा कि ये मैं भी प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनने के बाद ये पहली फिल्म देख रहा हूँ, ये बहुत अच्छी बात हुई।
सर, लेकिन जिस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री ने सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर भी लिखा था कि सच को झुठलाया नहीं जा सकता है, सच बाहर आके ही रहता है, प्रोड्यूसर्स की भी तारीफ करी, किस तरीके से आप देखते हैं कि जनता तक क्या मैसेज जाएगा?
वो बहुत गहरी बात कर रहे हैं आप। मैं सिर्फ इतना कहूँगा कि everybody received the picture very well and I'm thankful to all the parliamentarians and my honorable Prime Minister.
It was a manic Monday today at the Delhi-Noida border as protesting farmers attempted a Chalo Delhi march, which was met with massive security bandobast. You saw the police there out in huge numbers at the border, as well as barriers. In fact, 3 rings of barricading was put up. The protest saw hours-long traffic jams on this very busy route. But for the moment, the farmers have retreated, giving the centre a week-long ultimatum to resolve their issues. Their demands include a legislation on minimum support price, compensation, loan waivers, among other demands. So some relief for commuters, with the farmers calling off their protest for now.
Farmers on the march again. The Delhi Chalo protest march, organised by the Bharatiya Kisan Parishad along with other farmer groups, led to massive traffic jams on Monday at the border between UP and Delhi. Security forces implemented a 3-tier security plan and deployed around 5,000 police personnel. The major demands of farmers are the allocation of 10% developed plots for farmers displaced by land acquisition, implementation of new legal benefits and the adoption of recommendations by a state committee for farmer welfare. क्या आप लोगों ने 7 दिन का अल्टीमेटम दिया अथॉरिटी को?
बिल्कुल यही रहेंगे, यही डटेंगे, धरना प्रदर्शन यही करेंगे, दिन रात का करेंगे। जब तक हमें हमारा 10% प्लॉट नहीं मिलेगा, आबादी का निस्तारण नहीं होगा, जब तक हमें नए कानून के हिसाब से हमें सारे बेनिफिट नहीं मिलेंगे, हम पीछे नहीं हटेंगे, यहीं डटेंगे।
We're at the Noida, Greater Noida Expressway, where right now the farmers have gathered to do the protest. They have clearly crossed the first barricading that the police had put in place to stop. क्या कहेंगे? प्रदर्शन हो रहा है यहाँ पे।
10% विकसित भूखंड और 2003 का भूमि अधिग्रहण जो कानून है उसे लागू करने की लड़ाई हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं और उसी मांग को हम कर रहे हैं आज।
पर पुलिस आपको आगे जाने से रोक रही है।
पुलिस की मंशा ठीक नहीं है, सरकार की मंशा ठीक नहीं है।
To the relief of commuters, the Noida administration was finally able to convince the farmers to clear the roads for now and shift to a nearby park. But farmers have given a 7-day ultimatum to authorities to come up with a solution. Right now we're outside the Rashtriya Dalit Prerna Sthal, where the farmers' protest is still ongoing. Several of the farmer leaders have gathered here. लगातार protest चल रही है। हम देख रहे हैं पुलिस जो है वो सबसे रिक्वेस्ट कर रही है कि इस सड़क को खाली कर दी जाए ताकि जो यहाँ पर ट्रैफिक व्यवस्था है वो सही तरीके से चल पाए।
हम लोगों की पीड़ा है मैम, इसलिए हम सड़क पे बैठे हैं। हमारी पीड़ा का कुछ समाधान हो जाएगा, हम लोग सड़क छोड़ देंगे। ये आज के लिए बैठे हैं, हमारी पीड़ा का समाधान होना चाहिए, तभी हम यहाँ से हटेंगे।
After protesting for 3 hours at the Noida, Greater Noida Expressway, the farmers have now shifted their protest inside the Rashtriya Dalit Prerna Sthal. They have said that if the authorities do not come with a concrete solution within 7 days, they will resume their parliament march. They have come prepared for this whole protest. They have brought ration and water supply to continue inside of this Rashtriya Dalit Prerna Sthal, and have said that if within 7 days a satisfactory answer does not come from the authorities, they will resume this protest and will march towards the parliament. With camera person Rohit Vishwakarma, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV.
News now from the south, and Tamil Nadu has been battered by heavy rainfall since the weekend after cyclone Fengal crossed the coast near state capital Chennai. A landslide that took place in Tiruvannamalai claimed the lives of 2 individuals, including a young boy. In fact, it was a family that was buried under the landslide. Their bodies were recovered during a search operation using earth-moving equipment. The rescue efforts faced great challenges due to the persistent heavy rain that took place there since the morning. In fact, the heavy rain and floods have continued to pound several parts of the state as well as Union Territory, Puducherry. Tamil Nadu's Krishnagiri district was one of the worst hit in the last 2 days, with several vehicles being dragged from a road into low-lying areas. There you can see those visuals which show massive flood waters at the Uthangiri bus station in Krishnagiri, as several buses and other vehicles were submerged in the flood water. Some buses and cars can also be seen being swept away slowly in the rapidly flowing floods. Also, Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Stalin, has hit out saying that DMK MPs are not being allowed to raise the issue of the havoc being caused by the rain.
பேச விடலையா அல்ல பண்ணலையா நாங்கள் முறைப்படி எங்களுடைய கடமை எவ்வளோ சேதாரம் ஏற்பட்டிருக்கு, எவ்வளோ நிவாரண பணிகள் ஈடுபட்டிருக்கிறோம் நாங்கள் தெரியும் உங்களுக்கு. அது மக்கள் எவ்வளவு பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறாங்க, விவசாயத்தை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் எப்படிப்பட்ட சூழ்நிலை ஏற்பட்டிருக்கு, தண்ணீரில் மூழ்கி இருக்குது, அதெல்லாம் கணக்கெடுத்து நிச்சயமாக அனுப்பிச்சி வைப்போம். அது எங்களுடைய கடமை, அது செய்ய வேண்டியது அவங்களுடைய கடமை. ஆனால் செய்ய ஒவ்வொருத்தையும் அவங்க மறுத்துட்டு தான் இருக்கிறாங்க. இருந்தாலும் அதையும் மீறி நாங்கள் செஞ்சுட்டு தான் இருக்கிறோம். பார்ப்போம்.
All right, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin there saying DMK MPs are not being allowed to raise this issue of the rain havoc taking place in the state with the unprecedented rain in 4 districts. Let's go across to Sam Daniel now for more. And Sam, what can you tell us about the situation now and tragedy with a landslide taking place and 2 people being killed?
With regard to that tragedy, Gargi, the rescue operation is underway amid intermittent showers, and the risk is the other boulders on the hillock could roll down any moment. That's why authorities, with the help of the experts from IIT Madras, are carefully on the job. And as we speak, they have located 4 people and rushed them to the hospital. Their condition is not known, and the search is for the remaining 3. Totally 7 people were trapped in this little house which got collapsed in the landslide as the boulder fell on that structure, and this includes 5 children and 2 adults, and the search operation is still underway. Remember, Tiruvannamalai received 22 centimeters rain, and this boulder on top of a hillock rolled down into this settlement. And a couple of hours ago, another landslide too took place very close to this location at a temple. The larger picture, at least 4 districts in Tamil Nadu, Viluppuram, Kadalur, Tiruvannamalai and Kallakurichi, are the worst hit. In Kadalur and Viluppuram, at least 10,000 houses, water has entered at least 10,000 houses because of discharge from the Sathanur Dam, which has made the river Tenpannayar go in spate, and people wade through knee-to-waist deep waters in several areas. Several pockets are without electricity, but authorities say in areas where the waters have receded, they are quickly giving power supply, restoring power supply. That's the same case in Tiruvannamalai, Viluppuram, Kadalur and in Krishnagiri district as well. But the worst affected are these 3, Viluppuram, Kadalur and Tiruvannamalai. In Puducherry, authorities have largely finished the rescue operation, restored power supply. The Chief Minister there has announced 5,000 rupees relief for all the ration card holders and 40,000 rupees for every hectare of paddy loss. The bigger question is, of course, the quantum of loss in Tamil Nadu, 1.79 lakh acres in water, and people losing their lifetime savings with waters entering their homes. The quantum of losses will be assessed in the next few days, and the central government is also being asked to send its team so that the centre too could extend its helping hand in the form of aid for those affected here in Tamil Nadu.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with that rain havoc there in Tamil Nadu. A big statement now from West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee on the situation in Bangladesh as attacks on minorities, especially the Hindu community, continues there. Mamata Banerjee called for the Prime Minister to intervene and to push for sending a peacekeeping force to Bangladesh.
A call for Prime Minister Modi's intervention and the deployment of the UN peacekeeping force in Bangladesh by Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in the State Assembly. Mamata said the Prime Minister's personal intervention in the Bangladesh situation is needed to secure the safety of religious minorities in the violence-hit nation.
Government of India can take up the matter with the United Nations so that they can send the peacekeeping force in Bangladesh and they can rescue our people from Bangladesh. It's our submission, our request.
Mamata Banerjee's demands come amid reports that at least 4 Hindu priests have been arrested in civil unrest that has roiled Bangladesh since August, when a student-led rebellion forced Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to stand down. As the BJP and VHP held protests on the situation in Bangladesh, Mamata Banerjee questioned why the union government was silent when the BJP was protesting in Bengal and border areas.
Government of India is totally keep mom, একদম ঠিক করে আছে। আর তার পার্টি রোজ মিটিং করতেই পারে একটা স্বাধীনতা অধিকার, কিন্তু তারা বলছে আমরা বর্ডার আটকে দেবো, খাবার পাঠাতে দেবো না। তারা বলছে আমরা গঙ্গা পেট্রোপোল রেল স্টেশন আটকে দেবো, সেটা আমাদের এখতিয়ারে পড়ে না। ইন্টারন্যাশনাল এগ্রিমেন্ট অনুযায়ী, ইন্টারন্যাশনাল বর্ডার এগ্রিমেন্ট অনুযায়ী গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া যদি আমাদের কাছে গাইডলাইন দেয়, আমাদের কাছে অ্যাডভাইস দেয়, তখনই আমরা এটা বন্ধ করতে পারি। তাছাড়া এটা আমাদের হাতে নেই, আমাদের দায়িত্বে নেই।
It's a radical government, extremist government, anti-Hindu government. For that reason, they are trying to destroy the temples and illegal detention of the Hindu monk and saints.
This as protests over the Bangladesh situation spread to Tripura and Assam, both states that share a border with Bangladesh. In Agartala, a massive protest by a group called the Hindu Sangharsh Samiti outside the Bangladesh High Commission demanding safety of Hindus. In Assam, traders in the Sribhumi district bordering Bangladesh suspended trade with Bangladesh indefinitely. On Sunday, thousands of people gathered near the India-Bangladesh international border. The police had to break up an attempted march to Bangladesh.
मैंने खुद बोला हूँ कि ये बहुत चिंता की विषय है और हम लोग का जो प्रेयर है, बांग्लादेश का जो हिंदू लोग हैं उनका साथ है। हम लोग चिंतित हो, परेशान भी हो, लेकिन मैं विश्वास करता हूँ कि मोदी जी कुछ ना कुछ हल निकालेंगे।
The continued targeting of minorities, especially the Hindu community in Bangladesh, has serious implications for India, particularly so for neighboring West Bengal. And while till now there were calls for India's intervention to stop these attacks on minorities, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has gone a step further, floating the idea of bringing those facing persecution to India and also going as far as calling for the UN's intervention by asking the Prime Minister to intervene with the UN and ask for a UN peacekeeping force to be sent to Bangladesh to control the situation there. With camera person G.D. Shankar in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
And as Mamata Banerjee has asked for peacekeeping forces to be sent to Bangladesh, today there were protests in West Bengal and Tripura over the arrest of Hindu priests in Bangladesh and failure to rein in sustained attacks on minority Hindus and their institutions. The protest meeting was organized by an organization of monks, the Akhil Bharatiya Sant Samiti at the Petropol International Land Border in North 24 Parganas district, where BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari participated alongside several other leaders. Suvendu Adhikari even threatened total suspension of exports to Bangladesh from Bengal's land borders. Meanwhile, there was a protest in Tripura as well, where hundreds of people took out a massive rally around the Bangladeshi mission in Tripura's capital. Over 50 protesters allegedly even entered the premises of the Bangladeshi mission there, leading to panic among officials and staff at the complex. India described the incident as deeply regrettable. The Ministry of External Affairs putting out that statement and said it would enhance security at Bangladesh diplomats' property. And finally, ahead of Navy Day on December 4th, a full dress rehearsal by the Navy was underway at the Blue Flag Beach in Puri. President Draupadi Murmu will be the chief guest at the event on the 4th of December. So take a look at the rehearsal.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with Top Rank.
Get it free with single ID.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
Becoming a member of jury of NDTV was a totally different challenge altogether.
When you recognize contribution to society, these stories are inspiration for everyone who views them.
The NDTV Indian of the Year is an extremely important initiative.
Nominees were just extraordinary.
Each one of them is a rock star.
And the achievers in this field who are inspiration for the Indians in this country have been chosen for this prestigious award.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents NDTV Indian of the Year, powered by Raymond, co-powered by Gallant. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hello and welcome to India Sense. where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Hello and welcome. You're watching The Last Word. I'm Gargi Rao. The big political story today, the Parliament impasse has finally been broken after 6 days of wasted sessions due to adjournments in the face of protests by the opposition. All Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha MPs have now agreed to hold a debate on the Constitution next week. The breakthrough came today after an all-party meeting with Speaker Om Birla, where he had called all the floor leaders to discuss a way to break that logjam, a way through. The debate on the Constitution will now be held December 13th. Lok Sabha 16th and 17th in the Rajya Sabha. Opposition parties had demanded discussions in both houses to mark the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution by the Constituent Assembly. Now, both sides have claimed victory. The government, the centre said it's not a climb down. The opposition, Congress too, has said it's not a climb down. On the opposition raising other issues such as Sambhal violence and Manipur, Union Minister Kiren Rijiju said a decision will be taken in accordance with the rules. Now remember, there have been divisions in the opposition India bloc. The Trinamool Congress has said they were not in favour of blocking Parliament functioning. In fact, they didn't even attend the meeting that took place at Mallikarjun Kharge's residence. They want to raise other issues they feel that are very important to the common man, to the Aam Aadmi, such as unemployment, price rise. Also, what they say, the centre's discrimination against opposition rule states in fund allocation. So on the show today, with the logjam resolved, will we see Parliament function properly? That is the question we'll be posing to our panelists. Lok Sabha has functioned for just about an hour and Rajya Sabha for 93 minutes in the 5 sittings of the winter session since November 25th. So before we go to our guests, let's first listen into what Union Minister Kiren Rijiju said.
जो बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में संविधान पे चर्चा होने का प्रस्ताव था, उसको सरकार ने मंजूरी दिया है। हम लोग 13 और 14 फ्राइडे सैटरडे को संविधान पे चर्चा होगी। लोकसभा में पहले हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे। फ्राइडे है 13 तारीख और 14 सैटरडे पड़ता है, तो हम फ्राइडे को भी चर्चा करेंगे और सैटरडे को भी पूरा दिन बहस करेंगे। ये हमने एक तरीके से सबने मान लिया है। उसके बाद 16 और 17 को राज्यसभा में संविधान पर चर्चा होगा।
It has been decided to run the house from tomorrow properly, and then the discussion on the Constitution of India will be held on 13th and 14th. Maybe 14th or 13th and 16th.
In Lok Sabha only?
In Lok Sabha. They are going to hold a meeting in there also. Rajya Sabha also they are going to attend.
Both were agree for the run the...
on this, yeah. Everybody agreed to that.
लोकसभा स्पीकर की सभी दलों के बड़े नेताओं के साथ, फ्लोर लीडर्स के साथ मीटिंग हुई है। क्या तय किया गया बैठक?
कल से हाउस को काम होगा, पूरा काम होगा। स्पीकर साहब ने रिक्वेस्ट किया, सब पार्टी में एग्री किया और 13th और 14th में वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के लेके डिस्कशन होगा। वो जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन डे था 75 ईयर्स, उनको लेके डिस्कशन होगा।
तो समाजवादी पार्टी संभल का मुद्दा उठाना चाहते हैं?
हाँ, काल संभल के मुद्दा में उन लोग को बोलने देंगे 2-3-4 मिनट, हम लोग को भी बांग्लादेश में बोलने देंगे स्पीकर साहब।
तो कल से हाउस चलेगा
होपफुली।
संविधान के साथ जिस तरीके से खिलवाड़ किया जा रहा है बीजेपी की सरकार की ओर से, चाहे आरक्षण के सवाल पे हो रहा है, चाहे धर्मनिरपेक्षता के सवाल पर हो रहा है, चाहे तमाम तरीके का जो संविधान को तोड़ने मरोड़ने का षड्यंत्र चल रहा है, बेहतर हो कि संविधान पे चर्चा हो, सारी बातें खुलकर लोगों के बीच आएं।
Well, after the complete washout for the 5 straight days of winter session of Parliament, it seems like some sense have prevailed to the Member of Parliament who had now agreed to end the log jam of the Parliament, because it was at 3 p.m. when Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla called the floor leaders to his chambers, and there was deliberations that happened between the treasury benches and the opposition MPs as well, as the opposition MPs want to have a constructive debate on the constitution of India as well, and it was the Lok Sabha speaker who had agreed to the demand. We have been told that on 13th and 14th of December it would be in Lok Sabha where there would be discussion on the constitution, and on 16th and 17th of December it would be in the Rajya Sabha where there would be discussion in over the constitution of India. It was also agreed in this particular meeting that Samajwadi Party can raise the issue of Sambal as far as the zero question hour is concerned. On the other side, in zero question hour, the Trinamool Congress had raised that they want to take up the issue of Bangladesh as well, and that was also agreed. Tomorrow, in all likelihood, there would be some functioning of the House that one can see both in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha as well. But certainly, the government is in a view that they want discussions to be done as far as the legislative bills are concerned. There are some important bills that needs to be tabled for consideration and passing because that are something which are of public interest. There could be again tomorrow where we can see External Affairs Minister Jaishankar who can give a statement on the current situation of between India and China over LAC as well. So probably there would be some constructive debate that we can see from tomorrow, and the logjam that was there for last 5 days in the parliament that can end as well.
All right, so with the logjam now over, will we see Parliament functioning smoothly? That is the question. And let's go across now to our panelists. We're joined by Radhika Khera, National Spokesperson of the BJP, Ghanshyam Tiwari, National Spokesperson, Samajwadi Party, Syed Asad Abbas, political analyst, someone who supports the Congress Party, and Sajan Kumar, political analyst. Thank you so much all for joining us. First to you, Radhika Khera, are you now optimistic that finally after this meeting that was called by the Lok Sabha Speaker and this the government then agreeing to hold a debate on the constitution, which is what the opposition had been demanding all along, that finally tomorrow we're going to see smooth functioning and finally work being done in this winter session?
I'm glad that they've finally managed to come to this decision, but a question that remains on my mind is how long is it going to be before the Congress-led opposition, Rahul Gandhi-led opposition, finds another excuse to disrupt? And we've seen that in 2014, they've been obstructing Parliament has been their core strategy, and that's what Rahul Gandhi believes in. And they've ensured that every critical discussion is either derailed or drowned in chaos. Now, we have always said that there should be discussion, and only if they let Parliament function will all their questions be addressed. We've even seen at the time when the Prime Minister was addressing the Parliament after the first session of the new government, they continued hooting, and we saw how Rahul Gandhi forced his MPs to go into the well and create a ruckus. Now, that is not how a responsible opposition behaves. Whether we've seen fabricated controversies of Pegasus, baseless allegations that we are seeing regularly, or walking out over their own mismanagement. The Congress has only simple agenda, like I said, is to stop the progress of India at any cost. We've seen that in the monsoon session also, where there was just about 21% in Lok Sabha and 29% in Rajya Sabha functioning that we saw. Now, I hope that finally Rahul Gandhi can put an end to his theatrics and let business run as usual and let the Parliament function. And it's surprising that they don't learn from their own mistakes. The country has been
Congress sources are describing this as a climb down, given the government, the centre has given in to this demand of having a debate on the constitution.
Gargi, it's really, I have no words for how the Congress thinks. The party that can declare their leader Rahul Gandhi as the Prime Minister by just winning 99 seats. I mean, they live in their own la-la land. They believe that they are running the country, and they think that everything they're doing is, making the government bend towards them. It's not like that. They are not learning from their mistakes. This is exactly why this drama and the theatrics and the clowning that we see is why the people of India don't
let me take that to Sajan
Rahul Gandhi. This is
all
the
right,
third
first,
term.
Asad Abbas, your response to that wasted days of Parliament. It's costing the Exchequer crores to have 5 days wasted. It's a whole week of the winter session where we've seen no work done.
Gargiji, I've always believed with great power there is great responsibility and equal accountability, be it the opposition or the ruling dispensation. My dear friend from the BJP needs to understand that weren't there disruptions when they were in the opposition? Let me remind you from their veteran leaders such as Atal Bihari Vajpayee, L.K. Advani, Sushma Swaraj. It has been a legacy and a tradition. Disruption is very much a part of the temple of democracy, which is the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha. They need to understand that discussions on constitution is most important on priority. I'm glad that the floor leaders could come together, meet the respected speaker, sir, and are able to bring in 13-14 being in Lok Sabha, 16-17 at the Rajya Sabha. This is democracy and that is how it's need to go. And I'd like to understand, how is it a trivial issue, the Sambal violence? How is it a trivial issue, Adani? One of the world's richest man, Adani's bribery charges. Why can't we discuss that in the parliament? Not just that, the violence in Manipur. Very important to discuss, to debate, because without which we will remain not just a constitution or a democracy. This will go in the lull. The fact they need to understand that most important part of the democracy, the temple, is indeed disruption. Without the disruption, without the 5-6 days of logjam, would we be able to, would the BJP concede even? No. I'm glad this is a great victory for Rahul Gandhi ji, for all the respective floor leaders from DMK, from also Supriya Sule ji, and so forth.
I'll come back to you, Radhika Khera. I want to go to Ghanshyam Tiwari as well. Ghanshyam Tiwari, so finally, tomorrow we will hopefully see smooth functioning of the parliament and also the Samajwadi Party wanting to discuss the Sambal violence. That's something Kiran Rijiju said that it will be seen at the time. That's not something he specifically said would be discussed. And also there are talks of, divisions within the India bloc, within the opposition.
Good evening, Gargi, to you, my fellow co-panelists and the viewers. While it may look like logjam, this is a conspiracy. And the conspiracy is visible in the presentation of Bharatiya Janata Party over the last 10 years. There were more Sundays than sittings of parliament when Bharatiya Janata Party had absolute might and majority in the last 10 years in parliament. They tasted democracy at the hands of people in 2024 elections. Second, they bulldozed through the bills by putting ordinances and threw out 145 members of parliament when they had absolute brute force might and majority. This time, it is not Mr. Adani who's been indicted in the US. He did not take oath on the constitution. It is the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister stands incriminated on this particular issue. The Prime Minister doesn't do a press conference, so he is non-biological. He does not hold himself accountable. The cabinet ministers who are responsible for SECI or associated departments or have been in the past responsible, Piyush Goyal, no press conference on the issue. R.K. Singh, no press conference in the issue. Prahlad Joshi, no press conference in the issue. Apart from the BJP spokespersons and MPs' obsession to defend Adani, there is no responsible voice from this government on this particular matter. On Sambal, we have a Batenge Katenge mantra at the top, at the central level, and a Batenge Katenge chief minister in Uttar Pradesh. When the state government has fingers pointed at him for a violence that caused death of 5 people, this issue has to be discussed in parliament because there is no other place this government has allowed the principle of accountability. Yet, I believe, no matter how hard we try, this government who runs away from accountability, the Prime Minister stands incriminated, he will not answer. His record in attendance in parliament is the worst of any Prime Minister if you look at the past 10 years itself. The track record says that neither Manipur, the Prime Minister, you will hear the Prime Minister's voice, nor on the Adani matter you will hear the Prime Minister speak anything. On the Sambal matter, we will raise the questions and you will see the Bharatiya Janata Party running away from accountability. They will not ask the Batenge Katenge Chief Minister to resign. They have blood on their hands when they start doing Batenge Katenge from street to street, city to city, village to village and state to state. But they are not going to, the final point is, when one looks at the leading magazines such as India Today, the cover story is the Batenge Katenge model of Biren Singh. There are recordings that the magazine speaks about which incriminates him, where he's going against Amit Shah and talking about Bambaji. This is recording. This is the leading magazine. So Bharatiya Janata Party has tasted a model of unaccountability.
Well, I wouldn't want to comment on what another media is reporting, but Sajjan Kumar, your comments on what we have seen so far in Parliament with very boisterous opposition holding up Parliament. Also, as Ghanshyam Tiwari was saying, that they cannot just bulldoze through these sessions like perhaps earlier when the opposition numbers were lower. Your comments on the debate so far, and how hopeful are you that Parliament will function smoothly?
Yes, Gargi, Parliament is a place for multiplicity of the issue, and that multiplicity of the issue differentiates a political party from an NGO. An NGO can be kind of singularly obsessed with one issue and can dedicate. So as far as the legislative business is concerned, you have banking, port, revenue, and then family and welfare, and many other issues which are very important, and opposition wants Adani, Manipur, and many Sambal and other issues. So all issues are important. So problem is not while wanting to raise an issue. Problem is that what you want to discuss, when it is coupled with how you want to be discussed, therein comes the problem. And from opposition, when they insist that they want it to be discussed under 262 in Rajya Sabha and through adjournment motion in the Lok Sabha, then you can go for that, you can request for that, but then you have to go as per the rule. The power to allow rest with either the speaker or the chairman, and then not respecting that, and kind of hijacking the entire time and not letting the parliamentary business go as usual. This is something which is becoming a bad trend. So therefore, one needs to isolate Congress from other India Alliance parties, because other India Alliance parties had a dissenting note, because there are other issues also like Manipur, Sambal, etc., which is something that must have been allowed. And therefore, this kind of politics of disruption, not on what you want, but also under what rule you want to discuss. And when, as per the rule, you are not permitted, you do not let the parliament function. This is becoming a bad trend. And I think a party like Congress, which has a long parliamentary tradition, I think this is not something that bestows them.
Second, absolutely not. Can I quickly counter that?
Second,
let him complete. Yes.
Yeah. Second, I think on the constitution discussion, while we all respect that there has to have a deliberation over the constitution, but let's also not romanticize it so much. We have seen what happened during the Maharashtra election in Akola when Yogendra Yadav went to Akola, the constituency of Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi's leader Prakash Ambedkar. There were ruckus between, attacks on Nico and the other. So we also see now there is an emergence all of a sudden of the activism in the name of constitution, as if it is a monopoly of the one discourse. So I think while this is a welcome sign, there must be a deliberation on the constitution. Let's not over romanticize it. Let's not go by the optics. And I think this sort of a very much, hijacking the entire time is something which Congress is leading a bad...
Ghanshyam Tiwari, Sajjan Kumar indicating there may be some, that there are divisions in the ranks of the opposition, and there's a Congress on one side what they're demanding, and then there are the other parties that have various issues that they want to push.
When you have facts in front, you neither require arguments or fiction. When you look at the facts of this government of the last 10 years, they delayed a parliament session because Prime Minister wanted to campaign in Gujarat. They used their unofficial, unannounced allies such as AIDMK and YSRCP to disrupt parliament when they had absolute might and brute majority. The number of sittings that they have convened in parliament for the last 10 years tells the story of number of ordinances. So my learned friend Sajjan Kumar can just look at the facts when he takes a position. As far as the division in opposition ranks is concerned, there is no division. He is right that there is multiplicity of issues. On every issue, there is absolutely zero accountability of the Prime Minister, of his cabinet, and of his government. There is zero accountability of indictment of Adani, and as a result of indictment of the Prime Minister himself, there is a zero accountability of a burning Manipur, where the Biren Singh has been caught on tape with incriminating evidence of him responsible for this burn in an illegal manner. There is zero evidence of any action taken against Adityanath, the Batenge-Katenge Chief Minister, for the violence that happened in Sambal. This is an unaccountable government. Parliament is our last effort to hold them accountable.
All right. Radhika Khera, your response to that charge that Ghanshyam Tiwari is making, saying there are several issues, there are no divisions, these are issues that the government finds uncomfortable and doesn't want to give that platform to the opposition.
Two things. The Congress spokesperson here was claiming victory, that we won this victory over logjam, which is absolutely laughable. The truth is that the government has always been open to discussion on every issue, but it is the Congress led by Rahul Gandhi which repeatedly runs away from meaningful debates. And like I said, we've seen that, how Rahul Gandhi instructs his MPs and other party members to come into the well and create a ruckus. And we've all seen that, and nothing is hidden, everything is on camera, everything is visible. So you have to realize that you have to talk about the welfare of the people, not just about grabbing headlines and going on social media so you can make your reels. Second thing, when you're talking about, when Ghanshyam Tiwari talks about two things, he's talking about that everyone's on the same page. This entire thing only happened because TMC and some other parties put their foot down and they refused to follow Rahul Gandhi and follow him like a puppy and say that no. And they wanted to have a discussion. What we've been always saying, let's have a discussion. Second, he says that you're on the same page. Well, are you on the same page? Like the Congress is claiming that Aam Aadmi Party is corrupt and they're taking out a yatra against Arvind Kejriwal. Do you also agree Aam Aadmi Party is corrupt? You have differences within your own house. Third thing, he's talking about Prime Minister not holding press conferences. Well, your obsession with press conferences also shows your ignorance about real governance. The Prime Minister regularly communicates directly with the people through his actions, through his policies and outcomes, and not hollow words of political drama like you do, which is why we are coming back to power again and again. We have created records in Haryana, we have created a record in Maharashtra, and we have also won the Moradabad seat after a record 31 years.
I'm running out of time, so I want to get quick responses to that. Saeed Asad Abbas.
Yeah. Gargi ji, firstly, the Bharatiya Janata Party needs to understand that Rahul Gandhi ji is indeed the leader of opposition. So therefore, they may like it or not. The fact is, he's a leader of the opposition, which is also of the India Alliance. Also, they need to understand that, you know, my friend Sajjan saying that it's an over-romanticization of constitution. Respected sir, the temple of democracy, the holy Bible of the democracy is indeed the constitution. And it's very important. And I'm glad Om Birla ji is looking forward to the debate on the same front. Also, the Bharatiya Janata Party needs to understand that what is important is speaking on issues that matter. Why do they shy away with the M word, the Manipur word? Why can't they come out and talk about it? And what action have they taken against Yogi Adityanath? Batenge to katenge? Is this the time? And they're trivializing press conference. Ye to kuch nahi hota. The fact world leaders across the world take in press conference. Why can't Modi ji do the same?
All right,
they need to understand. And being on NDTV media, you need to say, ma'am, that yes, press conferences are important.
Gargi, I commend you that this brilliant idea that press conferences are hollow and Twitter accounts and Facebook accounts are the real governance is been cracked on this show. I think the chief minister of various states, especially of BJP, should take this into account, stop press conferences and focus on the Twitter and Facebook account. This is the brilliant idea that
I never said
BJP
that they are hollow.
now looks at the 21st century governance.
Don't twist words, Ghanshyam. Please.
Right, Radhika
I don't
Khera,
expect you to twist words. You know, it's sad that the Samajwadi Party sitting on national television is twisting my words. I never once said they're hollow. I just said that it shows your obsession with press conferences, shows your ignorance about real issues, and the Prime Minister communicates directly with people, which is why he doesn't need to hold press conferences. He talks with his work.
Like
and what India deserves today. I did not talk in between. Let me complete. Please, you can live in your own la-la land where you think you have won victory when it is you who created a lockdown and it is your... Please, I did not talk in between, so don't interrupt.
In press conference, you're saying that on a national media
no
platform.
One's going to hear you.
I'm sure
Thank you,
every media platform,
this is exactly what we talk about. Your leader Rahul Gandhi,
hosted by Adanya Pradhan Mantri Modi ji.
Your circus.
I'm sorry, I cannot debate
like this. All right, well, we're running out of time. Let's give the last word to Sajjan Kumar. Sajjan Kumar, your comments, final word from you on whether we're going to see a smooth running of Parliament. Clearly, a lot of issues that the opposition is waiting to raise on the floor of the House.
I'm sorry, Gargi, but I don't believe the logjam is over. The spokespersons are saying something different.
Well, this is just a TV news, so let's wait and see what happens in Parliament. Hopefully, we will hear the Foreign Minister speak tomorrow, address the House. Many important issues to be addressed. Yes, Sajjan Kumar.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends upon the chemistry within the India Alliance, and I hope, because as he said, that one need to isolate Congress from the other India bloc alliances, because I think the multiplicity of the issue is something that Congress needs to Congress leaders primarily, because you see, this outrage seems to be, kind of without any conviction, because if you have outrage against a person, a corporate, then it doesn't seem to be shared within your party by your minions at the state level. Why don't you first, have a coherence within your own party? Secondly, when I said about all this constitution, which is breaking of the ice, and we hope that the better sense prevail, let's not also forget that there are competing, contractors of defending the votaries of the constitution, as happened in the case of Yogendra Yadav and Prakash Ambedkar. So we do see constitution is emerging more as an optics. While there should be a deliberation, it is much needed, but we should also not over romanticize, because we do see that this is becoming more as an optics rather than a matter of conviction. So we are living in an era wherein there are outrages without corresponding convictions.
Well,
and that is,
we'll have to leave it there. Thank you. So I'm completely out of time, but thank you so much all for joining us, and hopefully we will see some work done in Parliament tomorrow. Remember, Lok Sabha is functioning for just about an hour, Rajya Sabha for around 93 minutes in the 5 cities they've had so far in the winter session. Hopefully work will be done and we will see a constructive debate on the Constitution as well. Thanks so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Introducing Vice 4K UHD Smart TV. Quantum Luminate gives more than 1 billion colors. Upscale your content resolution up to 4K. Enjoy your games with auto low latency mode. Watch your favorite movie with voice command.
Play my favorite movie.
Experience sound with Dolby Audio. Connect with your favorite apps and games on the Content Store. Powered by Web OS Hub. Connects with Apple devices. Unlimited family entertainment with Vice TV. Vice, the science of simple.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Becoming a member of jury of NDTV was a totally different challenge altogether.
When you recognize contribution to society, these stories are inspiration for everyone who views them.
The NDTV Indian of the Year is an extremely important initiative.
Nominees were just extraordinary.
Each one of them is a rock star.
And the achievers in this field who are inspiration for the Indians in this country have been chosen for this prestigious award.
DSP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents NDTV Indian of the Year, powered by Raymond, co-powered by Gallant. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Its chief minister who will take oath on 5th. The BJP appoints the central observers to oversee the entire process of legislature party meeting. Eknath Shinde's son rules himself out of the ministry portfolios. After 6 days of adjournments in Parliament, the government agrees to a debate on constitution as demanded by the opposition. Will we finally see some work in the winter session? Protests in West Bengal and Tripura over the arrest of priests and treatment of minorities in Bangladesh. But after an attack on the Assistant High Commissioner's office, India says security will be increased. Heavy rain continues in parts of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry after cyclone Fengal makes a landfall wreaking havoc. 2 people have lost their lives in a landslide in Tiruvannamalai. The Chief Minister has hit out, saying the DMK MPs are not being allowed to talk about the situation. President Joe Biden pardons his son Hunter Biden. Trump calls it miscarriage of justice. This is Left, Right and Centre, and I'm Maria Shakil. Expressing concern over India's declining population growth, RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat on Sunday advocated for each couple to have at least 3 children. He said if the total fertility rate of a society falls below 2.1, it faces risk of extinction. Mr. Bhagwat said, and I'm quoting him, many languages and cultures have already disappeared due to this issue. Thus, it is essential to maintain a fertility rate above 2.1. Let me give you some statistics here. According to National Family Health Survey data, which was released in 2021, India's TFR, which is total fertility rate, the average number of children a woman gives birth to in her lifetime declined from 2.2 in 2015-2016 to 2 during 2019-2021. A TFR of 2.1 is considered as the replacement rate. The RSS, which is the ideological fountainhead of the BJP, had in 2015 also passed a resolution calling for a comprehensive population policy. 3 years later, it advocated for a uniform law to ensure demographic balance applicable to all communities. However, this advisory of sorts is coming at a time when many states have advocated two-child policy and even incentivized employees who have 2 children. India, let's not forget, is today the most populated country in the world. So can it really afford to back an idea of this nature? That's our debate at this hour. But first, let's listen in to what the RSS Supremo said.
चिंतेचा विषय आहे त्याचं कारण हे शास्त्र लोकसंख्या शास्त्र जे आधुनिक ते असं सांगतं की 2.1 च्या खाली जायला लागलो तर तो समाजच नष्ट होतो पृथ्वीच्या पाठीवर तो राहत नाही कोणी त्याला मारेल असं नाही तो काही नसलं संकट तरी तो समाज नष्ट होतो, पुढे चालत नाही.
मोहन भागवत जी को देश के पॉपुलेशन के बारे में बहुत चिंता हो रही है. आज हमारी देश की पॉपुलेशन लगभग 150 करोड़ हो गई. और कितनी पॉपुलेशन बढ़ाना चाहते हैं सरसंघ चालक, और कितनी पॉपुलेशन बढ़ाना चाहते हैं आप बताइए. सबसे पहले ये जो सलाह है आपके बीजेपी के लोगों को दीजिए.
अब ये तो उनकी अपनी सोच है और ये जाहिर करता है कितना दिवालिया हो चुके हैं ये लोग, किस ढंग पर सोचते हैं. देश तब आगे बढ़ेगा जब गरीबी दूर होगी, बेरोजगारी दूर होगी, भ्रष्टाचार दूर होगा और महंगाई कम होगी.
Let me bring in former Union Minister for Women and Child Development, Renuka Chaudhary, also Congress MP. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. In India, there is currently 149 million people who are above the age of 60, which represent 10.5% of the population. And reports are suggesting that by 2050, this figure is going to surge to 347 million, which will be around 28.8% of the population. So if there are concerns over aging population, then why should RSS chief's statement be seen in a negative light?
No, we are not seeing it as negatively. We are just amazed and amused that we have to keep producing children to, I don't know, fill what unmet need. I'm not understanding that. And on top of that, what are the facilities? If you look at our aging population, we are not going to end up like Japan and Germany, which have negative growth. Japan has negative growth. So it's not as if we are going to get, but yes, we are having an increasing aging population. But listen, you've got to solve the fundamentals. You need jobs. We're educating our children. We're jobless. They're going around, so no one's getting married because no one's willing to give a girl to a boy who doesn't have a job, or vice versa. And the girls are getting smarter and they don't want to get married at all to start with. So there are social issues which need to be addressed first, primarily. And it's no longer, it's like those supposedly progressed nations which reduce their childbirth and are in trouble today. But then if we want to have increased our childbirth, you have to facilitate. It's very difficult getting school admissions. It's even more horrendous that you pay the kind of fees that you do for medicine and engineering, and then you roam around jobless, well past your prime, because you're not getting life partners who are willing to stay with you when you're jobless. So I think joblessness is a huge issue that the government has to address before preaching to us about how many children we should have.
Ms. Chaudhary, one concern which has been shared by the RSS chief is that if there are not enough children, then who will really protect the language and culture? Do you think this is needed for ensuring that our heritage is protected?
This is oversimplifying matters, and it's really apples and oranges. How does that even compare to the social reality? First of all these happy bachelors in the RSS are talking about us women having to have children to save the nation, save the culture, save the community, and save the religion. But all these happy men who have never ever managed to get married or looked after children and brought them up, do they realize the reality of bringing up children today? Is there any understanding? Do they realize what it means? Do you know how tough it is to bring up a child with adulterated food in the market, with crime against women and children climbing every year, with unemployment soaring, with husbands losing their jobs, the housing situation for the poor? There's so many issues. So it's not enough that this responsibility falls on us women, where we have to supply these 3 children in order to uphold the nation or community or whatever else you want. So that's oversimplifying, saying that this will conserve the cultures and all. It's not like other nations who don't have children don't have cultures. They do have cultures, and they conserve and preserve in a different way. I'm not saying don't have children, but please, before we preach like this, make sure that you have a social atmosphere where it facilitates a mother to happily give birth. Maternal mortality still remains a challenge. We have small incremental improvements, but not enough. And we are educating our girls, and there are no jobs anywhere. So, I mean, there's so many issues that need to be addressed.
Do you think the question is also of resources? that has to be addressed. The larger question is that childbirth often affect women's mental health. We have been emphasizing also on the choice of motherhood. Why should men be deciding for women here?
This is exactly what I said. This is precisely, I said, all these happy bachelors will decide how many children we've got to have. And we know the social and reality of what it is to bring up a child and keep the child safe and ensure that they reach adulthood. When the day this country gives us adequate budgets in women and child, if you see their only cuts, there's no real growth in women and children. And you see malnutrition and stunting going on even today. And so I put their money where their mouth is. If the budgets of family welfare, women and child welfare, all these education, if you invest more in these areas, then we can think about talking like this. But without that, forget it. Sorry.
Okay, last question to you. Do you think there is a larger problem of understanding fertility problem in India? The fact is that India's fertility rate is declining, but India is also the most populous country.
No, fertility rates are dropping not just in India. It's an old international phenomena that's happening. Male sperm counts have dropped all over the world. And it's ironic that the populous country in the world have so many fertility clinics all around the corner. There is a huge phenomena that is happening where the human pheromones are being desensitized because of all the phthalates and perfumes that we advertise and use. And the natural pheromones which people could scent and accept from each other have vanished into the polluted air, not even the thin air. So the fertility rates are dropping to some extent, but not to the extent where we start producing children. And certainly women are not in the rabbit mode where we produce children to satisfy the RSS and the BJP's urging. Because they've got to really put their money where their mouth is. This is what I've been saying. How many children has RSS brought up? How many people have they adopted or have they looked after or produced? And do they even understand what it is to be a woman in this country and to bring up a child also? And yes, we need to have the choice and control over our bodies. We had a whole lot of our in utero killings of girl children. And we barely stumbling out of it. We barely got out of it where a girl child is bumped off even before she's born. And this was something that we had pointed out. I had pointed out and passionately followed in so many ways to ensure that pregnant women had the right to choose whether they had to abort a girl child or not. And there's no respect for women until the woman becomes the central figure of her family, where the family invests in her health and well-being. How many household budgets actually look at investing in a woman's health? The woman herself denies herself so many simple, accesses to better health and better nutrition. And until people realize that she is the central figure, then this business of saying Mother Earth and all, there's going to be no mother around very soon. So they've got to understand that before they preach to us and tell us what to do. It actually smacks of hypocrisy because they haven't got their act together. Why is it our responsibility to produce children to whole cultures? You go ahead and do what you have to do to set things right.
Some pertinent points being made there by Renuka Chaudhary. Pleasure having you on my show, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's bring in the guests now. Professor Geeta Bhatt is an author and political analyst. We have Poonam Muthreja, Executive Director of Population Foundation of India. Santosh Mehrotra is a senior economist. We also have Jyotsna, who is the national spokesperson of TDP. Poonam Muthreja, the point being made here, why should anybody be deciding and advising on this count? If you look at it, the concern is about resources. Can India really afford 3 children policy or at least having 3 children, families having at least 3 children?